Book 4, Chapter 7 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 7. In which the reader learns the condition of Glaucus. Friendship tested. Enmity softened. Love the same, because the one loving is blind. The night was somewhat advanced, and the gay lounging places of the Pompeians were still crowded. You might observe in the countenances of the various idlers a more earnest expression than usual. They talked in large knots and groups, as if they sought by numbers to divide the half painful, half pleasurable anxiety which belonged to the subject on which they conversed. It was a subject of life and death. A young man passed briskly by the graceful portico of the Temple of Fortune, so briskly indeed that he came with no slight force full against the rotund and comely form of that respectable citizen Diomed, who was retiring homeward to his suburban villa. "Holloa!" groaned the merchant, recovering with some difficulty his equilibrium. "Have you no eyes, or do you think I have no feeling? By Jupiter! You have well nigh driven out the divine particle. Another such shock, and my soul will be in Hades." "Ah, Diomed, is it you? Forgive my inadvertence. I was absorbed in thinking of the reverses of life. Our poor friend Glaucus, eh? Who could have guessed it?" "Well, but tell me, Clodius, is he really to be tried by the Senate?" "Yes. They say the crime is of so extraordinary a nature that the Senate itself must adjudge it, and so the lictors are to induct him formally." "Has he been accused publicly, then?" "To be sure. Where have you been not to hear that?" "Why, I have only just returned from Neapolis, whither I went on business the very morning after his crime. So shocking, and at my house the same night that it happened." "There is no doubt of his guilt," said Clodius, shrugging his shoulders. "And as these crimes take precedence of all little undignified peccadilloes, they will hasten to finish the sentence previous to the games." "The games! Good gods!" replied Diomed, with a slight shudder. "Can they adjudge him to the beasts? So young, so rich!" "True, but then he is a Greek. Had he been a Roman, it would have been 1,000 pities. These foreigners can be borne with in their prosperity, but in adversity we must not forget that they are in reality slaves. However, we of the upper classes are always tender-hearted, and he would certainly get off tolerably well if he were left to us; for, between ourselves, what is a paltry priest of Isis? What Isis herself? But the common people are superstitious. They clamor for the blood of the sacrilegious one. It is dangerous not to give way to public opinion." "And the blasphemer, the Christian, or Nazarene, or whatever else he be called?" "Oh, poor dog! If he will sacrifice to Cybele or Isis, he will be pardoned. If not, the tiger has him. At least, so I suppose. But the trial will decide. We talk while the urn's still empty. And the Greek may yet escape the deadly theta of his own alphabet. But enough of this gloomy subject. How is the fair Julia?" "Well, I fancy." "Commend me to her. But hark! The door yonder creaks on its hinges. It is the house of the praetor. Who comes forth? By Pollux! It is the Egyptian. What can he want with our official friend?" "Some conference touching the murder, doubtless," replied Diomed. "But what was supposed to be the inducement to the crime? Glaucus was to have married the priest's sister." "Yes. Some say Arbaces refused the alliance. It might have been a sudden quarrel. Glaucus was evidently drunk; nay, so much so as to have been quite insensible when taken up, and I hear is still delirious; whether with wine, terror, remorse, the Furies, or the Bacchanals, I cannot say." "Poor fellow! He has good counsel?" "The best. Caius Pollio, an eloquent fellow enough. Pollio has been hiring all the poor gentlemen and well-born spendthrifts of Pompeii to dress shabbily and sneak about, swearing their friendship to Glaucus, who would not have spoken to them to be made emperor. I will do him justice, he was a gentleman in his choice acquaintance, and trying to melt the stony citizens into pity. But it will not do. Isis is mightily popular just at this moment. And, by the by, I have some merchandise at Alexandria. Yes, Isis ought to be protected. True. So farewell, old gentleman, we shall meet soon. If not, we must have a friendly bet at the amphitheatre. All my calculations are confounded by this cursed misfortune of Glaucus. He had bet on Lydon the gladiator. I must make up my tablets somewhere. Vale. Leaving the less active Diomed to regain his villa, Clodius strode on, humming a Greek air, and perfuming the night with the odorous that steamed from his snowy garments and flowing locks. If, thought he, Glaucus feed the lion, Julia will no longer have a person to love better than me. She will certainly dote on me, and so I suppose I must marry. By the gods, the 12 lines begin to fail. Men look suspiciously at my hand when it rattles the dice. That infernal Sallust insinuates cheating, and if it be discovered that the ivory is clogged, why farewell to the merry supper and the perfumed billet. Clodius is undone. Better marry then, while I may, renounce gaming, and push my fortune, or rather the gentle Julia's, at the imperial court. Thus muttering the schemes of his ambition, if by that high name the projects of Clodius may be called, the gamester found himself suddenly accosted. He turned and beheld the dark brow of Arbaces. Hail, noble Clodius! Pardon my interruption, and inform me, I pray you, which is the house of Sallust? It is but a few yards hence, wise Arbaces, but what does Sallust entertain tonight? I know not, answered the Egyptian, nor am I, perhaps, one of those he would seek as a boon companion. But thou knowest that his house holds the person of Glaucus, the murderer. Ay, he, good-hearted epicure, believes in the Greek's innocence. You remind me that he has become his surety, and therefore, till the trial, is responsible for his appearance. Well, Sallust's house is better than a prison, especially that wretched hole in the forum. But for what can you seek Glaucus? Why, noble Clodius, if we could save him from execution it would be well. The condemnation of the rich is a blow upon society itself. I should like to confer with him, for I hear he has recovered his senses, and ascertain the motives of his crime. They may be so extenuating as to plead in his defense. You are benevolent, Arbaces. Benevolence is the duty of one who aspires to wisdom, replied the Egyptian modestly. Which way lies Sallust's mansion? I will show you, said Clodius, if you will suffer me to accompany you a few steps. But, pray what has become of the poor girl who was to have wed the Athenian, the sister of the murdered priest? Alas, well nigh insane. Sometimes she utters imprecations on the murderer, then suddenly stops short, then cries, But why curse, O my brother, Glaucus was not thy murderer, never will I believe it. Then she begins again, and again stops short, and mutters awfully to herself, Yet if it were indeed he? Unfortunate Ione! But it is well for her that those solemn cares to the dead which religion enjoins have hitherto greatly absorbed her attention from Glaucus and herself, and in the dimness of her senses she scarcely seems aware that Glaucus is apprehended and on the eve of trial. When the funeral rites due to Arbaces are performed, her apprehension will return, and then I fear me much that her friends will be revolted by seeing her run to succor and aid the murderer of her brother. Such scandal should be prevented. I trust I have taken precautions to that effect. I am her lawful guardian, and have just succeeded in obtaining permission to escort her, after the funeral of Arbaces, to my own house. There, please the gods, she will be secure. You have done well, sage Arbaces. And now yonder is the house of Sallust. The gods keep you. Yet, hark you, Arbaces, why so gloomy and unsocial? Men say you can be gay, why not let me initiate you into the pleasures of Pompeii? I flatter myself no one knows them better. I thank you, noble Clodius. Under your auspices I might venture, I think, to wear the philyra, but at my age I should be an awkward pupil. Oh, never fear, I have made converts of fellows of 70. The rich, too, are never old. You flatter me. At some future time I will remind you of your promise. You may command Marcus Clodius at all times, and so vale. Now, said the Egyptian, soliloquizing, I am not wantonly a man of blood. I would willingly save this Greek, if by confessing the crime he will lose himself forever to Ione, and forever free me from the chance of discovery. And I can save him by persuading Julia to own the philter, which will be held his excuse. But if he do not confess the crime, why, Julia must be shamed from the confession, and he must die. Die, lest he prove my rival with the living. Die, that he may be my proxy with the dead. Will he confess? Can he not be persuaded that in his delirium he struck the blow? To me it would give far greater safety than even his death. We must hazard the experiment. Sweeping along the narrow street, Arbaces now approached the house of Sallust, when he beheld a dark form wrapped in a cloak, and stretched at length across the threshold of the door. So still lay the figure, and so dim was its outline, that any other than Arbaces might have felt a superstitious fear, lest he beheld one of those grim lemures who, above all other spots, haunted the threshold of the homes they formerly possessed. But not for Arbaces were such dreams. Rise, said he, touching the figure with his foot. Thou obstructest the way. Ha! Who art thou? Cried the form in a sharp tone, and as she raised herself from the ground, the starlight fell full on the pale face and fixed but sightless eyes of Nydia the Thessalian. Who art thou? I know the burden of thy voice. Blind girl, what dost thou here at this late hour? Fie! Is this seeming thy sex or years? Home, girl! I know thee, said Nadia in a low voice. Thou art Arbaces the Egyptian. Then, as if inspired by some sudden impulse, she flung herself at his feet, and clasping his knees, exclaimed, in a wild and passionate tone, "O dread and potent man! Save him! Save him! He is not guilty, it is I. He lies within, ill dying, and I am the hateful cause, and they will not admit me to him. They spurn the blind girl from the hall. Oh, heal him! Thou knowest some herb, some spell, some counter charm, for it is a potion that hath wrought this frenzy." Hush, child, I know all. Thou forgettest that I accompanied Julia to the Saga's home. Doubtless her hand administered the draught, but her reputation demands thy silence. Reproach not thyself. What must be, must. Meanwhile, I seek the criminal. He may yet be saved. Away. Thus saying, Arbaces extricated himself from the clasp of the despairing Thessalian, and knocked loudly at the door. In a few moments the heavy bars were heard suddenly to yield, and the porter, half opening the door, demanded who was there. Arbaces, important business to Sallust relative to Glaucus. I come from the praetor. The porter, half yawning, half groaning, admitted the tall form of the Egyptian. Nydia sprang forward. "How is he?" she cried. "Tell me, tell me!" "Ho, mad girl! Is it thou still? For shame! Why, they say he is sensible." "The gods be praised! And you will not admit me? Ah, I beseech thee—" "Admit thee, no! A pretty salute I should prepare for these shoulders were I to admit such things as thou. Go home." The door closed, and Nydia, with a deep sigh, laid herself down once more on the cold stones, and wrapping her cloak around her face, resumed her weary vigil. Meanwhile, Arbaces had already gained the triclinium, where Sallust, with his favourite freedman, sat late at supper. "What, Arbaces, and at this hour! Accept this cup." "Nay, gentle Sallust, it is on business, not pleasure, that I venture to disturb thee. How doth thy charge? They say in the town that he has recovered sense." "Alas and truly," replied the good-natured but thoughtless Sallust, wiping the tear from his eyes. "But so shattered are his nerves and frame that I scarcely recognize the brilliant and gay carouser I was wont to know. Yet, strange to say, he cannot account for the cause of the sudden frenzy that seized him. He retains but a dim consciousness of what hath passed; and, despite thy witness, wise Egyptian, solemnly upholds his innocence of the death of Arbaces." "Sallust," said Arbaces, gravely, "there is much in thy friend's case that merits a peculiar indulgence; and could we learn from his lips the confession and the cause of his crime, much might be yet hoped from the mercy of the Senate; for the Senate, thou knowest, hath the power either to mitigate or to sharpen the law. Therefore it is that I have conferred with the highest authority in the city, and obtained his permission to hold a private conference this night with the Athenian. Tomorrow, thou knowest, the trial comes on." "Well," said Sallust, "thou wilt be worthy of thy Eastern name and fame if thou canst learn aught from him. But thou mayest try. Poor Glaucus! And he had such an excellent appetite. He eats nothing now." The benevolent epicure was moved sensibly at this thought. He sighed, and ordered his slaves to refill his cup. "Night wanes," said the Egyptian. "Suffer me to see thy ward now." Sallust nodded assent, and led the way to a small chamber, guarded without by 2 dozing slaves. The door opened. At the request of Arbaces, Sallust withdrew. The Egyptian was alone with Glaucus. One of those tall and graceful candelabra common to that day, supporting a single lamp, burned beside the narrow bed. Its rays fell palely over the face of the Athenian, and Arbaces was moved to see how sensibly that countenance had changed. The rich colour was gone, the cheek was sunk, the lips were convulsed and pallid. Fierce had been the struggle between reason and madness, life and death. The youth, the strength of Glaucus, had conquered; but the freshness of blood and soul, the life of life, its glory and its zest, were gone for ever. The Egyptian seated himself quietly beside the bed. Glaucus still lay mute and unconscious of his presence. At length, after a considerable pause, Arbaces thus spoke: "Glaucus, we have been enemies. I come to thee alone and in the dead of night. Thy friend, perhaps thy saviour." As the steed starts from the path of the tiger, Glaucus sprang up breathless, alarmed, panting at the abrupt voice, the sudden apparition of his foe. Their eyes met, and neither, for some moments, had power to withdraw his gaze. The flush went and came over the face of the Athenian, and the bronzed cheek of the Egyptian grew a shade more pale. At length, with an inward groan, Glaucus turned away, drew his hand across his brow, sunk back, and muttered, "Am I still dreaming?" "No, Glaucus, thou art awake. By this right hand, and my father's head, thou seest one who may save thy life. Hark! I know what thou hast done, but I know also its excuse, of which thou thyself art ignorant. Thou hast committed murder, it is true, a sacrilegious murder. Frown not, start not, these eyes saw it. But I can save thee. I can prove how thou wert bereaved of sense, and made not a free-thinking and free-acting man. But in order to save thee, thou must confess thy crime. Sign but this paper acknowledging thy hand in the death of Arbaces, and thou shalt avoid the fatal urn." "What words are these? Murder and Arbaces! Did I not see him stretched on the ground bleeding in a corpse? And wouldst thou persuade me that I did the deed? Man, thou liest! Away!" "Be not rash. Glaucus, be not hasty. The deed is proved. Come, come, thou mayest well be excused for not recalling the act of thy delirium, and which thy sober senses would have shunned even to contemplate. But let me try to refresh thy exhausted and weary memory. Thou knowest thou wert walking with the priest, disputing about his sister. Thou knowest he was intolerant, and half a Nazarene, and he sought to convert thee, and ye had hot words. and he calumniated thy mode of life, and swore he would not marry Ione to thee. And then, in thy wrath and thy frenzy, thou didst strike the sudden blow. Come, come, you can recollect this. Read this papyrus, it runs to that effect. Sign it, and thou art saved. Barbarian, give me the written lie, that I may tear it. I, the murderer of Ione's brother. I confess to have injured one hair of the head of him she loved. Let me rather perish 1,000 times. Beware, said Arbaces, in a low and hissing tone. There is but one choice, thy confession and thy signature, or the amphitheatre and the lion's maw. As the Egyptian fixed his eyes upon the sufferer, he hailed with joy the signs of evident emotion that seized the latter at these words. A slight shudder passed over the Athenian's frame. His lip fell. An expression of sudden fear and wonder betrayed itself in his brow and eye. Great gods, he said in a low voice, what reverse is this? It seems but a little day since life laughed out from amidst roses. Ione mine, youth, health, love, lavishing on me their treasures. And now, pain, madness, shame, death. And for what? What have I done? Oh, am I mad still? Sign and be saved, said the soft, sweet voice of the Egyptian. Tempter, never! Cried Glaucus, in the reaction of rage. Thou knowest me not. Thou knowest not the haughty soul of an Athenian. The sudden face of death might appall me for a moment, but the fear is over. Dishonor appalls for ever. Who will debase his name to save his life? Who exchange clear thoughts for sullen days? Who will belie himself to shame, and stand blackened in the eyes of love? If to earn a few years of polluted life there be so base a coward, dream not, dull barbarian of Egypt. To find him in one who has trod the same sod as Harmodius, and breathed the same air as Socrates. Go, leave me to live without self-reproach, or to perish without fear. Bethink thee well, the lion's fangs, the hoots of the brutal mob, the vulgar gaze on thy dying agony and mutilated limbs, thy name degraded, thy corpse unburied, the shame thou wouldst avoid clinging to thee for aye and ever. Thou ravest. Thou art the madman. Shame is not in the loss of another man's esteem, it is in the loss of our own. Wilt thou go? My eyes loathe the sight of thee. Hating ever, I despise thee now. I go, said Arbaces, stung and exasperated, but not without some pitying admiration of his victim. I go. We meet twice again, once at the trial, once at the death. Farewell. The Egyptian rose slowly, gathered his robes about him, and left the chamber. He sought Sallust for a moment, whose eyes began to reel with the vigils of the cup. He is still unconscious, or still obstinate. There is no hope for him. Say not so, replied Sallust, who felt but little resentment against the Athenian's accuser, for he possessed no great austerity of virtue, and was rather moved by his friend's reverses than persuaded of his innocence. Say not so, my Egyptian, so good a drinker shall be saved if possible. Bacchus against Isis. We shall see, said the Egyptian. Suddenly the bolts were again withdrawn, the door unclosed, Arbaces was in the open street, and poor Nydia once more started from her long watch. Wilt thou save him? She cried, clasping her hands. Child, follow me home, I would speak to thee. It is for his sake I ask it. And thou wilt save him? No answer came forth to the thirsting ear of the blind girl. Arbaces had already proceeded far up the street. She hesitated a moment, and then followed his steps in silence. I must secure this girl, said he musingly, lest she give evidence of the philtre. As to the vain Julia, she will not betray herself. End of Book 4, Chapter 7. Book 4, Chapter 8 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 8. A Classic Funeral. While Arbaces had been thus employed, sorrow and death were in the house of Ione. It was the night preceding the morn in which the solemn funeral rites were to be decreed to the remains of the murdered Arbaces. The corpse had been removed from the temple of Isis to the house of the nearest surviving relative, and Ione had heard, in the same breath, the death of her brother and the accusation against her betrothed. That first violent anguish which blunts the sense of all but itself, and the forbearing silence of her slaves, had prevented her from learning minutely the circumstances attendant on the fate of her lover. His illness, his frenzy, and his approaching trial were unknown to her. She learned only the accusation against him, and at once indignantly rejected it. Nay, on hearing that Arbaces was the accuser, she required no more to induce her firmly and solemnly to believe that the Egyptian himself was the criminal. But the vast and absorbing importance attached by the ancients to the performance of every ceremonial connected with the death of a relation, had as yet confined her woe and her convictions to the chamber of the deceased. Alas, it was not for her to perform that tender and touching office, which obliged the nearest relative to endeavor to catch the last breath, the departing soul, of the beloved one; but it was hers to close the straining eyes, the distorted lips, to watch by the consecrated clay, as, fresh bathed and anointed, it lay in festive robes upon the ivory bed; to strew the couch with leaves and flowers, and to renew the solemn cypress branch at the threshold of the door. And in these sad offices, in lamentation and in prayer, Ione forgot herself. It was among the loveliest customs of the ancients to bury the young at the morning twilight. For, as they strove to give the softest interpretation to death, so they poetically imagined that Aurora, who loved the young, had stolen them to her embrace; and though in the instance of the murdered priest this fable could not appropriately cheat the fancy, the general custom was still preserved. The stars were fading one by one from the grey heavens, and night slowly receding before the approach of morn, when a dark group stood motionless before Ione's door. High and slender torches, made paler by the unmellowed dawn, cast their light over various countenances, hushed for the moment in one solemn and intent expression. And now there arose a slow and dismal music, which accorded sadly with the rite, and floated far along the desolate and breathless streets, while a chorus of female voices, the praeficiae so often cited by the Roman poets, accompanying the Tibesan and Mysian flute, woke the following strain: The Funeral Dirge. O'er the sad threshold, where the cypress bough supplants the rose that should adorn thy home, on the last pilgrimage on earth that now awaits thee, wanderer to Cocytus, come. Darkly we woo, and weeping we invite. Death is thy host, his banquet asks thy soul, thy garlands hang within the house of night, and the black stream alone shall fill thy bowl. No more for thee the laughter and the song, the jocund night, the glory of the day; the Argive daughters at their labours long, the hell-bird swooping on its Titan prey; the false Iolides upheaving slow, o'er the eternal hill, the eternal stone; the crowned Lydian, in his parching woe, and green Callirhoe's monster-headed son. These shalt thou see, dim-shadowed through the dark, which makes the sky of Pluto's dreary shore. Lo, where thou stand'st, pale gazing on the bark, that waits our right to bear thee trembling o'er. Come then, no more delay, the phantom pines amidst the unburied for his latest home. O'er the grey sky the torch impatient shines. Come, mourner, forth, the lost one bids thee come. As the hymn died away, the group parted in twain, and placed upon a couch, spread with a purple pall, the corpse of Arbaces was carried forth, with the feet foremost. The designator or marshal of the sober ceremonial, accompanied by his torch-bearers, clad in black, gave the signal, and the procession moved dreadly on. First went the musicians, playing a slow march, the solemnity of the lower instruments broken by many a louder and wilder burst of the funeral trumpet. Next followed the hired mourners, chanting their dirges to the dead; and the female voices were mingled with those of boys, whose tender years made still more striking the contrast of life and death, the fresh leaf and the withered one. But the players, the buffoons, the archimamus, whose duty is to personate the dead, these, the customary attendants at ordinary funerals, were banished from a funeral attended with so many terrible associations. The priests of Isis came next in their snowy garments, barefooted, and supporting sheaves of corn; while before the corpse were carried the images of the deceased and his many Athenian forefathers. And behind the bier followed, amidst her women, the sole surviving relative of the dead; her head bare, her locks dishevelled, her face paler than marble, but composed and still, save ever and anon as some tender thought, awakened by the music, flashed upon the dark lethargy of woe, she covered that countenance with her hands and sobbed unseen; for hers were not the noisy sorrow, the shrill lament, the ungoverned gesture, which characterized those who honored less faithfully. In that age, as in all, the channel of deep grief flowed hushed and still. And so the procession swept on, till it had traversed the streets, passed the city gate, and gained the place of tombs without the wall, which the traveller yet beholds. Raised in the form of an altar, of unpolished pine, amidst whose interstices were placed preparations of combustible matter, stood the funeral pyre, and around it drooped the dark and gloomy cypresses so consecrated by song to the tomb. As soon as the bier was placed upon the pile, the attendants parting on either side, Ione passed up to the couch, and stood before the unconscious clay for some moments, motionless and silent. The features of the dead had been composed from the first agonized expression of violent death. Hushed for ever the terror and the doubt, the contest of passion, the awe of religion, the struggle of the past and present, the hope and the horror of the future. Of all that ransacked and desolated the breast of that young aspirant to the holy of life, what trace was visible in the awful serenity of that impenetrable brow and unbreathing lip? The sister gazed, and not a sound was heard amidst the crowd. There was something terrible, yet softening also, in the silence, and when it broke sudden and abrupt. It broke with a loud and passionate cry, the vent of long smothered despair. "My brother! My brother!" cried the poor orphan, falling upon the couch. "Thou whom the worm on thy path feared not! What enemy couldst thou provoke? Oh, is it in truth come to this? Awake! Awake! We grow together! Are we thus torn asunder? Thou art not dead, thou sleepest! Awake! Awake!" The sound of her piercing voice roused the sympathy of the mourners, and they broke into loud and rude lament. This startled, this recalled Ione. She looked up hastily and confusedly, as if for the first time sensible of the presence of those around. "Ah!" she murmured with a shiver, "we are not then alone." With that, after a brief pause, she rose, and her pale and beautiful countenance was again composed and rigid. With fond and trembling hands she unclosed the lids of the deceased; but when the dull glazed eye, no longer beaming with love and life, met hers, she shrieked aloud, as if she had seen a spectre. Once more recovering herself, she kissed again and again the lids, the lips, the brow; and with mechanic and unconscious hand received from the high priest of her brother's temple the funeral torch. The sudden burst of music, the sudden song of the mourners announced the birth of the sanctifying flame. HYMN to the Wind. 1. On thy couch of cloud reclined, wake, O soft and sacred wind! Soft and sacred will we name thee, whosoe'er the sire that claim thee; whether old Auster's dusky child, or the loud son of Eurus wild, or his who o'er the darkling deeps from the bleak north in tempest sweeps. Still shalt thou seem as dear to us as flowery crowned Zephyrus, when, through twilight's starry dew, trembling, he hastes his nymph to woo. 2. Lo, our silver censers swinging, perfumes o'er thy path are flinging, Ne'er o'er Tempe's breathless valleys, ne'er o'er Cypria's Cedarn alleys, O'er the rose isle's moonlit sea, floated sweets more worthy thee. Lo, around our vases sending myrrh and nard with cassia blending, Paving air with odorous meet for thy silver sandaled feet. 3. August and everlasting air, the source of all that breathe and be, from the mute clay before thee bear the seeds it took from thee. Aspire, bright flame, aspire! Wild wind, awake, awake! Thine own, O solemn fire! O air, thine own retake. 4. It comes, lo, it sweeps, the wind we invoke the while, And crackles, and darts, and leaps, the light on the holy pile. It rises, its wings interweave with the flames, how they howl and heave! Tossed, whirled to and fro, how the flame serpents glow! Rushing higher and higher, on, fearful fire! Thy giant limbs twined with the arms of the wind. Lo, the elements meet on the throne of death to reclaim their own. 5. Swing, swing the censer round, tune the strings to a softer sound. From the chains of thy earthly toil, from the clasp of thy mortal coil, from the prison where clay confined thee, the hands of the flame unbind thee. O soul, thou art free, all free! As the winds in their ceaseless chase, when they rush o'er their airy sea, thou mayst speed through the realms of space, no fetter is forged for thee. Rejoice! O'er the sluggard tide of the Styx thy bark can glide, and thy steps evermore shall rove through the glades of the happy grove, where, far from the loathed cocytus, the loved and the lost invite us. Thou art slave to the earth no more. O soul, thou art freed, and we? Ah, when shall our toil be over? Ah, when shall we rest with thee? And now high and far into the dawning skies broke the fragrant fire. It flushed luminously across the gloomy cypresses. It shot above the massive walls of the neighboring city, and the early fishermen started to behold the blaze reddening on the waves of the creeping sea. But Ione sat down apart and alone, and leaning her face upon her hands, saw not the flame, nor heard the lamentation of the music. She felt only one sense of loneliness. She had not yet arrived to that hallowing sense of comfort, when we know that we are not alone, that the dead are with us. The breeze rapidly aided the effect of the combustibles placed within the pile. By degrees the flame wavered, lowered, dimmed, and slowly, by fits and unequal starts, died away, emblem of life itself. Where, just before, all was restlessness and flame, now lay the dull and smouldering ashes. The last sparks were extinguished by the attendants. The embers were collected. Steeped in the rarest wine and the costliest odorous, the remains were placed in a silver urn, which was solemnly stored in one of the neighboring sepulchres beside the road. And they placed within it the vial full of tears, and the small coin which poetry still consecrated to the grim boatman. And the sepulchre was covered with flowers and chaplets, and incense kindled on the altar, and the tomb hung round with many lamps. But the next day, when the priest returned with fresh offerings to the tomb, he found that to the relics of heathen superstition some unknown hands had added a green palm branch. He suffered it to remain, unknowing that it was the sepulchral emblem of Christianity. When the above ceremonies were over, one of the praeficiae 3 times sprinkled the mourners from the purifying branch of laurel, uttering the last word, "Elisate," depart, and the rite was done. But first they paused to utter, weepingly and many times, the affecting farewell, Salve Aeternam, and as Ione yet lingered they woke the parting strain. Salve Aeternam. 1. Farewell, O soul departed! Farewell, O sacred urn! Bereaved and broken hearted, to earth the mourners turn. To the dim and dreary shore thou art gone our steps before. But thither the swift hours lead us, and thou dost but a while precede us. Salve! Salve! Loved urn, and thou solemn cell, mute ashes, Farewell, farewell. Salve, salve. 2. Illicet ire licet. Ah, vainly would we part. Thy tomb is the faithful heart. About, evermore we bear thee, for who from the heart can tear thee? Vainly we sprinkle o'er us the drops of the cleansing stream, and vainly bright before us the lustral fire shall beam. For where is the charm expelling thy thought from its sacred dwelling? Our griefs are thy funeral feast, and memory thy mourning priest. Salve, salve. 3. Illicet ire licet. The spark from the hearth is gone, wherever the air shall bear it. The elements take their own, the shadows receive thy spirit. It will soothe thee to feel our grief, as thou glidest by the gloomy river. If love may in life be brief, in death it is fixed forever. Salve, salve. In the hall which our feasts illume, the rose for an hour may bloom, but the cypress that decks the tomb, the cypress is green forever. Salve, salve. End of Book 4, Chapter 8.
Book 4, Chapter 9 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Wilford. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 9. Chapter 9, in which an adventure happens to Ione. While some stayed behind to share with the priests the funeral banquet, Ione and her handmaids took homeward their melancholy way. And now, the last duties to her brother performed, her mind awoke from its absorption, and she thought of her alliance and the dread charged against him, not, as we have before said, attaching even a momentary belief to the unnatural accusation, but nursing the darkest suspicion against Arbaces. She felt that justice to her lover and to her murdered relative demanded her to seek the proctor, and communicate her impression, unsupported as it might be. Questioning her maidens, who had hitherto, kindly anxious, as I have said, to save her the additional agony, refrained from informing her of the state of Glaucus. She learned that he had been dangerously ill, that he was in custody, under the roof of Sallust, that the day of his trial was appointed. "Averting God!" she exclaimed, "and have I been so long forgetful of him? Have I seemed to shun him? Oh, let me hasten to do him justice, to show that I, the nearest relative of the dead, believe him innocent of the charge. Quick, quick, let us fly. Let me soothe, tend, cheer him, and if they will not believe me, if they will not lead to my conviction, if they sentence him to exile or to death, let me share the sentence with him." Instinctively she hastened her pace, confused and bewildered, scarce knowing whither she went, now designing first to seek the proctor, and now to rush to the chamber of Glaucus. She hurried on. She passed the gate of the city. She was in the long street leading up the town. The houses were open, but none were yet astir in the streets. The life of the city was scarce awake, when lo! she came suddenly upon a small knot of men standing beside a covered litter. A tall figure stepped from the midst of them, and Ione shrieked loud to behold Arbaces. "Fair Ione," he said, gently, and appearing not to heed her alarm, "my ward, my pupil, forgive me if I disturb thy pious sorrows. But the proctor, solicitous of thy honour, and anxious that thou mayest not rashly be implicated in the coming trial, knowing the strange embarrassment of thy state, seeking justice for thy brother, but dreading punishment to thy betrothed, sympathizing, too, with thy unprotected and friendless condition, and deeming it harsh that thou shouldest be suffered to act unguided and mourn alone, has wisely and paternally confided thee to the care of thy lawful guardian. Behold the writing which entrusts thee to my charge." "Dark Egyptian," cried Ione, drawing herself proudly aside. Begone! It is thou that hast slain my brother. Is it to thy care, thy hands yet reeking with his blood, that they will give the sister? Ha! Thou turnest pale, thy conscience smites thee, thou tremblest at the thunderbolt of the avenging God. Pass on, and leave me to my woe. Thy sorrow unstrings thy reason, Ione, said Arbaces, attempting in vain his usual calmness of tone. I forgive thee. Thou wilt find me now, as ever, thy surest friend. But the public streets are not the fitting place for us to confer, for me to console thee. Approach, slaves. Come, my sweet charge, the litter awaits thee. The amazed and terrified attendants gathered around Ione, and clung to her knees. Arbaces, said the eldest of the maidens, this is surely not the law. For 9 days after the funeral, is it not written that the relatives of the deceased shall not be molested in their homes, or interrupted in their solitary grief? Woman, returned Arbaces, imperiously waving his hand, to place a ward under the roof of her guardian is not against the funeral laws. I tell thee I have the fiat of the proctor. This delay is indecorous. Place her in the litter. So saying, he threw his arm firmly around the shrieking form of Ione. She drew back, gazed earnestly in his face, and then burst into hysterical laughter. Ha, ha! This is well, well! Excellent guardian! Paternal law! Ha, ha! And startled herself at the dread echo of that shrill and maddened laughter. She sunk, as it died away, lifeless upon the ground. A minute more, and Arbaces had lifted her into the litter. The bearers moved swiftly on, and the unfortunate Ione was soon borne from the sight of her weeping handmaids. End of Book 4, Chapter 9. Recording by Ben Wilford of Jackson, Tennessee. Book 4, Chapter 10 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Wilford. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 10. Chapter 10. What becomes of Nadia in the house of Arbaces? The Egyptian feels compassion for Glaucus. Compassion is often a very useless visitor to the guilty. It will be remembered that, at the command of Arbaces, Nadia followed the Egyptian to his home, and conversing there with her, he learned from the confession of her despair and remorse that her hand, and not Julia's, had administered to Glaucus the fatal potion. At another time, the Egyptian might have conceived a philosophical interest in sounding the depths and origin of the strange and absorbing passion which, in blindness and in slavery, this singular girl had dared to cherish, but at present he spared no thought from himself. As, after her confession, the poor Nadia threw herself on her knees before him, and besought him to restore the health and save the life of Glaucus. For in her youth and ignorance she imagined the dark magician all-powerful to effect both. Arbaces, with unheeding ears, was noting only the new expediency of detaining Nadia a prisoner until the trial and fate of Glaucus were decided. For if, when he judged her merely the accomplice of Julia in obtaining the philtre, he had felt it was dangerous to the full success of his vengeance to allow her to be at large, to appear, perhaps, as a witness, to avow the manner in which the sense of Glaucus had been darkened, and thus win indulgence to the crime of which he was accused, how much more was she likely to volunteer her testimony when she herself had administered the draught, and, inspired by love, would be only anxious, at any expense of shame, to retrieve her error and preserve her beloved. Besides, how unworthy of the rank and repute of Arbaces to be implicated in the disgrace of pandering to the passion of Julia, and assisting in the unholy rites of the saga of Vesuvius, nothing less, indeed, than his desire to induce Glaucus to own the murder of Arbaces, as a policy evidently the best both for his own permanent safety and his successful suit with Ione, could ever have led him to contemplate the confession of Julia. As for Nadia, who was necessarily cut off by her blindness from much of the knowledge of active life, and who, a slave and a stranger, was naturally ignorant of the perils of the Roman law, she thought rather of the illness and delirium of her Athenians than the crime of which she had vaguely heard him accused, or the chances of the impending trial. Poor wretch that she was, whom none addressed, none cared for, what did she know of the Senate and the Senates, the hazard of the law, the ferocity of the people, the arena and the lion's den? She was accustomed only to associate with the thought of Glaucus everything that was prosperous and lofty. She could not imagine that any peril, save from the madness of her love, could menace that sacred head. He seemed to her set apart for the blessing of life. She only had disturbed the current of his felicity. She knew not, she dreamed not that the stream, once so bright, was dashing on to darkness and to death. It was therefore to restore the brain that she had marred, to save the life that she had endangered, that she implored the assistance of the great Egyptian. "Daughter," said Arbaces, waking from his reverie, "thou must rest here. It is not meet for thee to wander along the streets, and be spurned from the threshold by the rude feet of slaves. I have compassion on thy soft crime. I will do all to remedy it. Wait here patiently for some days, and Glaucus shall be restored." So saying, and without waiting for her reply, he hastened from the room, drew the bolt across the door, and consigned the care and wants of his prisoner to the slave who had the charge of that part of the mansion. Alone, then, and musingly, he waited the morning light, and with it repaired, as we have seen, to possess himself of the person of Ione. His primary object, with respect to the unfortunate Neapolitan, was that which he had really stated to Claudius, viz., to prevent her interesting herself actively in the trial of Glaucus, and also to guard against her accusing him, which she would, doubtless, have done, of his former act of perfidy and violence towards her, his ward, denouncing his causes for vengeance against Glaucus, unveiling the hypocrisy of his character, and casting any doubt upon his veracity in the charge which he had made against the Athenian. Not till he had encountered her that morning, not till he had heard her loud denunciations, was he aware that he had also another danger to apprehend in her suspicion of his crime. He hugged himself now at the thought that these ends were effected. That one, at once the object of his passion and his fear, was in his power. He believed more than ever the flattering promises of the stars, and when he sought Ione in that chamber in the inmost recesses of his mysterious mansion to which he had consigned her, when he found her overpowered by blow upon blow, and passing from fit to fit, from violence to torpor, in all the alienations of hysterical disease, he thought more of the loveliness which no frenzy could distort than of the woe which he had brought upon her. In that sanguine vanity common to men who through life have been invariably successful, whether in fortune or love, he flattered himself that when Glaucus had perished, when his name was solemnly blackened by the award of a legal judgment, his title to her love forever forfeited by condemnation to death for the murder of her own brother, her affection would be changed to horror, and that his tenderness and his passion, assisted by all the arts with which he well knew how to dazzle women's imagination, might elect him to that throne in her heart from which his rival would be so awfully expelled. This was his hope, but should it fail, his unholy and fervid passion whispered, at the worst, now she is in my power. Yet, withal, he felt that uneasiness and apprehension which attended upon the chance of detection, even when the criminal is insensible to the voice of conscience, that vague terror of the consequences of crime, which is often mistaken for remorse at the crime itself. The buoyant air of Campania weighed heavily upon his breast. He longed to hurry from a scene where danger might not sleep eternally with the dead, and, having Ione now in his possession, he secretly resolved, as soon as he had witnessed the last agony of his rival, to transport his wealth, and her, the costliest treasure of all, to some distant shore. "Yes," said he, striding to and fro his solitary chamber, "yes, the law that gave me the person of my ward gives me the possession of my bride. Far across the broad main will we sweep on our search after novel luxuries and inexperienced pleasures. Cheered by my stars, supported by the omens of my soul, we will penetrate to those vast and glorious worlds which my wisdom tells me lie yet untracked in the recesses of the circling sea. There may this heart, possessed of love, grow once more alive to ambition; there, amongst nations uncrushed by the Roman yoke, into whose ear the name of Rome has not yet been wafted, I may found an empire, and transplant my ancestral creed, renewing the ashes of the dead Theban rule, continuing in yet grander shores the dynasty of my crowned fathers, and waking in the noble heart of Io the grateful consciousness that she shares the lot of one who, far from the age-rottenness of this slavish civilization, restores the primal elements of greatness, and unites in one mighty soul the attributes of the prophet and the king." From this exultant soliloquy Arbaces was awakened to attend the trial of the Athenian. The worn and pallid cheek of his victim touched him less than the firmness of his nerves and the dauntlessness of his brow; for Arbaces was one who had little pity for what was unfortunate, but a strong sympathy for what was bold. The congenialities that bind us to others ever assimilate to the qualities of our own nature. The hero weeps less at the reverses of his enemy than at the fortitude with which he bears them. All of us are human, and Arbaces, criminal as he was, had his share of our common feelings and our mother clay. Had he but obtained from Glaucus the written confession of his crime, which would, better than even the judgment of others, have lost him with Ion, and removed from Arbaces the chance of future detection, the Egyptian would have strained every nerve to save his rival. Even now his hatred was over; his desire of revenge was slaked. He crushed his prey, not in enmity, but as an obstacle in his path. Yet was he not the less resolved, the less crafty and persevering, in the course he pursued, for the destruction of one whose doom was to become necessary to the attainment of his object; and while, with apparent reluctance and compassion, he gave against Glaucus the evidence which condemned him, he secretly, and through the medium of the priesthood, fomented that popular indignation which made an effectual obstacle to the pity of the Senate. He had sought Julia, he had detailed to her the confession of Nadia; he had easily, therefore, lulled any scruple of conscience which might have led her to extenuate the offence of Glaucus by avowing her share in his frenzy; and the more readily, for her vain heart had loved the fame and the prosperity of Glaucus, not Glaucus himself. She felt no affection for a disgraced man; nay, she almost rejoiced in the disgrace that humbled the hated Ion. If Glaucus could not be her slave, neither could he be the adorer of her rival. This was sufficient consolation for any regret at his fate. Volatile and fickle, she began again to be moved by the sudden and earnest suit of Claudius, and was not willing to hazard the loss of an alliance with that base but high-born noble by any public exposure of her past weakness and immodest passion for another. All things then smiled upon Arbaces, all things frowned upon the Athenian. End of Book 4, Chapter 10. Recording by Ben Wilford of Jackson, Tennessee. Book 4, Chapter 11 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Wilford. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Book 4, Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Nadia affects the sorceress. When the Thessalonian found that Arbaces returned to her no more, when she was left, hour after hour, to all the torture of that miserable suspense which was rendered by blindness doubly intolerable, she began, with outstretched arms, to feel around her prison for some channel of escape, and finding the only entrance secure, she called aloud, and with the vehemence of a temper naturally violent, and now sharpened by impatient agony. "Ho, girl!" said the slave in attendance, opening the door, "art thou bit by a scorpion? Or thinkest thou that we are dying of silence here, and only to be preserved, like the infant Jupiter, by a hullabaloo? Where is thy master? And wherefore am I caged here? I want air and liberty. Let me go forth." "Alas, little one, hast thou not seen enough of Arbaces to know that his will is imperial? He has ordered thee to be caged, and caged thou art, and I am thy keeper. Thou canst not have air and liberty, but thou mayest have what are much better things, food and wine." "Proph Jupiter!" cried the girl, wringing her hands, "and why am I thus imprisoned? What can the great Arbaces want with so poor a thing as I?" "That I know not, unless it be to attend on thy new mistress, who has been brought hither this day." "What! Ione here?" "Yes, poor lady. She liked it little, I fear. Yet, by the temple of Castor, Arbaces is a gallant man to the women. Thy lady is his ward, thou knowest." "Wilt thou take me to her?" "She is ill, frantic with rage and spite. Besides, I have no orders to do so, and I never think for myself. When Arbaces made me slave of these chambers, he said, I have but one lesson to give thee. While thou servest me, thou must have neither ears, eyes, nor thought. Thou must be but one quality, obedience." "But what harm is there in seeing Ione?" "That I know not. But if thou wantest a companion, I am willing to talk to thee, little one, for I am solitary enough in my dull cubiculum. And, by the way, thou art Thessalian. Knowest thou not some cunning amusement of knife and shears? Some pretty trick of telling fortunes, as most of thy race do, in order to pass the time? Tush, slave, hold thy peace. Or, if thou wilt speak, what hast thou heard of the state of Glaucus?" "Why, my master has gone to the Athenian trial. Glaucus will smart for it." "For what?" "The murder of the priest Arbaces." "Ha!" said Nadia, pressing her hand to her forehead. "Something of this I have indeed heard, but understand not. Yet who will dare to touch the hair of his head?" "That will the lion, I fear." "Averting gods, what wickedness dost thou utter?" "Why, only that, if he be found guilty, the lion, or maybe the tiger, will be his executioner." Nadia leaped up, as if an arrow had entered her heart. She uttered a piercing scream. Then, falling before the feet of the slave, she cried, in a tone that melted even his rude heart, "Ah, tell me, thou Justice, thou utterest not the truth. Speak, speak." "Why, by my faith, blind girl, I know nothing of the law. It may not be so bad as I say, but Arbaces is his accuser, and the people desire a victim for the arena. Cheer thee, but what has the fate of the Athenian to do with thine?" "No matter, no matter. He has been kind to me. Thou knowest not, then, what they will do. Arbaces his accuser. O fate! The people, the people! Ah! they can look upon his face. Who will be cruel to the Athenian? Yet was not love itself cruel to him?" So saying, her head drooped upon her bosom. She sunk into silence. Scalding tears flowed down her cheeks, and all the kindly efforts of the slave were unable either to console her or distract the absorption of her reverie. When his household cares obliged the ministrant to leave her room, Nadia began to recollect her thoughts. Arbaces was the accuser of Glaucus. Arbaces had imprisoned her here. Was not that a proof that her liberty might be serviceable to Glaucus? Yes, she was evidently inveigled into some snare. She was contributing to the destruction of her beloved. Oh, how she panted for release! Fortunately for her suffering, all sense of pain became merged in the desire of escape, and as she began to revolve the possibility of deliverance, she grew calm and thoughtful. She possessed much of the craft of her sex, and it had been increased in her breast by her early servitude. What slave was ever destitute of cunning? She resolved to practice upon her keeper, and calling subtly to mind his superstitious query as to her Thessalian art, she hoped by that handle to work out some method of release. These doubts occupied her mind during the rest of the day and the long hours of night, and accordingly when Sophia visited her the following morning, she hastened to divert his garrulity into that channel in which it had before evinced a natural disposition to flow. She was aware, however, that her only chance of escape was at night, and accordingly she was obliged, with a bitter pang at the delay, to defer till then her purposed attempt. "The night," said she, "is the sole time in which we can well decipher the decrees of fate. Then it is thou must seek me. But what desirest thou to learn?" "By Pollux, I should like to know as much as my master, but that is not to be expected. Let me know, at least, whether I shall save enough to purchase my freedom, or whether this Egyptian will give it me for nothing. He does such generous things sometimes. Next, supposing that be true, shall I possess myself of that snug taberna among the Myripolia, which I have long had in my eye? 'Tis a genteel trade that of a perfumer, and suits a retired slave who has something of a gentleman about him." "Ah, so you would have precise answers to those questions. There are various ways of satisfying you. There is the lithomentia, or speaking stone, which answers your prayer with an infant's voice. But, then, we have not that precious stone with us. Costly it is and rare. Then there is the gastromentia, whereby the demon casts pale and deadly images upon the water, prophetic of the future. But this art requires also glasses of a peculiar fashion to contain the consecrated liquid, which we have not. I think, therefore, that the simplest method of satisfying your desire would be by the magic of air." "I trust," said Sophia tremulously, "that there is nothing very frightful in the operation. I have no love for apparitions." "Fear not, thou wilt see nothing. Thou wilt only hear by the bubbling of water whether or not thy suit prospers. First, then, be sure, from the rising of the evening star, that thou leavest the garden gate somewhat open, so that the demon may feel himself invited to enter therein, and place fruits and water near the gate as a sign of hospitality. Then, 3 hours after twilight, come here with a bowl of the coldest and purest water, and thou shalt learn all, according to the Thessalian lore my mother taught me. But forget not the garden gate. All rest upon that. It must be open when you come, and for 3 hours previously." "Trust me," replied the unsuspecting Sophia. "I know what a gentleman's feelings are when a door is shut in his face, as the cook shop's hath been in mine many a day; and I know, also, that a person of respectability, as a demon of course is, cannot but be pleased, on the other hand, with any little mark of courteous hospitality. Meanwhile, pretty one, here is thy morning's meal." "But what of the trial?" "Oh, the lawyers are still at it. Talk. It will last over all tomorrow." "Tomorrow? You are sure of that?" "So I hear." "Any owned?" "By Bacchus, she must be tolerably well, for she was strong enough to make my master stamp and bite his lip this morning. I saw him quit her apartment, with a brow like a thunderstorm." "Lodges she near this?" "No, in the upper apartments. But I must not stay prating here longer. Veil." End of Book 4, Chapter 11. Recording by Ben Wilford of Jackson, Tennessee. Book 4, Chapter 12 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Wilford. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 12. Chapter 12. A wasp ventures into the spider's web. The second night of the trial had set in, and it was nearly the time in which Sophia was to brave the dread unknown, when there entered, as that very garden gate which the slave had left ajar, not, indeed, one of the mysterious spirits of earth or air, but the heavy and most human form of Culminate, the priest of Isis. He scarcely noted the humble offerings of indifferent fruit, and still more indifferent wine, which the pious Socia had deemed good enough for the invisible stranger they were intended to allure. Some tribute, thought he, to the garden god. By my father's head, if this deityship were never better served, he would do well to give up the godly profession. Ah, were it not for us priests, the gods would have a sad time of it. And now for Arbaces. I am treading a quicksand, but it ought to cover a mine. I have the Egyptian's life in my power. What will he value it at? As he thus soliloquized, he crossed through the open court into the peristyle, where a few lamps here and there broke upon the empire of the starlight night, and issuing from one of the chambers that bordered the colonnade, suddenly encountered Arbaces. "Ho, Culminate, seekest thou me?" said the Egyptian, and there was a little embarrassment in his voice. "Yes, wise Arbaces, I trust my visit is not unseasonable." "Nay, it was but this instant that my freedman Callias sneezed thrice on my right hand. I knew, therefore, some good fortune was in store for me, and lo, the gods have sent me Culminate. Shall we within to your chamber, Arbaces?" "As you will, but the night is clear and balmy. I have some remains of languor yet lingering on me from my recent illness. The air refreshes me. Let us walk in the garden. We are equally alone there." "With all my heart," answered the priest, and the two friends passed slowly to one of the many terraces which, bordered by marble vases and sleeping flowers, intersected the garden. "It is a lovely night," said Arbaces, "blue and beautiful as that on which, 20 years ago, the shores of Italy first broke upon my view. My Culminate, age creeps upon us. Let us, at least, feel that we have lived." "Thou, at least, mayest arrogate that boast," said Culminate, beating about, as it were, for an opportunity to communicate the secret which weighed upon him, and feeling his usual awe of Arbaces still more impressively that night, from the quiet and friendly tone of dignified condescension which the Egyptian assumed. "Thou, at least, mayest arrogate that boast. Thou hast had countless wealth, a frame on whose close-woven fibers disease can find no space to enter, prosperous love, inexhaustible pleasure, and even, at this hour, triumphant revenge. Thou alludest to the Athenian. Aye, tomorrow's sun, the fiat of his death, will go forth. The Senate does not relent. But thou mistakest. His death gives me no other gratification than it releases me from a rival in the affections of Ione. I entertain no other sentiment of animosity against that unfortunate homicide." "Homicide?" repeated Culminate, slowly and meaningly, and halting as he spoke. He fixed his eyes upon Arbaces. The stars shone pale and steadily on the proud face of their prophet, but they betrayed there no change. The eyes of Culminate felt disappointed and abashed. He continued rapidly, "Homicide? It is well to charge him with that crime, but thou, of all men, knowest that he is innocent." "Explain thyself," said Arbaces, coldly, for he had prepared himself for the hint his secret fears had foretold. "Arbaces," answered Culminate, sinking his voice into a whisper, "I was in the sacred grove, sheltered by the chapel and the surrounding foliage. I overheard, I marked the whole. I saw thy weapon pierce the heart of Arbaces. I blame not the deed. It destroyed a foe and an apostate." "Thou sawest the whole?" said Arbaces, dryly. "So I imagined. Thou wert alone." "Alone?" returned Culminate, surprised at the Egyptian's calmness. "And wherefore wert thou hid behind the chapel at that hour?" "Because I had learned the conversion of Arbaces to the Christian faith, because I knew that on that spot he was to meet the fierce Olinthus, because they were to meet there to discuss plans for unveiling the sacred mysteries of our goddess to the people, and I was there to detect in order to defeat them. Hast thou told living ear what thou didst witness?" "No, my master, the secret is locked in thy servant's breast." "What? Even thy kinsman Burbo guesses it not. Come, the truth." "By the gods!" "Hush! We know each other. What are the gods to us?" "By the fear of thy vengeance, then, no." "And why hast thou hitherto concealed from me this secret? Why hast thou waited till the eve of the Athenians' condemnation before thou hast ventured to tell me that Arbaces is a murderer? And have tarried so long, why revealest thou now that knowledge? Because, stammered Calenus, coloring and in confusion. Because, interrupted Arbaces, with a gentle smile, and tapping the priest on the shoulder with a kindly and familiar gesture. Because, my Calenus, see now, I will read thy heart and explain its motives. Because thou didst wish thoroughly to commit and entangle me in the trial, so that I might have no loophole of escape, that I might stand firmly pledged to perjury and to malice, as well as to homicide, that having myself whetted the appetite of the populace to blood, no wealth, no power, could prevent my becoming their victim. And thou tellest me thy secret now, ere the trial be over and the innocent condemned, to show what a desperate web of villainy thy word to-morrow could destroy, to enhance in this, the 9th hour, the price of thy forbearance, to show that my own arts, in arousing the popular wrath, would, at thy witness, recoil upon myself, and that if not for Glaucus, for me would gape the jaws of the lion. Is it not so? Arbaces, replied Calenus, losing all the vulgar audacity of his natural character, verily thou art a magician, thou readest the heart as it were a scroll. It is my vocation, answered the Egyptian, laughing gently. Well, then, forbear, and when all is over, I will make thee rich. Pardon me, said the priest, as the quick suggestion of that avarice, which was his master passion, bade him trust no future chance of generosity. Pardon me, thou saidst right, we know each other. If thou wouldst have me silent, thou must pay something in advance, as an offer to Harpocrates. If the rose, sweet emblem of discretion, is to take root firmly, water her this night with a stream of gold. Witty and poetical, answered Arbaces, still in that bland voice which lulled and encouraged, when it ought to have alarmed and checked his gripping comrade. Wilt thou not wait the morrow? Why this delay? Perhaps, when I can no longer give my testimony without shame for not having given it ere the innocent man suffered, thou wilt forget my claim, and, indeed, thy present hesitation is a bad omen of thy future gratitude. Well, then, Calenus, what wouldst thou have me pay thee? Thy life is very precious, and thy wealth is very great, returning the priest, grinning. Wittier and more witty, but speak out. What shall be the sum? Arbaces, I have heard that in thy secret treasury below, beneath those rude Oscan arches which prop thy stately halls, thou hast piles of gold, of vases, and of jewels, which might rival the receptacles of the wealth of the deified Nero. Thou mayest easily spare out of those piles enough to make Calenus among the richest priests of Pompeii, and yet not miss the loss. Come, Calenus, said Arbaces, winningly, and with a frank and generous air, thou art an old friend, and hast been a faithful servant. Thou canst have no wish to take away my life, nor I a desire to stint thy reward. Thou shalt descend with me to that treasury thou referrest to. Thou shalt feast thine eyes with the blaze of uncounted gold and the sparkle of priceless gems, and thou shalt for thy own reward bear away with thee this night as much as thou canst conceal beneath thy robes. Nay, when thou hast once seen what thy friend possesses, thou wilt learn how foolish it would be to injure one who has so much to bestow. When Glaucus is no more, thou shalt pay the treasury another visit. Speak I frankly, and as a friend. O greatest, best of men, cried Calenus, almost weeping with joy, canst thou thus forgive my injurious doubts of thy justice, thy generosity? Hush! One other turn, and we will descend to the Oscan arches. End of Book 4, Chapter 12. Recording by Ben Wilford of Jackson, Tennessee. Book 4, Chapter 13 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Wilford. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The slave consults the oracle. They who blind themselves in the blind may fool. Two new prisoners made in one night. Impatiently Nadia awaited the arrival of the no less anxious Sophia, fortifying his courage by plentiful potations of a better liquor than that provided for the demon. The credulous ministrant stole into the blind girl's chamber. "Well, Sophia, art thou prepared? Hast thou the bowl of pure water?" "Verily, yes, but I tremble a little. You are sure I shall not see the demon? I have heard that these gentlemen are by no means of a handsome person or a civil demeanour." "Be assured. And hast thou left the garden gate gently open?" "Yes, and placed some beautiful nuts and apples on a little table close by." "That's well. And the gate is open now, so that the demon may pass through it?" "Surely it is." "Well, then, open this door. There! Leave it just ajar. And now, Sophia, give me the lamp." "What, you will not extinguish it?" "No, but I must breathe my spell over its rays. There is a spirit in fire. Seat thyself." The slave obeyed, and Nadia, after bending for some moments silently over the lamp, rose and in a low voice chanted the following rude invocation to the spectra of the air. "Loved alike by air and water, I must be Thessalia's daughter. To us Olympian hearts are given spells that draw the moon from heaven. All that Egypt's learning wrought, all that Persia's Magian taught, won from song or wrung from flowers, or whispered low by fiend, are ours. Spectre of the viewless air, hear the blind Thessalian's prayer. By Eryx art that shed dews of life when life was fled. By lone Ithaca's wise king, who could wake the crystal spring to the voice of prophecy. By the lost Eurydices, summoned from the shadowy throng, as the muse song's magic song. By the Colchians' awful charms, when fair-haired Jason left her arms. Spectre of the airy halls, one who owns thee duly calls. Breathe along the brimming bowl, and instruct the fearful soul in the shadowy things that lie, dark and dim futurity. Come, wild demon of the air, answer to thy votary's prayer. Come, O come. And no god on heaven or earth, nor the Paphians queen of mirth, not the vivid lord of light, nor the triple maid of night, nor the thunderer's self shall be blessed and honored more than thee. Come, O come." "The spectre is certainly coming," said Sophia. "I feel him running along my hair." "Place thy bowl of water on the ground. Now, then, give me thy napkin, and let me fold upon thy face and eyes. That's always the custom with these charms. Not so tight, though. Gently, gently. There, thou canst not see. See, by Jupiter, no, nothing but darkness." Address, then, to the spectre whatever question thou wouldst ask him, in a low whispered voice, 3 times. If thy question is answered in the affirmative, thou wilt hear the water ferment and bubble before the demon breathes upon it. If in the negative, the water will be quite silent. "But you will not play any trick with the water, eh? Let me place the bowl under thy feet. So. Now, thou wilt perceive that I cannot touch it without thy knowledge." "Very fair. Now then, O Bacchus, befriend me. Thou knowest that I have always loved thee better than all the other gods, and I will dedicate to thee that silver cup I stole last year from the burly carpenter butler, if thou wilt but befriend me with this water-loving demon. And thou, O spirit, listen and hear me. Shall I be enabled to purchase my freedom next year? Thou knowest, for as thou livest in the air, the birds have doubtless acquainted thee with every secret of this house. Thou knowest that I have filched and pilfered all that I honestly, that is, safely, could lay finger upon for the last 3 years, and I yet want 2,000 sesterces of the full sum. Shall I be able, O good spirit, to make up the deficiency in the course of this year? Speak. Ha! Does the water bubble? No, all this as still as a tomb. Well, then, if not this year, in 2 years? Ah, I hear something. The demon is scratching at the door. He'll be here presently. In 2 years, my good fellow. Come now, 2, that's a very reasonable time. What? Dumb still? 2 years and a half? 3? 4? Ill fortune to you, friend demon. You are not a lady, that's clear, or you would not keep silent so long. 5? 6? 60 years? And may Pluto seize you, I'll ask no more. And Socia, in a rage, kicked down the water over his legs. He then, after much fumbling and more cursing, managed to extricate his head from the napkin in which it was completely folded, stared round, and discovered that he was in the dark. What? Ho, Nadia, the lamp is gone. Ah, traitress, and thou art gone too. But I'll catch thee, thou shalt smart for this. The slave groped his way to the door. It was bolted from without. He was a prisoner instead of Nadia. What could he do? He did not dare to knock loud, to call out, lest Arbaces should overhear him, and discover how he had been duped, and Nadia, meanwhile, had probably already gained the garden gate and was fast on her escape. But, thought he, she will go home, or at least be somewhere in the city. Tomorrow, at dawn, when the slaves are at work in the peristyle, I can make myself heard. Then I can go forth and seek her. I shall be sure to find and bring her back, before Arbaces knows a word of the matter. Ah, that's the best plan. Little traitress, my fingers itch at thee, and to leave only a bowl of water too. Had it been wine, it would have been some comfort. While Socia, thus entrapped, was lamenting his fate, and revolving his schemes to repossess himself of Nadia, the blind girl, with that singular precision and dexterous rapidity of motion which, we have before observed, was peculiar to her, had passed lightly along the peristyle, threaded the opposite passage that led into the garden, and with a beating heart was about to proceed towards the gate, when she suddenly heard the sound of approaching steps, and distinguished the dreaded voice of Arbaces himself. She paused for a moment in doubt and terror. Then suddenly it flashed across her recollection that there was another passage which was little used except for the admission of the fair partakers of the Egyptian secret revels, which wound along the basement of that massive fabric towards a door which also communicated with the garden. By good fortune it might be open. At that thought she hastily retraced her steps, descended the narrow stairs at the right, and was soon at the entrance of the passage. Alas! The door at the entrance was closed and secured. While she was yet assuring herself that it was indeed locked, she heard behind her the voice of Culminates, and a moment after that of Arbaces in a low reply. She could not stay there. They were probably passing through that very door. She sprang onward, and felt herself in unknown ground. The air grew damp and chill. This reassured her. She thought she might be among the cellars of the luxurious mansion, or, at least, in some rude spot not likely to be visited by its haughty lord, when again her quick ear caught steps and the sound of voices. On, she hurried, extending her arms, which now frequently encountered pillars of thick and massive form. With a tact, doubled in acuteness by her fear, she escaped these perils, and continued her way, the air growing more and more damp as she proceeded. Yet, still, as she ever and anon paused for breath, she heard the advancing steps and an indistinct murmur of voices. At length she was abruptly stopped by a wall that seemed the limit of her path. Was there no spot in which she could hide? No apertures? No cavity? There was none. She stopped, and wrung her hands in despair. Then again, nerved as the voices neared upon her, she hurried on by the side of the wall, and coming suddenly against one of the sharp buttresses that here and there jutted boldly forth, she fell to the ground. Though much bruised, her senses did not leave her. She uttered no cry, nay, she hailed the accident that had led her to something like a screen, and creeping close up to the angle formed by the buttress, so that on one side at least she was sheltered from view, she gathered her slight and small form into a smallest compass, and breathlessly awaited her fate. Meanwhile Arbaces and the priests were taking their way to that secret chamber whose stores were so vaulted by the Egyptians. They were in a vast subterranean atrium or hall. The low roof was supported by short, thick pillars of an architecture far remote from the Grecian graces of that luxuriant period. The single and pale lamp, which Arbaces bore, shed but an imperfect ray over the bare and rugged walls, in which the huge stones, without cement, were fitted curiously and uncouthly into each other. The disturbed reptiles glared dully on the intruders, and then crept into the shadow of the walls. Calenus shivered as he looked around and breathed the damp, unwholesome air. "Yet," said Arbaces, with a smile, perceiving his shudder, "it is these rude bones that furnish the luxuries of the hall above. They are like the laborers of the world. We despise their ruggedness, yet they feed the very pride that disdains them." "And whither goes yon dim gallery to the left?" asked Calenus. "In this depth of gloom it seems without limit, as if winding into Hades." "On the contrary, it does but conduct to the upper rooms," answered Arbaces carelessly. "It is to the right that we steer to our bourne." The hall, like many in the more habitable regions of Pompeii, branched off at the extremities into two wings or passages, the length of which, not really great, was to the eye considerably exaggerated by the sudden gloom against which the lamps so faintly struggled. To the right of these allay the two comrades now directed their steps. "The gay Glaucus will be lodged tomorrow in apartments not much drier and far less spacious than this," said Calenus, as they passed by the very spot where, completely wrapped in the shadow of the broad, projecting buttress, cowered the Thessalian. "Aye, but then he will have dry room, and ample enough, in the arena on the following day. And to think," continued Arbaces, slowly and very deliberately, "to think that a word of thine could save him, and consign Arbaces to his doom." "That word shall never be spoken," said Calenus. "Right, my Calenus, it shall never," returned Arbaces, familiarly leaning his arm on the priest's shoulder. "And now, halt, we are at the door." The light trembled against a small door deep set in the wall, and guarded strongly by the many plates and bindings of the iron that intersected the rough and dark wood. From his girdle Arbaces now drew a small ring holding 3 or 4 short but strong keys. Oh, how beat the gripping heart of Calenus as he heard the rusty wards growl, as if resenting the admission to the treasures they guarded. "Enter, my friend," said Arbaces, "while I hold the lamp on high, that thou mayest glut thine eyes on the yellow heap." The impatient Calenus did not wait to be twice invited. He hastened towards the aperture. Scarce had he crossed the threshold than the strong hand of Arbaces plunged him forwards. "The word shall never be spoken," said the Egyptian, with a loud exuberant laugh, and closed the door upon the priest. Calenus had been precipitated down several steps, but not feeling at the moment the pain of his fall, he sprung up again to the door, and beating at it fiercely with his clenched fist, he cried aloud in what seemed more a beast's howl than a human voice. So keen was his agony and despair. "Oh, release me! Release me! I will ask no gold." The words but imperfectly penetrated the massive door, and Arbaces again laughed. Then, stamping his foot violently, rejoined, perhaps to give vent to his long-stifled passions. "All the gold of Dalmatia," cried he, "will not buy thee a crust of bread. Starve, wretch! Thy dying groans will never wake even the echo of these vast halls, nor the air ever reveal, as thou knowest, in thy desperate famine, thy flesh from thy bones. That so perishes the man who threatened and could have undone Arbaces. Farewell." "Oh, pity! Mercy! Inhuman villain! Was it for this?" The rest of the sentence was lost to the ear of Arbaces as he passed backward along the dim hall. A toad, plump and bloated, lay unmoving before his path. The rays of the lamp fell upon its unshaped hideousness and red upward eye. Arbaces turned aside that he might not harm it. "Thou art loathsome and obscene," he muttered, "but thou canst not injure me. Therefore thou art safe in my path." The cries of Calenus, dulled and choked by the barrier that confined him, yet faintly reached the ear of the Egyptian. He paused and listened intently. "This is unfortunate," thought he, "for I cannot sail till that voice is dumb forever. My stores and treasures lie, not in yon dungeon, it is true, but in the opposite wing. My slaves, as they move them, must not hear his voice. But what fear of that? In 3 days, if he still survive, his accents, by my father's beard, must be weak enough. Then, no, they could not pierce even through this tomb. By Isis, it is cold. I long for a deep draught of the spice Falernian. With that, the remorseless Egyptian drew his gown closer around him and re-sought the upper air. End of Book 4, Chapter 13. Recording by Ben Wilford of Jackson, Tennessee. Book 4, Chapter 14 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Wilford. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Book 4, Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Nadia accosts Calenus. What words of terror, yet of hope, had Nadia overheard? The next day Glaucus was to be condemned, yet there lived one who could save him and adjudge Arbaces to his doom, and that one breathed within a few steps of her hiding place. She caught his cries and shrieks, his imprecations, his prayers, though they fell choked and muffled on her ear. He was imprisoned, but she knew the secret of his cell. Could she but escape, could she but seek the praetor who might yet in time be given to light, and preserve the Athenian. Her emotions almost stifled her. Her brain reeled. She felt her sense give way. But by a violent effort she mastered herself, and after listening intently for several minutes, till she was convinced that Arbaces had left the space to solitude and herself, she crept on as her ear guided her to the very door that had closed upon Calenus. Here she more distinctly caught his accents of terror and despair. Thrice she attempted to speak, and thrice her voice failed to penetrate the folds of the heavy door. At length, finding the lock, she applied her lips to its small aperture, and the prisoner distinctly heard a soft tone breathe his name. His blood curdled, his hair stood on end. That awful solitude! What mysterious and preternatural being could penetrate? "Who's there?" he cried, in new alarm. "What spectre, what dread larva, calls upon the lost Calenus?" "Priest," replied the Thessalian, "unknown to Arbaces, I have been, by the permission of the gods, a witness to this perfidy. If I myself can escape from these walls, I may save thee, but let thy voice reach my ear through this narrow passage, and answer what I ask." "Ah, blessed spirit," said the priest, exultingly, and obeying the suggestion of Nadia, "save me, and I will sell the very cups on the altar to pay thy kindness." "I want not thy gold, I want thy secret. Did I hear aright? Canst thou save the Athenian Glaucus from the charge against his life?" "I can, I can!" "Therefore, may the Furies blast the foul Egyptian. Has Arbaces snared me thus, and left me to starve and rot? They accuse the Athenian of murder. Canst thou disprove the accusation? Only free me, and the proudest head of Pompeii is not more safe than his. I saw the deed done. I saw Arbaces strike the blow. I can convict the true murderer and acquit the innocent man. But if I perish, he dies also. Dost thou interest thyself for him? O blessed stranger, in my heart is the urn which condemns or frees him. And thou wilt give full evidence of what thou knowest? Will? Oh, where hell at my feet, yes. Revenge on the false Egyptian. Revenge, revenge, revenge. As through his ground teeth Calenus shrieked forth these last words, Nadia felt that in his worst passions was her certainty of his justice to the Athenian. Her heart beat. Was it to be her proud destiny to preserve her idolized, her adored? "Enough," said she. "The powers that conducted me hither will carry me through all. Yes, I feel that I shall deliver thee. Wait in patience and hope. But be cautious, be prudent, sweet stranger. Attempt not to appeal to Arbaces. He is marble. Seek the praetor. Say what thou knowest. Obtain his writ of search. Bring soldiers, and smiths of cunning. These locks are wondrous strong. Time flies. I may starve, if you are not quick. Go, go! Yet stay. It is horrible to be alone. The air is like a charnel, and the scorpions, ha! And the pale larva. Oh, stay, stay! Nay, says Nadia, terrified by the terror of the priest, and anxious to confer with herself. Nay, for thy sake I must depart. Take hope for thy companion. Farewell. So saying, she glided away, and felt with extended arms along the pillared space until she had gained the farther end of the hall and the mouth of the passage that led to the upper air. But there she paused. She felt that it would be more safe to wait a while, until the night was so far blended with the morning that the whole house would be buried in sleep, and so that she might quit it unobserved. She, therefore, once more laid herself down and counted the weary moments. In her sanguine heart, joy was the predominant emotion. Glaucus was in deadly peril, but she could save him. End of Book 4, Chapter 14. Recording by Ben Wilford of Jackson, Tennessee.
Book 4, Chapter 15, of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Amy Benton. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 15. Arbaces and Ione. Nydia gains the garden. Will she escape and save the Athenian? When Arbaces had warmed his veins by large draughts of that spiced and perfumed wine so valued by the luxurious, he felt more than usually elated and exultant of heart. There is a pride in triumphant ingenuity, not less felt, perhaps, though its object be guilty. Our vain human nature hugs itself in the consciousness of superior craft and self-obtained success. Afterwards comes the horrible reaction of remorse. But remorse was not a feeling which Arbaces was likely ever to experience for the fate of the base Calenus. He swept from his remembrance the thought of the priest's agonies and lingering death. He felt only that a great danger was past, and a possible foe silenced. All left to him now would be to account to the priesthood for the disappearance of Calenus, and this, he imagined, it would not be difficult to do. Calenus had often been employed by him in various religious missions to the neighboring cities. On some such errand he could now assert that he had been sent with offerings to the shrines of Isis at Herculaneum and Neapolis, placatory of the goddess for the recent murder of her priest Arbaces. When Calenus had expired, his body might be thrown, previous to the Egyptians' departure from Pompeii, into the deep stream of the Sarnus, and when discovered, suspicion would probably fall upon the Nazarene atheists as an act of revenge for the death of Olinthus at the arena. After rapidly running over these plans for screening himself, Arbaces dismissed at once from his mind all recollection of the wretched priest, and, animated by the success which had lately crowned all his schemes, he surrendered his thoughts to Ione. The last time he had seen her, she had driven him from her presence by a reproachful and bitter scorn, which his arrogant nature was unable to endure. Now he felt emboldened once more to renew that interview, for his passion for her was like a similar feeling in other men. It made him restless for her presence, even though in that presence he was exasperated and humbled. From delicacy to her grief, he laid not aside his dark and unfestive robes, but renewing the perfumes on his raven locks, and arranging his tunic in its most becoming folds, he sought the chamber of the Neapolitan. Accosting the slave in attendance without, he inquired if Ione had yet retired to rest, and learning that she was still up, and unusually quiet and composed, he ventured into her presence. He found his beautiful ward sitting before a small table, and leaning her face upon both her hands in the attitude of thought. Yet the expression of the face itself possessed not its wonted bright and Psyche-like expression of sweet intelligence. The lips were apart, the eyes vacant and unheeding, and the long dark hair falling neglected and dishevelled upon her neck gave, by the contrast, additional paleness to a cheek which had already lost the roundness of its contour. Arbaces gazed upon her a moment ere he advanced. She, too, lifted up her eyes, and when she saw who was the intruder, shut them with an expression of pain, but did not stir. Ah, said Arbaces, in a low and earnest tone, as he respectfully, nay, humbly advanced, and seated himself at a little distance from the table. Ah, that my death could remove thy hatred, then would I gladly die. Thou wrongest me, Ione, but I will bear the wrong without a murmur. Only let me see thee sometimes, chide, reproach, scorn me, if thou wilt. I will teach myself to bear it. And is not even thy bitterest tone sweeter to me than the music of the most artful lute? In thy silence the world seems to stand still. A stagnation curdles up the veins of the earth. There is no earth, no life, without the light of thy countenance and the melody of thy voice. Give me back my brother and my betrothed, said Ione, in a calm and imploring tone, and a few large tears rolled unheeded down her cheeks. Would that I could restore the one and save the other, returned Arbaces with apparent emotion. Yes, to make thee happy I would renounce my ill-fated love, and gladly join thy hand to the Athenians. Perhaps he will yet come unscathed from his trial. Arbaces had prevented her from learning that the trial had already commenced. If so, thou art free to judge or condemn him thyself. And think not, O Ione, that I would follow thee longer with a prayer of love. I know it is in vain. Suffer me only to weep, to mourn with thee. Forgive a violence deeply repented, and that shall offend no more. Let me be to thee only what I once was, a friend, a father, a protector. Ah, Ione, spare me, and forgive. I forgive thee. Save but Glaucus, and I will renounce him. O mighty Arbaces, thou art powerful in evil or in good. Save the Athenian, and the poor Ione will never see him more. As she spoke, she rose with weak and trembling limbs, and falling at his feet, she clasped his knees. Oh, if thou really lovest me, if thou art human, remember my father's ashes, remember my childhood, think of all the hours we passed happily together, and save my Glaucus. Strange convulsions shook the frame of the Egyptian. His features worked fearfully. He turned his face aside, and said in a hollow voice, If I could save him, even now, I would, but the Roman law is stern and sharp. Yet if I could succeed, if I could rescue and set him free, wouldst thou be mine, my bride? Thine? Repeated Ione, rising. Thine? Thy bride? My brother's blood is unavenged. Who slew him? O Nemesis, can I even sell for the life of Glaucus thy solemn trust? Arbaces, thine? Never. Ione, Ione, cried Arbaces passionately, why these mysterious words? Why dost thou couple my name with the thought of thy brother's death? My dreams couple it, and dreams are from the gods. Vain fantasies all. It is for a dream that thou wouldst wrong the innocent, and hazard thy sole chance of saving thy lover's life. Hear me, said Ione, speaking firmly, and with a deliberate and solemn voice. If Glaucus be saved by thee, I will never be borne to his home a bride. But I cannot master the horror of other rites. I cannot wed with thee. Interrupt me not. But mark me, Arbaces, if Glaucus die, on that same day I baffle thine arts, and leave to thy love only my dust. Yes, thou mayst put the knife and the poison from my reach, thou mayst imprison, thou mayst chain me, but the brave soul resolved to escape is never without means. These hands, naked and unarmed though they be, shall tear away the bonds of life. Fetter them, and these lips shall firmly refuse the air. Thou art learned. Thou hast read how women have died rather than meet dishonor. If Glaucus perish, I will not unworthily linger behind him. By all the gods of the heaven and the ocean and the earth, I devote myself to death. I have said. I, proud, dilating in her stature like one inspired, the air and the voice of Ione struck an awe into the breast of a listener. Brave heart, said he, after a short pause, thou art indeed worthy to be mine. Oh, that I should have dreamt of such a partner in my lofty destinies, and never found it but in thee. Ione, he continued rapidly, dost thou not see that we were born for each other? Canst thou not recognize something kindred to thine own energy, thine own courage in this high and self-dependent soul? We were formed to unite our sympathies, formed to breathe a new spirit into this hackneyed and gross world, formed for the mighty ends which my soul, sweeping down the gloom of time, foresees with a prophet's vision. With a resolution equal to thine own, I defy thy threats of an inglorious suicide. I hail thee as my own, queen of climes undarkened by the eagle's wing, unravaged by his beak. I bow before thee in homage and in awe, and I claim thee in worship and in love. Together we will cross the ocean, together we will found our realm, and far distant ages shall acknowledge the long race of kings born from the marriage bed of Arbaces and Ione. Thou ravest. These mystic declamations are suited rather to some palsied crone selling charms in the marketplace than to the wise Arbaces. Thou hast heard my resolution. It is fixed as the fates themselves. Orcus has heard my vow, and it is written in the book of the unforgetful Hades. Atone then, O Arbaces, atone the past. Convert hatred into regard, vengeance into gratitude. Preserve one who shall never be thy rival. These are the acts suited to thy original nature, which gives forth sparks of something high and noble. They weigh in the scales of the kings of death. They turn the balance on that day when the disembodied soul stands shivering and dismayed between Tartarus and Elysium. They gladden the heart in life, better and longer than the reward of a momentary passion. O Arbaces, hear me and be swayed. Enough, Ione. All that I can do for Glaucus shall be done, but blame me not if I fail. Inquire of my foes even, if I have not sought, if I do not seek, to turn aside the sentence from his head, and judge me accordingly. Sleep then, Ione. Night wanes. I leave thee to rest, and mayst thou have kinder dreams of one who has no existence but in thine. Without waiting for a reply, Arbaces hastily withdrew, afraid perhaps to trust himself farther to the passionate prayer of Ione, which racked him with jealousy, even while it touched him to compassion. But compassion itself had come too late. Had Ione even pledged him her hand as a reward, he could not now, his evidence given, the populace excited, have saved the Athenian. Still made sanguine by the very energy of mind, he threw himself on the chances of the future, and believed he could yet triumph over the woman who had so entangled his passions. As his attendants assisted to unrobe him for the night, the thought of Nydia flashed across him. He felt it was necessary that Ione should never learn of her lover's frenzy, lest it might excuse his imputed crime, and it was possible that her attendants might inform her that Nydia was under his roof, and that she might desire to see her. As this idea crossed him, he turned to one of his freedmen. "Go, Callias," said he, "forthwith to Sosier, and tell him that on no pretence is he to suffer the blind slave Nydia out of her chamber. But stay, first seek those in attendance upon my ward, and caution them not to inform her that the blind girl is under my roof. Go, quick." The freedman hastened to obey. After having discharged his commission with respect to Ione's attendants, he sought the worthy Sosier. He found him not in the little cell which was apportioned for his cubiculum, but he called his name aloud, and from Nydia's chamber, close at hand, he heard the voice of Sosier reply, "O Callias, is it you that I hear? The gods be praised! Open the door, I pray you." Callias withdrew the bolt, and the rueful face of Sosier hastily protruded itself. "What, in the chamber with that young girl, Sosier? Pro, pudor, are there not fruits ripe enough on the wall, that thou must tamper with such green?" "Name not that little witch," interrupted Sosier impatiently. "She will be my ruin." And he forthwith imparted to Callias the history of the air-demon and the escape of the Thessalian. "Hang thyself then, unhappy Sosier. I am just charged from Arbaces with a message on thee. On no account art thou to suffer her, even for a moment, from that chamber." "Me miserum!" exclaimed the slave. "What can I do? By this time she may have visited half Pompeii, but tomorrow I will undertake to catch her in her old haunts. Keep but thy counsel, my dear Callias." "I will do all that friendship can, consistent with my own safety. But are you sure that she has left the house? She may be hiding here yet." "How is that possible? She could easily have gained the garden, and the door, as I told thee, was open." "Nay, not so, for at that very hour thou specifiest, Arbaces was in the garden, with the priest Calenus. I went there in search of some herbs for my master's bath tomorrow. I saw the table set out, but the gate, I am sure, was shut. Depend upon it, that Calenus entered by the garden, and naturally closed the door after him." "But it was not locked?" "Yes, for I myself, angry at a negligence which might expose the bronzes and the peristyle to the mercy of any robber, turned the key, took it away, and, as I did not see the proper slave to whom to give it, or I should have rated him finely, here it actually is, still in my girdle. O merciful Bacchus! I did not pray to thee in vain after all. Let us not lose a moment. Let us to the garden instantly. She may yet be there. The good-natured Callias consented to assist the slave, and after vainly searching the chambers at hand and the recesses of the peristyle, they entered the garden. It was about this time that Nydia had resolved to quit her hiding-place and venture forth on her way. Lightly, tremulously, holding her breath, which ever and anon broke forth in quick convulsive gasps, now gliding by the flower-wreathed columns that bordered the peristyle, now darkening the still moonshine that fell over its tessellated centre, now ascending the terrace of the garden, now gliding amidst the gloomy and breathless trees, she gained the fatal door, to find it locked. We have all seen that expression of pain, of uncertainty, of fear, which of sudden disappointment of touch, if I may use the expression, casts over the face of the blind. But what words can paint the intolerable woe, the sinking of the whole heart, which was now visible in the features of the Thessalian? Again and again her small quivering hands wandered to and fro the inexorable door. Poor thing that thou wert! In vain had been all thy noble courage, thy innocent craft, thy doublings to escape the hound and the huntsman. Within but a few yards from thee, laughing at thy endeavours, thy despair, knowing thou wert now their own, and watching with cruel patience their own moment to seize their prey, thou art saved from seeing thy pursuers. Hush, Callias, let her go on. Let us see what she will do when she has convinced herself that the door is honest. Look, she raises her face to the heavens, she mutters, she sinks down despondent. No, by Pollux, she has some new scheme. She will not resign herself, by Jupiter, a tough spirit. See, she springs up, she retraces her steps, she thinks of some other chance. I advise thee, Sosia, to delay no longer. Seize her ere she quit the garden now. Ah, run away! I have thee, eh? said Sosia, seizing upon the unhappy Nydia. As a hare's last human cry in the fangs of the dog, as the sharp voice of terror, uttered by a sleep-walker suddenly awakened, broke the shriek of the blind girl, when she felt the abrupt grip of her gaoler. It was a shriek of such utter agony, such entire despair, that it might have rung hauntingly in your ears for ever. She felt as if the last plank of the sinking Glaucus were torn from his clasp. It had been a suspense of life and death had now won the game. Gods! That cry will alarm the house. Arbaces sleeps full lightly. Gag her! cried Callias. Ah, here's a very napkin which the young witch conjured away from my reason. Come, that's right. Now thou art dumb as well as blind. And catching the light weight in his arms, Sosia soon gained the house, and reached the chamber from which Nydia had escaped. There, removing the gag, he left her to a solitude so racked and terrible that out of Hades its anguish could scarcely be exceeded. End of Book 4, Chapter 15. Book 4, Chapter 16 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Amy Benton. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 16. The sorrow of boon companions for our afflictions, the dungeon and its victims. It was now late on the third and last day of the trial of Glaucus and Olinthus. A few hours after the court had broken up and judgment been given, a small party of the fashionable youth at Pompeii were assembled round the fastidious board of Lepidus. So Glaucus denies his crime to the last, said Clodius. Yes, but the testimony of Arbaces was convincing. He saw the blow given, answered Lepidus. What could have been the cause? Why, the priest was a gloomy and sullen fellow. He probably rated Glaucus soundly about his gay life and gaming habits, and ultimately swore he would not consent to his marriage with Ione. High words arose. Glaucus seems to have been full of the passionate god, and struck in sudden exasperation. The excitement of wine, the desperation of abrupt remorse, brought on the delirium under which he suffered for some days, and I can readily imagine, poor fellow, that yet confused by that delirium, he is even now unconscious of the crime he committed. Such at least is the shrewd conjecture of Arbaces, who seems to have been most kind and forbearing in his testimony. Yes, he has made himself generally popular by it, but in consideration of these extenuating circumstances, the Senate should have relaxed the sentence. And they would have done so but for the people, but they were outrageous. The priest had spared no pains to excite them, and they imagined, the ferocious brutes, because Glaucus was a rich man and a gentleman, that he was likely to escape, and therefore they were inveterate against him, and doubly resolved upon his sentence. It seems by some accident or other that he was never formally enrolled as a Roman citizen, and thus the Senate is deprived of the power to resist the people, though after all there was but a majority of 3 against him. Ho, the Chian! He looks sadly altered, but how composed and fearless! Hey, we shall see if his firmness will last over tomorrow. But what merit in courage, when that aesthetical hound Olinthus manifested the same? The blasphemer! Yes, said Lepidus, with pious wrath. No wonder that one of the Decurions was, but 2 days ago, struck dead by lightning in a serene sky. The gods feel vengeance against Pompeii, while the vile desecrator is alive within its walls. Yet so lenient was the Senate, that had he but expressed his penitence, and scattered a few grains of incense on the altar of Cybele, he would have been let off. I doubt whether these Nazarenes, had they the state religion, would be as tolerant to us, supposing we had kicked down the image of their deity, blasphemed their rites, and denied their faith. They give Glaucus 1 chance in consideration of the circumstances. They allow him against the lion the use of the same stylus wherewith he smote the priest. Hast thou seen the lion? Hast thou looked at his teeth and fangs, and wilt thou call that a chance? Why, sword and buckler would be mere reed and papyrus against the rush of the mighty beast. No, I think the true mercy has been not to leave him long in suspense, and it was therefore fortunate for him that our benign laws are slow to pronounce but swift to execute, and that the games of the amphitheatre had been, by a sort of providence, so long since fixed for tomorrow. He who awaits death dies twice. As for the atheist, said Clodius, he is to cope the grim tiger naked-handed. Well, these combats are past betting on. Who will take the odds? A peal of laughter announced the ridicule of the question. Poor Clodius, said the host. Ay, to lose a friend is something, but to find no one to bet on the chance of his escape is a worse misfortune to thee. Why, it is provoking. It would have been some consolation to him and to me to think he was useful to the last. The people, said the grave Pansa, are all delighted with the result. They were so much afraid the sports of the amphitheatre would go off without a criminal for the beasts. And now to get 2 such criminals is indeed a joy for the poor fellows. They work hard. They ought to have some amusement. There speaks the popular Pansa, who never moves without a string of clients as long as an Indian triumph. He is always prating about the people. Gods, he will end by being a Gracchus. Certainly I am no insolent patrician, said Pansa with a generous air. Well, observed Lepidus, it would have been assuredly dangerous to have been merciful on the eve of a beast fight. If ever I, though a Roman bred and born, come to be tried, pray Jupiter there may be either no beasts in the Vivaria, or plenty of criminals in the gaol. And pray, said one of the party, what has become of that poor girl whom Glaucus was to have married? A widow without being a bride? That is hard. Oh, returned Clodius, she is safe under the protection of her guardian Arbaces. It was natural she should go to him when she had lost both lover and brother. Oh, by sweet Venus, Glaucus was fortunate among the women. They say the rich Julia was in love with him. A mere fable, my friend, said Clodius coxcomically. I was with her to-day. If any feeling of the sort she ever conceived, I flatter myself that I have consoled her. Hush, gentlemen, said Pansa. Do you not know that Clodius is employed at the house of Diomed in blowing hard at the torch? It begins to burn, and will soon shine bright on the shrine of Hymen. Is it so? Said Lepidus. What? Clodius become a married man? Fie! Never fear, answered Clodius. Old Diomed is delighted at the notion of marrying his daughter to a nobleman, and will come down largely with the sesterces. You will see that I shall not lock them up in the atrium. It will be a white day for his jolly friends when Clodius marries an heiress. Say you so? cried Lepidus. Come then, a full cup to the health of the fair Julia. While such was the conversation, one not discordant to the tone of mind common among the dissipated of that day, and which might perhaps a century ago have found an echo in the looser circles of Paris, while such, I say, was the conversation in the gaudy triclinium of Lepidus, far different the scene which scowled before the young Athenian. After his condemnation, Glaucus was admitted no more to the gentle guardianship of Sallust, the only friend of his distress. He was led along the forum till the guards stopped at a small door by the side of the temple of Jupiter. You may see the place still. The door opened in the centre, in a somewhat singular fashion, revolving round on its hinges, as it were, like a modern turnstile, so as only to leave half the threshold open at the same time. Through this narrow aperture they thrust the prisoner, placed before him a loaf and a pitcher of water, and left him to darkness, and, as he thought, to solitude. So suddenly had been that revolution of fortune which had prostrated him from the palmy height of youthful pleasure and successful love to the lowest abyss of ignominy and the horror of the most bloody death, that he could scarcely convince himself that he was not held in the meshes of some fearful dream. His elastic and glorious frame had triumphed over a potion, the greater part of which he had fortunately not drained. He had recovered sense and consciousness, but still a dim and misty depression clung to his nerves and darkened his mind. His natural courage and the Greek nobility of pride enabled him to vanquish all unbecoming apprehension, and, in the judgment court, to face his awful lot with a steady mien and unquailing eye. But the consciousness of innocence scarcely sufficed to support him when the gaze of men no longer excited his haughty valour, and he was left to loneliness and silence. He felt the damps of the dungeon sink chillingly into his enfeebled frame. He, the fastidious, the luxurious, the refined, he who had hitherto braved no hardship and known no sorrow, beautiful bird that he was! Why had he left his far and sunny clime, the olive groves of his native hills, the music of immemorial streams? Why had he wantoned on his glittering plumage amidst these harsh and ungenial strangers, dazzling the eyes with his gorgeous hues, charming the ear with his blithesome song, thus suddenly to be arrested, caged in darkness, a victim and a prey, his gay flights for ever over, his hymns of gladness for ever stilled, the poor Athenian? His very faults the exuberance of a gentle and joyous nature, how little had his past career fitted him for the trials he was destined to undergo! The hoots of the mob, amidst whose plaudits he had so often guided his graceful car and bounding steeds, still rang gratingly in his ear. The cold and stony faces of former friends, the co-mates of merry revels, still rose before his eye. None now were by to soothe, to sustain the admired, the adulated stranger. These walls opened but on the dread arena of a violent and shameful death. And Ione, of her too he had heard naught, no encouraging word, no pitying message. She too had forsaken him, she believed him guilty. And of what crime? The murder of a brother. He ground his teeth, he groaned aloud, and ever anon a sharp fear shot across him. In that fell and fierce delirium which had so unaccountably seized his soul, which had so ravaged the disordered brain, might he not, indeed, unknowing to himself, have committed the crime of which he was accused? Yet as the thought flashed upon him, it was as suddenly checked, for amidst all the darkness of the past he thought distinctly to recall the dim grove of Cybele, the upward face of the pale dead, the pause that he had made beside the corpse, and the sudden shock that felled him to the earth. He felt convinced of his innocence, and yet who, to the latest time, long after his mangled remains were mingled with the elements, would believe him guiltless or uphold his fame? As he recalled his interview with Arbaces, and the causes of revenge which had been excited in the heart of that dark and fearful man, he could not but believe that he was the victim of some deep-laid and mysterious snare, the clue and train of which was lost in attempting to discover. And Ione, Arbaces, loved her. Might his rival's success be founded upon his ruin? That thought cut him more deeply than all, and his noble heart was more stung by jealousy than appalled by fear. Again he groaned aloud. A voice from the recess of the darkness answered that burst of anguish. "Who," it said, "is my companion in this awful hour? Athenian Glaucus, is it thou?" "So indeed they called me in mine hour of fortune. They may have other names for me now. And thy name, stranger?" "Is Olinthus, thy co-mate in the prison, as the trial. What? He whom they call the atheist? Is it the injustice of men that has taught thee to deny the providence of the gods? Alas, answered Olinthus, thou, not I, art the true atheist, for thou deniest the sole true God, the unknown one, to whom thy Athenian fathers erected an altar. It is in this hour that I know my God. He is with me in the dungeon. His smile penetrates the darkness. On the eve of death my heart whispers immortality, and earth recedes from me but to bring the weary soul nearer unto heaven. Tell me, said Glaucus abruptly, did I not hear thy name coupled with that of Arbaces in my trial? Dost thou believe me guilty? God alone reads the heart, but my suspicion rested not upon thee. On whom, then? Thy accuser, Arbaces. Ha! Thou cheerest me. And wherefore? Because I know the man's evil breast, and he had cause to fear him who is now dead. With that, Olinthus proceeded to inform Glaucus of those details which the reader already knows: the conversion of Arbaces, the plan they had proposed for the detection of the impostures of the Egyptian upon the youthful weaknesses of the proselyte. Therefore, concluded Olinthus, had the deceased encountered Arbaces, reviled his treasons, and threatened detection, the place, the hour, might have favoured the wrath of the Egyptian, and passion and craft alike dictated the fatal blow. It must have been so, cried Glaucus joyfully. I am happy. Yet what, O unfortunate, avails to thee now the discovery? Thou art condemned and fated, and in thine innocence thou wilt perish. But I shall know myself guiltless, and in my mysterious madness I had fearful though momentary doubts. Yet tell me, man of strange creed, thinkest thou that for small errors, or for ancestral faults, we are for ever abandoned and accursed by the powers above, whatever name thou allottest to them? God is just, and abandons not his creatures for their mere human frailty. God is merciful, and curses none but the wicked who repent not. Yet it seemeth to me as if, in the divine anger, I'd been smitten by a sudden madness, a supernatural and solemn frenzy, wrought not by human means. There are demons on earth, answered the Nazarene fearfully, as well as there are God and his Son in heaven, and since thou acknowledgest not the last, the first may have had power over thee. Glaucus did not reply, and there was a silence for some minutes. At length the Athenian said in a changed and soft and half-hesitating voice, Christian, believest thou, among the doctrines of thy creed, that the dead live again, that they who have loved here are united hereafter, that beyond the grave our good name shines purer from the mortal mists that unjustly dim it in this gross-eyed world, and that the streams which are divided by the desert and the rock meet in the solemn Hades, and flow once more into one? Believe I that? O Athenian, no, I do not believe. I know, and it is that beautiful and blessed assurance which supports me now. O Silene, continued Olinthus passionately, bride of my heart, torn from me in the first month of our nuptials, shall I not see thee yet, and ere many days be past? Welcome, welcome, death, that will bring me to heaven and thee. There was something in this sudden burst of human affection which struck a kindred chord in the soul of the Greek. He felt for the first time a sympathy greater than mere affliction between him and his companion. He crept nearer towards Olinthus, for the Italians, fierce in some points, were not unnecessarily cruel in others. They spared the separate cell and the superfluous chain, and allowed the victims of the arena the sad comfort of such freedom and such companionship as the prison would afford. Yes, continued the Christian with holy fervour, the immortality of the soul, the resurrection, the reunion of the dead is the great principle of our creed, the great truth a God suffered death itself to attest and proclaim. No fabled Elysium, no poetic Orcus, but a pure and radiant heritage of heaven itself is the portion of the good. Tell me, then, thy doctrines, and expound to me thy hopes, said Glaucus earnestly. Olinthus was not slow to obey that prayer, and there, as oftentimes in the early ages of the Christian creed, it was in the darkness of the dungeon, and over the approach of death, that the dawning gospel shed its soft and consecrating rays. End of Book 4, Chapter 16.
Book 4, Chapter 17 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 17. A Chance for Glaucus. The hours passed in lingering torture over the head of Nydia from the time in which she had been replaced in her cell. Sosia, as if afraid he should be again outwitted, had refrained from visiting her until late in the morning of the following day, and then he but thrust in the periodical basket of food and wine and hastily reclosed the door. That day rolled on, and Nydia felt herself pent, barred, inexorably confined, when that day was the judgment day of Glaucus, and when her release would have saved him. Yet knowing, almost impossible as seemed her escape, that the sole chance for the life of Glaucus rested on her, this young girl, frail, passionate, and acutely susceptible as she was, resolved not to give way to a despair that would disable her from seizing whatever opportunity might occur. She kept her senses whenever, beneath the whirl of intolerable thought, they reeled and tottered. Nay, she took food and wine that she might sustain her strength, that she might be prepared. She revolved scheme after scheme of escape, and was forced to dismiss all. Yet Sosia was her only hope, the only instrument with which she could tamper. He had been superstitious in the desire of ascertaining whether he could eventually purchase his freedom. Blessed gods! Might he not be won by the bribe of freedom itself? Was she not nearly rich enough to purchase it? Her slender arms were covered with bracelets, the presents of Ione, and on her neck she yet wore that very chain which, it may be remembered, had occasioned her jealous quarrel with Glaucus, and which she had afterwards promised vainly to wear forever. She waited burningly till Sosia should again appear, but as hour after hour passed and he came not, she grew impatient. Every nerve beat with fever. She could endure the solitude no longer. She groaned, she shrieked aloud, she beat herself against the door. Her cries echoed along the hall, and Sosia, in peevish anger, hastened to see what was the matter, and silence his prisoner, if possible. "Ho, ho, what is this?" said he, surlily. "Young slave, if thou screamest out thus, we must gag thee again. My shoulders will smart for it, if thou art heard by my master." "Kind Sosia, chide me not. I cannot endure to be so long alone," answered Nydia. "The solitude appalls me. Sit with me, I pray, a little while. Nay, fear not that I should attempt to escape. Place thy seat before the door. Keep thine eye on me. I will not stir from this spot." Sosia, who was a considerable gossip himself, was moved by this address. He pitied one who had nobody to talk with. It was his case, too. He pitied, and resolved to relieve himself. He took the hint of Nydia, placed a stool before the door, leaned his back against it, and replied: "I am sure I do not wish to be churlish, and so far as a little innocent chat goes, I have no objection to indulge you. But mind, no tricks, no more conjuring." "No, no. Tell me, dear Sosia, what is the hour?" "It is already evening. The goats are going home." "Oh, gods! How went the trial?" "Both condemned." Nydia repressed the shriek. "Well, well, I thought it would be so. When do they suffer?" "Tomorrow, in the amphitheater. If it were not for thee, little wretch, I should be allowed to go with the rest and see it." Nydia leaned back for some moments. Nature could endure no more. She had fainted away. But Sosia did not perceive it, for it was dusk of eve, and he was full of his own privations. He went on lamenting the loss of so delightful a show, and accusing the injustice of Arbaces for singling him out from all his fellows to be converted into a jailer; and ere he had half finished, Nydia, with a deep sigh, recovered the sense of life. "Thou sighest, blind one, at my loss. Well, that is some comfort. So long as you acknowledge how much you cost me, I will endeavor not to grumble. It is hard to be ill treated and yet not pitied." Sosia, how much dost thou require to make up the purchase of thy freedom? How much? Why, about 2,000 sesterces. The gods be praised! Not more? Seest thou these bracelets and this chain? They are well worth double that sum. I will give them thee if— Tempt me not, I cannot release thee. Arbaces is a severe and awful master. Who knows but I might feed the fishes of the Sarnus Alice? All the sesterces in the world would not buy me back into life. Better a live dog than a dead lion. Sosia, thy freedom! Think well. If thou wilt let me out only for one little hour, let me out at midnight, I will return ere tomorrow's dawn. Nay, thou canst go with me. No, said Sosia sturdily. A slave once disobeyed Arbaces, and he was never more heard of. But the law gives a master no power over the life of a slave. The law is very obliging, but more polite than efficient. I know that Arbaces always gets the law on his side. Besides, if I am once dead, what law can bring me to life again? Nydia wrung her hands. Is there no hope, then? Said she, convulsively. None of escape till Arbaces gives the word. Well, then, said Nydia quickly, thou wilt not at least refuse to take a letter for me. Thy master cannot kill thee for that. To whom? The praetor. To a magistrate? No, not I. I should be made a witness in court, for what I know, and the way they cross-examine the slaves is by torture. Pardon, I meant not the praetor. It was a word that escaped me unawares. I meant quite another person, the gay Sallust. Oh, and what want you with him? Glaucus was my master. He purchased me from a cruel lord. He alone has been kind to me. He is to die. I shall never live happily if I cannot, in his hour of trial and doom, let him know that one heart is grateful to him. Sallust is his friend. He will convey my message. I am sure he will do no such thing. Glaucus will have enough to think of between this and tomorrow without troubling his head about a blind girl. Man, said Nydia, rising, wilt thou become free? Thou hast the offer in thy power. Tomorrow it will be too late. Never was freedom more cheaply purchased. Thou canst easily and unmissed leave home. Less than half an hour will suffice for thine absence. And for such a trifle wilt thou refuse liberty? Sosia was greatly moved. It was true that the request was remarkably silly, but what was that to him? So much the better. He could lock the door on Nydia, and, if Arbaces should learn his absence, the offense was venial, and would merit but a reprimand. Yet, should Nydia's letter contain something more than what she had said, should it speak of her imprisonment, as he shrewdly conjectured it would do, what then? It need never be known to Arbaces that he had carried the letter. At the worst, the bribe was enormous, the risk light, the temptation irresistible. He hesitated no longer, he assented to the proposal. Give me the trinkets, and I will take the letter. Yet stay, thou art a slave, thou hast no right to these ornaments, they are thy master's. They were the gifts of Glaucus, he is my master. What chance hath he to claim them? Who else will know they are in my possession? Enough, I will bring thee the papyrus. No, not papyrus, a tablet of wax and a stylus. Nydia, as the reader will have seen, was born of gentle parents. They had done all to lighten her calamity, and her quick intellect seconded their exertions. Despite her blindness, she had therefore acquired in childhood, though imperfectly, the art to write with a sharp stylus upon waxen tablets, in which her exquisite sense of touch came to her aid. When the tablets were brought to her, she thus painfully traced some words in Greek, the language of her childhood, and which almost every Italian of the higher ranks was then supposed to know. She carefully wound round the epistle the thread, and covered its knot with wax, and ere she placed it in the hands of Sosia, she thus addressed him. Sosia, I am blind and in prison. Thou mayest think to deceive me, thou mayest pretend only to take the letter to Sallust. Thou mayest not fulfill thy charge. but here I solemnly dedicate thy head to vengeance, thy soul to the infernal powers, if thou wrongest thy trust. And I call upon thee to place thy right hand of faith in mine, and repeat after me these words: By the ground on which we stand, by the elements which contain life and can curse life, by Orcus the all-avenging, by the Olympian Jupiter the all-seeing, I swear that I will honestly discharge my trust, and faithfully deliver into the hands of Sallust this letter. And if I perjure myself in this oath, may the full curses of heaven and hell be wreaked upon me. Enough, I trust thee. Take thy reward. It is already dark. Depart at once. Thou art a strange girl, and thou hast frightened me terribly. But it is all very natural, and if Sallust is to be found, I give him this letter as I have sworn. By my faith I may have my little peccadilloes, but perjury, no. I leave that to my betters. With this Sosia withdrew, carefully passing the heavy bolt athwart Nydia's door, carefully locking its wards; and, hanging the key to his girdle, he retired to his own den, enveloped himself from head to foot in a huge disguising cloak, and slipped out by the back way undisturbed and unseen. The streets were thin and empty. He soon gained the house of Sallust. The porter bade him leave his letter and be gone, for Sallust was so grieved at the condemnation of Glaucus that he could not on any account be disturbed. Nevertheless, I have sworn to give this letter into his own hands. Do so I must. And Sosia, well knowing by experience that Cerberus loves a sop, thrust some half a dozen sesterces into the hand of the porter. Well, well, said the latter, relenting, you may enter if you will, but, to tell you the truth, Sallust is drinking himself out of his grief. It is his way when anything disturbs him. He orders a capital supper, the best wine, and does not give over till everything is out of his head but the liquor. An excellent plan, excellent. Ah, what it is to be rich! If I were Sallust, I would have some grief or another every day. But just say a kind word for me with the Atriensis, I see him coming. Sallust was too sad to receive company. He was too sad also to drink alone. So, as was his wont, he admitted his favourite freedman to his entertainment, and a stranger banquet never was held. For, ever and anon, the kind-hearted epicure sighed, whimpered, wept outright, and then turned with double zest to some new dish or his refilled goblet. My good fellow, said he to his companion, it was a most awful judgment. Heigh-ho! It is not bad, that kid, eh? Poor dear Glaucus! What a jaw the lion has, too! Ah, ah, ah! And Sallust sobbed loudly. The fit was stopped by a counteraction of hiccups. Take a cup of wine, said the freedman. A thought too cold. But then how cold Glaucus must be! Shut up the house tomorrow. Not a slave shall stir forth. None of my people shall honor that cursed arena. No, no. Taste the Falernian. Your grief distracts you. By the gods it does. A piece of that cheesecake. It was at this auspicious moment that Sosia was admitted to the presence of the disconsolate carouser. Ho, what art thou? Merely a messenger to Sallust. I give him this billet from a young female. There is no answer that I know of. May I withdraw? Thus said the discreet Sosia, keeping his face muffled in his cloak, and speaking with a feigned voice, so that he might not hereafter be recognized. By the gods, a pimp! Unfeeling wretch! Do you not see my sorrows? Go, and the curses of Pandarus with you. Sosia lost not a moment in retiring. Will you read the letter, Sallust? Said the freedman. Letter? Which letter? Said the epicure, reeling, for he began to see double. A curse on these wenches, say I. Am I a man to think of pleasure when my friend is going to be eat up? Eat another tartlet. No, no, my grief chokes me. Take him to bed, said the freedman, and, Sallust's head now declining fairly on his breast, they bore him off to his cubiculum, still muttering lamentations for Glaucus and imprecations on the unfeeling overtures of ladies of pleasure. Meanwhile Sosia strode indignantly homeward. "Pimp, indeed," quoth he to himself. "Pimp! A scurvy-tongued fellow, that Sallust. Had I been called knave or thief, I could have forgiven it. But pimp! Faugh! There is something in the word which the toughest stomach in the world would rise against. A knave is a knave for his own pleasure, and a thief for his own profit. And there is something honorable and philosophical in being a rascal for one's own sake. That is doing things upon principle, upon a grand scale. But a pimp is a thing that defiles itself for another, a pipkin that is put on the fire for another man's pottage, a napkin that every guest wipes his hands upon, and the scullion says, 'By your leave,' too. A pimp! I would rather he had called me parricide. But the man was drunk and did not know what he said, and, besides, I disguised myself. Had he seen it had been Sosia who addressed him, it would have been 'honest Sosia' and 'worthy man,' I warrant. Nevertheless, the trinkets have been won easily, that's some comfort. And, O goddess Feronia, I shall be a freed man soon, and then I should like to see who'll call me pimp. Unless, indeed, he pay me pretty handsomely for it." While Sosia was soliloquizing in this high-minded and generous vein, his path lay along a narrow lane that led towards the amphitheatre and its adjacent palaces. Suddenly, as he turned a sharp corner, he found himself in the midst of a considerable crowd. Men, women, and children, all were hurrying or laughing, talking, gesticulating; and, ere he was aware of it, the worthy Sosia was borne away with the noisy stream. "What now?" he asked of his nearest neighbour, a young artificer. "What now? Where are all these good folks thronging? Does any rich patron give away alms or viands tonight?" "Not so, man, better still," replied the artificer. "The noble Panza, the people's friend, has granted the public leave to see the beasts in their vivaria. By Hercules, they will not be seen so safely by some persons tomorrow." "'Tis a pretty sight," said the slave, yielding to the throng that impelled him onward. "And since I may not go to the sports tomorrow, I may as well take a peep at the beasts tonight." "You will do well," returned his new acquaintance. "A lion and a tiger are not to be seen at Pompeii every day." The crowd had now entered a broken and wide space of ground, on which, as it was only lighted scantily and from a distance, the press became dangerous to those whose limbs and shoulders were not fitted for a mob. Nevertheless, the women especially, many of them with children in their arms, or even at the breast, were the most resolute in forcing their way, and their shrill exclamations of complaint or objurgation were heard loud above the more jovial and masculine voices. Yet, amidst them, was a young and girlish voice that appeared to come from one too happy in her excitement to be alive to the inconvenience of the crowd. "Aha!" cried the young woman to some of her companions. "I always told you so. I always said we should have a man for the lion, and now we have one for the tiger, too. I wish tomorrow were come. Ho, ho, for the merry, merry show, with a forest of faces in every row. Lo, the swordsmen, bold as the son of Alcmena, sweep, side by side, o'er the hushed arena. Talk while you may, you will hold your breath when they meet in the grasp of the glowing death. Tramp, tramp, how gaily they go! Ho, ho, for the merry, merry show!" "A jolly girl," said Sosia. "Yes," replied the young artificer, a curly-headed, handsome youth. "Yes," replied he enviously, "the women love a gladiator. If I had been a slave, I would have soon found my schoolmaster in the lanista." "Would you, indeed?" said Sosia, with a sneer. "People's notions differ." The crowd had now arrived at the place of destination; but as the cell in which the wild beasts were confined was extremely small and narrow, tenfold more vehement than it hitherto had been was the rush of the aspirants to obtain admittance. Two of the officers of the amphitheatre, placed at the entrance, very wisely mitigated the evil by dispensing to the foremost only a limited number of tickets at a time, and admitting no new visitors till their predecessors had sated their curiosity. Sosia, who was a tolerably stout fellow, and not troubled with any remarkable scruples of diffidence or good breeding, contrived to be among the first of the initiated. Separated from his companion the artificer, Sosia found himself in a narrow cell of oppressive heat and atmosphere, and lighted by several rank and flaring torches. The animals, usually kept in different vivaria, or dens, were now, for the greater entertainment of the visitors, placed in one, but equally indeed divided from each other by strong cages protected by iron bars. There they were, the fell and grim wanderers of the desert, who have now become almost the principal agents of this story. The lion, who, as being the more gentle by nature than his fellow beast, had been more incited to ferocity by hunger, stalked restlessly and fiercely to and fro his narrow confines. His eyes were lurid with rage and famine; and as, every now and then, he paused and glared round, the spectators fearfully pressed backward, and drew their breath more quickly. But the tiger lay quiet and extended at full length in his cage, and only by an occasional play of his tail, or a long, impatient yawn, testified any emotion at his confinement, or at the crowd which honored him with their presence. "I have seen no fiercer beast than yon lion even in the amphitheatre of Rome," said a gigantic and sinewy fellow, who stood at the right hand of Sosia. "I feel humbled when I look at his limbs," replied, at the left of Sosia, a slighter and younger figure, with his arms folded on his breast. The slave looked first at one and then at the other. "Virtus in medio, virtue is ever in the middle," muttered he to himself. "A goodly neighborhood for thee, Sosia, a gladiator on each side." "That is well said, Leyden," returned the huger gladiator. "I feel the same." "And to think," observed Leyden, in a tone of deep feeling, "to think that the noble Greek, he whom we saw but a day or two since before us, so full of youth and health and joyousness, is to feast yon monster." "Why not?" growled Niger, savagely. "Many an honest gladiator has been compelled to a like combat by the Emperor. Why not a wealthy murderer by the law?" Leyden sighed, shrugged his shoulders, and remained silent. Meanwhile the common gazers listened with staring eyes and lips apart. The gladiators were objects of interest as well as the beasts. They were animals of the same species. So the crowd glanced from one to the other, the men and the brutes, whispering their comments, and anticipating the morrow. "Well," said Leyden, turning away, "I thank the gods it is not the lion or the tiger I am to contend with. Even you, Niger, are a gentler combatant than they." "But equally dangerous," said the gladiator, with a fierce laugh, and the bystanders, admiring his vast limbs and ferocious countenance, laughed too. "That as it may be," answered Leyden carelessly, as he pressed through the throng and quitted the den. "I may as well take advantage of his shoulders," thought the prudent Sosia, hastening to follow him. "The crowd always give way to a gladiator, so I will keep close behind and come in for a share of his consequence." The son of Medon strove quickly through the mob, many of whom recognized his features and profession. "That is young Leyden, a brave fellow. He fights tomorrow," said one. "Ah, I have a bet on him," said another. "See how firmly he walks." "Good luck to thee, Leyden," said a third. "Leyden, you have my wishes," half whispered a fourth, smiling, a comely woman of the middle class. "And if you win, why, you may hear more of me." "A handsome man, by Venus!" cried a fifth, who was a girl scarce in her teens. "Thank you," returned Sosia, gravely taking the compliment to himself. However strong the purer motives of Leyden, and certain though it be that he would never have entered so bloody a calling but from the hope of obtaining his father's freedom, he was not altogether unmoved by the notice he excited. He forgot that the voices now raised in commendation might, on the morrow, shout over his death pangs. By nature fierce and reckless, as well as generous and warm-hearted, he was already imbued with the pride of a profession that he fancied he disdained, and affected by the influence of a companionship that in reality he loathed. He saw himself now a man of importance. His step grew yet lighter, and his mien more elate. "Niger," said he, turning suddenly, as he had now threaded the crowd, "we have often quarreled. We are not matched against each other, but one of us, at least, may reasonably expect to fall. Give us thy hand." "Most readily," said Sosia, extending his palm. "Ha! What fool is this? Why, I thought Niger was on my heels." "I forgive the mistake," replied Sosia, condescendingly. "Don't mention it. The error was easy. I and Niger are somewhat of the same build." "Ha, ha! That is excellent. Niger would have slit thy throat had he heard thee." "You gentlemen of the arena have a most disagreeable mode of talking," said Sosia. "Let us change the conversation." "Va, va," said Leyden impatiently. "I am in no humor to converse with thee." "Why, truly," returned the slave, "you must have serious thoughts enough to occupy your mind. Tomorrow is, I think, your first essay in the arena. Well, I am sure you will die bravely." "May thy words fall on thine own head," said Leyden superstitiously, for he by no means liked the blessing of Sosia. "Die! No, I trust my hour is not yet come." "He who plays at dice with death must expect the dog's throw," replied Sosia maliciously. "But you are a strong fellow, and I wish you all imaginable luck, and so, vale." With that the slave turned on his heel and took his way homeward. "I trust the rogue's words are not ominous," said Leyden musingly. "In my zeal for my father's liberty, and my confidence in my own thews and sinews, I have not contemplated the possibility of death. My poor father! I am thy only son. If I were to fall—" As the thought crossed him, the gladiator strode on with a more rapid and restless pace, when suddenly, in an opposite street, he beheld the very object of his thoughts. Leaning on his stick, his form bent by care and age, his eyes downcast and his steps trembling, the gray-haired Medon slowly approached towards the gladiator. Leyden paused a moment. He divined at once the cause that brought forth the old man at that late hour. "Be sure it is I whom he seeks," thought he. "He is horror-struck at the condemnation of Olinthus. He more than ever esteems the arena criminal and hateful. He comes again to dissuade me from the contest. I must shun him. I cannot brook his prayers, his tears." These thoughts, so long to recite, flashed across the young man like lightning. He turned abruptly and fled swiftly in an opposite direction. He paused not till, almost spent and breathless, he found himself on the summit of a small acclivity which overlooked the most gay and splendid part of that miniature city. And as there he paused, and gazed along the tranquil streets glittering in the rays of the moon, which had just arisen, and brought partially and picturesquely into light the crowd around the amphitheater at a distance, murmuring and swaying to and fro, the influence of the scene affected him, rude and unimaginative though his nature. He sat himself down to rest upon the steps of a deserted portico, and felt the calm of the hour quiet and restore him. Opposite and near at hand, the lights gleamed from a palace in which the master now held his revels. The doors were open for coolness, and the gladiator beheld the numerous and festive group gathered round the tables in the atrium; while behind them, closing the long vista of the illumined rooms beyond, the spray of the distant fountain sparkled in the moonbeams. There, the garlands wreathed around the columns of the hall; there, gleamed still and frequent the marble statue; there, amidst peals of jocund laughter, rose the music and the lay. Epicurean Song. Away with your stories of Hades, which the flamen has forged to affright us. We laugh at your three maiden ladies, your fates, and your sullen Cocytus. Poor Jove has a troublesome life, sir, could we credit your tales of his portals; in shutting his ears on his wife, sir, and opening his eyes upon mortals. Oh, blessed be the bright Epicurus, who taught us to laugh at such fables! On Hades they wanted to moor us, and his hand cut the terrible cables. If then there's a Jove or a Juno, they vex not their heads about us, man. Besides, if they did, I and you know, 'tis the life of a god to live thus, man. What, think you the gods place their bliss, eh? In playing the spy on a sinner? In counting the girls that we kiss, eh? Or the cups that we empty at dinner? Content with the soft lips that love us, this music, this wine, and this mirth, boys, we care not for gods up above us. We know there's no God for this earth, boys. While Leyden's piety, which accommodating as it might be, was in no slight degree disturbed by these verses, which embodied the fashionable philosophy of the day, slowly recovered itself from the shock it had received, a small party of men, in plain garments and of the middle class, passed by his resting place. They were in earnest conversation, and did not seem to notice or heed the gladiator as they moved on. "Oh, horror on horrors!" said one. "Olinthus is snatched from us. Our right arm is lopped away. When will Christ descend to protect his own?" "Can human atrocity go farther," said another, "to sentence an innocent man to the same arena as a murderer? But let us not despair. The thunder of Sinai may yet be heard, and the Lord preserve his saint. The fool hath said in his heart there is no God." At that moment out broke again, from the illumined palace, the burden of the revelers' song. "We care not for gods up above us. We know there's no God for this earth, boys." Ere the words died away, the Nazarenes, moved by sudden indignation, caught up the echo, and in the words of one of their favorite hymns, shouted aloud, the warning hymn of the Nazarenes: "Around, about, forever near thee, God, our God, shall mark and hear thee. On his car of storm he sweeps. Bow, ye heavens, and shrink, ye deeps. Woe to the proud ones who defy him. Woe to the dreamers who deny him. Woe to the wicked, woe. The proud stars shall fail. The sun shall grow pale. The heavens shrivel up like a scroll. Hell's ocean shall bear Its depths of despair, each wave an eternal soul. For the only thing, then, that shall not live again is the corpse of the giant Time. Hark! the trumpet of thunder! Lo, earth rent asunder! And, forth on his angel throne, he comes through the gloom, the judge of the tomb, to summon and save his own. Oh, joy to care, and woe to crime! He comes to save his own. Woe to the proud ones who defy him! Woe to the dreamers who deny him! Woe to the wicked, woe. A sudden silence from the startled hall of revel succeeded these ominous words. The Christians swept on, and were soon hidden from the sight of the gladiator. Awed, he scarce knew why, by the mystic denunciations of the Christians, Leyden, after a short pause, now rose to pursue his way homeward. Before him, how serenely slept the starlight on that lovely city! How breathlessly its pillared streets reposed in their security! How softly rippled the dark green waves beyond! How cloudless spread, aloft in blue, the dreaming Campanian skies! Yet this was the last night for the gay Pompeii, the colony of the hoar Chaldean, the fabled city of Hercules, the delight of the voluptuous Roman. Age after age had rolled, indestructive, unheeded, over its head, and now the last ray quivered on the dial plate of its doom. The gladiator heard some light steps behind. A group of females were wending homeward from their visit to the amphitheater. As he turned, his eye was arrested by a strange and sudden apparition. From the summit of Vesuvius, darkly visible in the distance, there shot a pale, meteoric, livid light. It trembled an instant and was gone. At the same moment that his eye caught it, the voice of one of the youngest of the women broke out hilariously and shrill. "Tramp, tramp, how gaily they go! Ho, ho, for the morrow's merry show!" End of Book 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. The Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book the 5th. Chapter 1. The Dream of Arbaces. A visitor and a warning to the Egyptian. The awful night preceding the fierce joy of the amphitheatre rolled drearily away, and greyly broke forth the dawn of the last day of Pompeii. The air was uncommonly calm and sultry. A thin and dull mist gathered over the valleys and hollows of the broad Campanian fields. But yet it was remarked in surprise by the early fishermen that, despite the exceeding stillness of the atmosphere, the waves of the sea were agitated, and seemed, as it were, to run disturbedly back from the shore, while along the blue and stately Sarnus, whose ancient breadth of channel the traveller now vainly seeks to discover, there crept a hoarse and sullen murmur, as it glided by the laughing plains and the gaudy villas of the wealthy citizens. Clear above the low mist rose the time-worn towers of the immemorial town, the red-tiled roofs of the bright streets, the solemn columns of many temples, and the statue-crowned portals of the Forum and the Arch of Triumph. Far in the distance the outline of the circling hills soared above the vapours, and mingled with the changeful hues of the morning sky. The cloud that had so long rested over the crest of Vesuvius had suddenly vanished, and its rugged and haughty brow looked without a frown over the beautiful scenes below. Despite the earliness of the hour, the gates of the city were already opened. Horsemen upon horsemen, vehicle after vehicle, poured rapidly in, and the voices of numerous pedestrian groups, clad in holiday attire, rose high in joyous and excited merriment. The streets were crowded with citizens and strangers from the populous neighbourhood of Pompeii, and noisily, fast, confusedly, swept the many streams of life towards the fatal show. Despite the vast size of the amphitheatre, seemingly so disproportioned to the extent of the city, and formed to include nearly the whole population of Pompeii itself, so great, on extraordinary occasions, was the concourse of strangers from all parts of Campania, that the space before it was usually crowded for several hours previous to the commencement of the sports by such persons as were not entitled by their rank to appointed and special seats. And the intense curiosity which the trial and sentence of two criminals so remarkable has occasioned, increased the crowd on this day to an extent wholly unprecedented. While the common people, with the lively vehemence of their Campanian blood, were thus pushing, scrambling, hurrying on, yet amidst all their eagerness, preserving, as is now the wont with Italians in such meetings, a wonderful order and unquarrelsome good humour, a strange visitor to Arbaces was threading her way to his sequestered mansion. At the sight of her quaint and primeval garb, of her wild gait and gestures, the passengers she encountered touched each other and smiled. But as they caught a glimpse of her countenance, the mirth was hushed at once, for the face was as the face of the dead. And what with the ghastly features and obsolete robes of the stranger, it seemed as if one long entombed had risen once more amongst the living. In silence and awe each group gave way as she passed along, and she soon gained the broad porch of the Egyptian's palace. The black porter, like the rest of the world astir at an unusual hour, started as he opened the door to her summons. The sleep of the Egyptian had been usually profound during the night, but as the dawn approached it was disturbed by strange and unquiet dreams which impressed him the more as they were coloured by the peculiar philosophy he embraced. He thought that he was transported to the bowels of the earth, and that he stood alone in a mighty cavern supported by enormous columns of rough and primeval rock, lost as they ascended in the vastness of a shadow athwart whose eternal darkness no beam of day had ever glanced. And in the space between these columns were huge wheels that whirled round and round unceasingly and with a rushing and roaring noise. Only to the right and left extremities of the cavern the space between the pillars was left bare, and the apertures stretched away into galleries, not wholly dark, but dimly lighted by wandering and erratic fires, that, meteor-like, now crept, as the snake creeps, along the rugged, dank soil, and now leaped fiercely to and fro, darting across the vast gloom in wild gambols, suddenly disappearing, and as suddenly bursting into tenfold brilliancy and power. And while he gazed wonderingly upon the gallery to the left, thin, mist-like aerial shapes passed slowly up, and when they had gained the hall, they seemed to rise aloft and to vanish as the smoke vanishes in the measureless ascent. He turned in fear towards the opposite extremity, and behold, there came swiftly from the gloom above similar shadows, which swept hurriedly along the gallery to the right, as if borne involuntarily adown the sides of some invisible stream, and the faces of these spectres were more distinct than those that emerged from the opposite passage, and on some was joy, and on others sorrow. Some were vivid with expectation and hope, some unutterably dejected by awe and horror. And so they passed, swift and constantly on, till the eyes of the gazer grew dizzy and blinded with the whirl of a never-varying succession of things impelled by a power apparently not their own. Arbaces turned away, and in the recess of the hall he saw the mighty form of a giantess, seated upon a pile of skulls, and her hands were busy upon a pale and shadowy woof. And he saw that the woof communicated with the numberless wheels, as if it guided the machinery of their movements. He thought his feet, by some secret agency, were impelled towards the female, and that he was borne onwards, till he stood before her face to face. The countenance of the giantess was solemn and hushed, and beautifully serene. It was as the face of some colossal sculpture of his own ancestral sphinx. No passion, no human emotion disturbed its brooding and unwrinkled brow. There was neither sadness nor joy, nor memory nor hope. It was free from all with which the wild human heart can sympathize. The mystery of mysteries rested on its beauty. It awed, but terrified not. It was the incarnation of the sublime. And Arbaces felt the voice leave his lips without an impulse of his own. And the voice asked,
"Who art thou, and what is thy task?"
"I am that which thou hast acknowledged,"
answered without desisting from its work the mighty phantom.
"My name is Nature. These are the wheels of the world, and my hand guides them for the life of all things."
"And what,"
said the voice of Arbaces,
"are these galleries that, strangely and fitfully illumined, stretch on either hand into the abyss of gloom?"
"That,"
answered the giant mother,
"which thou beholdest to the left is the gallery of the unborn. The shadows that flit onward and upward into the world are the souls that pass from the long eternity of being to their destined pilgrimage on earth. That which thou beholdest to thy right, wherein the shadows descending from above sweep on, equally unknown and dim, is the gallery of the dead."
"And wherefore,"
said the voice of Arbaces,
"yon wandering lights that so wildly break the darkness, but only break, not reveal?"
"Dark fool of the human sciences, dreamer of the stars, and would-be decipher of the heart and origin of things. Those lights are but the glimmerings of such knowledge as is vouchsafed to nature to work her way, to trace enough of the past and future to give providence to her designs. Judge then, puppet as thou art, what lights are reserved for thee."
Arbaces felt himself tremble as he asked again,
"Wherefore am I here?"
It is the forecast of thy soul, the prescience of thy rushing doom, the shadow of thy fate lengthening into eternity as declines from earth.
Ere he could answer, Arbaces felt a rushing wind sweep down the cavern as the winds of a giant god. Borne aloft from the ground and whirled on high as a leaf in the storms of autumn, he beheld himself in the midst of the spectres of the dead, and hurrying with them along the length of gloom. As in vain and impotent despair he struggled against the impelling power, he thought the wind grew into something like a shape, a spectral outline of the wings and talons of an eagle, with limbs floating far and indistinctly along the air, and eyes that, alone clearly and vividly seen, glared stonily and remorselessly on his own.
"What art thou?"
again said the voice of the Egyptian.
"I am that which thou hast acknowledged."
And the spectre laughed aloud.
"And my name is Necessity." "To what dost thou bear me?" "To the unknown." "To happiness or to woe?" "As thou hast sown, so shalt thou reap." "Dread thing, not so. If thou art the ruler of life, thine are my misdeeds, not mine. I am but the breath of God,"
answered the mighty wind.
"Then is my wisdom vain?"
groaned the dreamer.
"The husbandman accuses not fate, when having sown thistles, he reaps not corn. Thou hast sown crime, accuse not fate, if thou reapest not the harvest of virtue."
The scene suddenly changed. Arbaces was in a place of human bones, and lo, in the midst of them was a skull, and the skull, still retaining its fleshless hollows, assumed slowly, and in the mysterious confusion of a dream, the face of Arbaces. And forth from the grinning jaws there crept a small worm, and it crawled to the feet of Arbaces. He attempted to stamp on it and to crush it, but it became longer and larger with that attempt. It swelled and bloated till it grew into a vast serpent. It coiled itself round the limbs of Arbaces. It crunched his bones. It raised its glaring eyes and poisonous jaws to his face. He writhed in vain. He withered. He gasped beneath the influence of the blighting breath. He felt himself blasted into death. And then a voice came from the reptile, which still bore the face of Arbaces, and rang in his reeling ear.
"Thy victim is thy judge. The worm thou wouldst crush becomes the serpent that devours thee."
With a shriek of wrath and woe and despairing resistance, Arbaces awoke, his hair on end, his brow bathed in dew, his eyes glazed and staring, his mighty frame quivering as an infant's beneath the agony of that dream. He awoke, he collected himself, he blessed the gods whom he disbelieved that he was in a dream. He turned his eyes from side to side. He saw the dawning light break through his small but lofty window. He was in the precincts of day. He rejoiced. He smiled. His eyes fell, and opposite to him he beheld the ghastly features, the lifeless eye, the livid lip of the hag of Vesuvius. "Ha!" he cried, placing his hands before his eyes as to shut out the grisly vision. "Do I dream still? Am I with the dead?" "Mighty Hermes, no. Thou art with one death-like, but not dead. Recognize thy friend and slave." There was a long silence. Slowly the shudders that passed over the limbs of the Egyptian chased each other away, faintly and faintly dying, till he was himself again. "It was a dream, then," said he. "Well, let me dream no more, or the day cannot compensate for the pangs of night. Woman, how camest thou here, and wherefore?" "I came to warn thee," answered the sepulchral voice of the saga. "Warn me? The dream lied not, then? Of what peril?" "Listen to me. Some evil hangs over this fated city. Fly while it be time. Thou knowest that I hold my home on that mountain, beneath which old tradition saith there yet burn the fires of the river of Phlegethon, and in my cavern is a vast abyss, and in that abyss I have of late marked a red and dull stream creep slowly, slowly on, and heard many and many sounds hissing and roaring through the gloom. But last night, as I looked thereon, behold, the stream was no longer dull, but immensely and fiercely luminous. And while I gazed, the beast that liveth with me, and was cowering by my side, uttered a shrill howl, and fell down, and died, and the slaver and froth were round his lips. I crept back to my lair, but I distinctly heard all the night the rock shake and tremble, and though the air was heavy and still, there were the hissing of pent winds, and the grinding as of wheels beneath the ground. So when I rose this morning at the very birth of dawn, I looked again down the abyss, and saw vast fragments of stone borne black and floatingly over the lurid stream. And the stream itself was broader, fiercer, redder than the night before. Then I went forth and ascended the summit of the rock, and in that summit there appeared a sudden and vast hollow which I had never perceived before, from which curled a dim, faint smoke, and the vapor was deathly, and I gasped and sickened and nearly died. I returned home. I took my gold and my drugs, and left the habitation of many years. For I remember the dark Etruscan prophecy which saith, when the mountain opens, the city shall fall. When the smoke crowns the hill of the parched fields, there shall be woe and weeping in the hearths of the children of the sea. Dread master, ere I leave these walls for some more distant dwelling, I come to thee. As thou livest, know I in my heart that the earthquake that 16 years ago shook the city to its solid base was but the forerunner of more deadly doom. The walls of Pompeii are built above the fields of the dead, and the rivers of the sleepless hell. Be warned, and fly.
Which I thank thee for thy care of one not ungrateful. On yon table stands a cup of gold, take it, it is thine. I dreamt not that there lived one out of the priesthood of Isis who would have saved Arbaces from destruction. The signs that thou hast seen in the bed of the extinct volcano,
continued the Egyptian musingly,
surely tell of some coming danger to the city, perhaps another earthquake, fiercer than the last. Be that as it may, there is a new reason for my hastening from these walls. After this day I will prepare my departure. Daughter of Etruria, whither wendest thou?
I shall cross over to Herculaneum this day, and wandering thence along the coast, shall seek out a new home. I am friendless. My 2 companions, the fox and the snake, are dead. Great Hermes, thou hast promised me 20 additional years of life.
Aye,
said the Egyptian.
I have promised thee. But woman,
he added, lifting himself upon his arm and gazing curiously on her face,
tell me, I pray thee, wherefore thou wishest to live? What sweets dost thou discover in existence?
It is not life that is sweet, "But death, that is awful," replied the hag in a sharp, impressive tone that struck forcibly upon the heart of the vain star-seer. He winced at the truth of the reply, and no longer anxious to retain so uninviting a companion, he said,
"Time wanes. I must prepare for the solemn spectacle of this day. Sister, farewell. Enjoy thyself as thou canst over the ashes of life."
The hag, who had placed the costly gift of Arbaces in the loose folds of her vest, now rose to depart. When she had gained the door, she paused, turned back, and said, "This may be the last time we meet on earth. But whither flieth the flame when it leaves the ashes? Wandering to and fro, up and down, as an exhalation on the morass, the flame may be seen in the marshes of the lake below, and the witch and the Magian, the pupil and the master, the great one and the accursed one, may meet again. Farewell."
"Out, croaker,"
muttered Arbaces as the door closed on the hag's tattered robes, and, impatient of his own thoughts, not yet recovered from the past dream, he hastily summoned his slaves. It was the custom to attend the ceremonials of the amphitheatre in festive robes, and Arbaces arrayed himself that day with more than usual care. His tunic was of the most dazzling white. His many fibulae were formed from the most precious stones. Over his tunic flowed a loose eastern robe, half gown, half mantle, glowing in the richest hues of the Tyrian dye, and the sandals that reached halfway up his knee were studded with gems and inlaid with gold. In the quackeries that belonged to his priestly genius, Arbaces never neglected, on great occasions, the arts which dazzle and impose upon the vulgar, and on this day, that was forever to release him, by the sacrifice of Glaucus, from the fear of a rival and the chance of detection, he felt that he was arraying himself as for a triumph or a nuptial feast. It was customary for men of rank to be accompanied to the shows of the amphitheatre by a procession of their slaves and freedmen, and the long family of Arbaces were already arranged in order to attend the litter of their lord. Only to their great chagrin the slaves in attendance on Ione and the worthy Socia, as jailer to Nidia, were condemned to remain at home.
"Callis,"
said Arbaces apart to his freedman, who was buckling on his girdle,
"I am weary of Pompeii. I propose to quit it in 3 days, should the wind favour. Thou knowest the vessel that lies in the harbour, which belonged to Narses of Alexandria. I have purchased it of him. The day after tomorrow we shall begin to remove my stores." "So soon? 'Tis well. Arbaces shall be obeyed, and his ward Ione accompanies me. Enough. Is the morning fair?" "Dim and oppressive. It will probably be intensely hot in the forenoon. The poor gladiators, and more wretched criminals. Descend, and see that the slaves are marshalled."
Left alone, Arbaces stepped into his chamber of study, and thence upon the portico without. He saw the dense masses of men pouring fast into the amphitheatre, and heard the cry of the assistants and the cracking of the cordage, as they were straining aloft the huge awning under which the citizens, molested by no discomforting ray, were to behold, at luxurious ease, the agonies of their fellow creatures. Suddenly a wild strange sound went forth, and as suddenly died away. It was the roar of the lion. There was a silence in the distant crowd, but the silence was followed by joyous laughter. They were making merry at the hungry impatience of the royal beast.
"Brutes,"
muttered the disdainful Arbaces.
"are ye less homicides than I am? I slay, but in self-defence. Ye make murder pastime."
He turned with a restless and curious eye towards Vesuvius. Beautifully glowed the green vineyards round its breast, and tranquil as eternity lay in the breathless skies the form of the mighty hill.
"We have time yet, if the earthquake be nursing,"
thought Arbaces, and he turned from the spot. He passed by the table which bore his mystic scrolls and Chaldean calculations.
August art, he thought, I have not consulted thy decrees since I passed the danger and the crisis they foretold. What matter? I know that henceforth all in my path is bright and smooth. Have not events already proved it? Away doubt, away pity. Reflect, O my heart, reflect for the future, but two images, Empire and Ione.
End of Chapter 1 in Book 5 of The Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton.
Book 5, Chapter 2 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 5, Chapter 2. The Amphitheater. Nydia, assured by the account of Sosia on his return home, and satisfied that her letter was in the hands of Sallust, gave herself up once more to hope. Sallust would surely lose no time in seeking the praetor, in coming to the house of the Egyptian, in releasing her, in breaking the prison of Calenus. That very night Glaucus would be free. Alas! The night passed, the dawn broke. She heard nothing but the hurried footsteps of the slaves along the hall and peristyle, and their voices in preparation for the show. By and by, the commanding voice of Arbaces broke on her ear. A flourish of music rung out cheerily. The long procession were sweeping to the amphitheater to glut their eyes on the death pangs of the Athenian. The procession of Arbaces moved along slowly and with much solemnity till now, arriving at the palace where it was necessary for such as came in litters or chariots to alight, Arbaces descended from his vehicle, and proceeded to the entrance by which the more distinguished spectators were admitted. His slaves, mingling with the humbler crowd, were stationed by officers who received their tickets, not much unlike our modern opera ones, in places in the popularia, the seats apportioned to the vulgar. And now, from the spot where Arbaces sat, his eyes scanned the mighty and impatient crowd that filled the stupendous theater. On the upper tier, but apart from the male spectators, sat women, their gay dresses resembling some gaudy flower-bed. It is needless to add that they were the most talkative part of the assembly, and many were the looks directed up to them, especially from the benches appropriated to the young and unmarried men. On the lower seats round the arena sat the more high-born and wealthy visitors, the magistrates and those of senatorial or equestrian dignity. The passages which, by corridors at the right and left, gave access to these seats, at either end of the oval arena, were also the entrances for the combatants. Strong palings at these passages prevented any unwelcome eccentricity in the movements of the beasts, and confined them to their appointed prey. Around the parapet which was raised above the arena, and from which the seats gradually rose, were gladiatorial inscriptions, and paintings wrought in fresco, typical of the entertainments for which the place was designed. Throughout the whole building wound invisible pipes, from which, as the day advanced, cooling and fragrant showers were to be sprinkled over the spectators. The officers of the amphitheater were still employed in the task of fixing the vast awning, or velaria, which covered the whole, and which luxurious invention the companions arrogated to themselves. It was woven of the whitest Apulian wool, and variegated with broad stripes of crimson. Owing either to some inexperience on the part of the workmen, or to some defect in the machinery, the awning, however, was not arranged that day so happily as usual. Indeed, from the immense space of the circumference, the task was always one of great difficulty and art; so much so, that it could seldom be adventured in rough or windy weather. But the present day was so remarkably still, that there seemed to the spectators no excuse for the awkwardness of the artificers; and when a large gap in the back of the awning was still visible, from the obstinate refusal of one part of the Valeria to ally itself with the rest, the murmurs of discontent were loud and general. The aedile Pansa, at whose expense the exhibition was given, looked particularly annoyed at the defect, and vowed bitter vengeance on the head of the chief officer of the show, who, fretting, puffing, perspiring, busied himself in idle orders and unavailing threats. The hubbub ceased suddenly. The operators desisted. The crowd were stilled. The gap was forgotten. For now, with a loud and warlike flourish of trumpets, the gladiators, marshalled in ceremonious procession, entered the arena. They swept round the oval space very slowly and deliberately, in order to give the spectators full leisure to admire their stern serenity of feature, their brawny limbs and various arms, as well as to form such wagers as the excitement of the moment might suggest. "Oh!" cried the widow Fulvia to the wife of Pansa, as they leaned down from their lofty bench, "do you see that gigantic gladiator? How drolly he is dressed!" "Yes," said the aedile's wife, with complacent importance, for she knew all the names and qualities of each combatant. "He is a retiarius or netter. He is armed only, you see, with a three-pronged spear like a trident, and a net. He wears no armor, only the fillet and the tunic. He is a mighty man, and is to fight with Sporus, yon thick-set gladiator, with the round shield and drawn sword, but without body armor. He has not his helmet on now, in order that you may see his face, how fearless it is. By and by he will fight with his visor down." "But surely a net and spear are poor arms against a shield and sword?" "That shows how innocent you are, my dear Fulvia. The retiarius has generally the best of it." "But who is yon handsome gladiator, nearly naked? Is it not quite improper? By Venus, but his limbs are beautifully shaped." "It is Lydon, a young untried man. He has the rashness to fight yon other gladiator similarly dressed, or rather undressed, tetraides. They fight first in the Greek fashion with the cestus. Afterwards they put on armor, and try sword and shield." "He is a proper man, this Lydon, and the women, I am sure, are on his side." "So are not the experienced betters. Clodius offers 3 to 1 against him." "Oh, Jove, how beautiful!" exclaimed the widow, as 2 gladiators, armed cap a pie, rode round the arena on light and prancing steeds. Resembling much the combatants in the tilts of the Middle Age, they bore lances and round shields beautifully inlaid. Their armor was woven intricately with bands of iron, but it covered only the thighs and the right arms. Short cloaks, extending to the seat, gave a picturesque and graceful air to their costume. Their legs were naked, with the exception of sandals, which were fastened a little above the ankle. "Oh, beautiful! Who are these?" asked the widow. "The one is named Berbix. He has conquered 12 times. The other assumes the arrogant name of Nobilior. They are both Gauls." While thus conversing, the first formalities of the show were over. To these succeeded a feigned combat with wooden swords between the various gladiators matched against each other. Amongst these, the skill of 2 Roman gladiators, hired for the occasion, was the most admired, and next to them the most graceful combatant was Lydon. This sham contest did not last above an hour, nor did it attract any very lively interest, except among those connoisseurs of the arena to whom art was preferable to more coarse excitement. The body of the spectators were rejoiced when it was over, and when the sympathy rose to terror. The combatants were now arranged in pairs, as agreed beforehand, their weapons examined, and the grave sports of the day commenced amidst the deepest silence, broken only by an exciting and preliminary blast of warlike music. It was often customary to begin the sports by the most cruel of all, and some bestiarius, or gladiator appointed to the beasts, was slain first, as an initiatory sacrifice. But in the present instance, the experienced Pansa thought it better that the sanguinary drama should advance, not decrease, in interest, and accordingly the execution of Olinthus and Glaucus was reserved for the last. It was arranged that the two horsemen should first occupy the arena; that the foot gladiators, paired off, should then be loosed indiscriminately on the stage; that Glaucus and the lion should next perform their part in the bloody spectacle, and the tiger and the Nazarene be the grand finale. And in the spectacles of Pompeii, the reader of Roman history must limit his imagination, nor expect to find those vast and wholesale exhibitions of magnificent slaughter with which a Nero or a Caligula regaled the inhabitants of the imperial city. The Roman shows, which absorbed the more celebrated gladiators, and the chief portion of foreign beasts, were indeed the very reason why, in the lesser towns of the empire, the sports of the amphitheatre were comparatively humane and rare; and in this, as in other respects, Pompeii was but the miniature, the microcosm of Rome. Still, it was an awful and imposing spectacle, with which modern times have, happily, nothing to compare: a vast theatre, rising row upon row, and swarming with human beings, from 15 to 18,000 in number, intent upon no fictitious representation, no tragedy of the stage, but an actual victory or defeat, the exultant life or the bloody death of each and all who entered the arena. The two horsemen were now at either extremity of the lists, if so they might be called, and, at a given signal from Panza, the combatants started simultaneously, as in full collision, each advancing his round buckler, each poising on high his light yet sturdy javelin; but just when within 3 paces of his opponent, the steed of Berbix suddenly halted, wheeled round, and, as Nobilior was borne rapidly by, his antagonist spurred upon him. The buckler of Nobilior, quickly and skilfully extended, received a blow which otherwise would have been fatal. "Well done, Nobilior!" cried the praetor, giving the first vent to the popular excitement. "Bravely struck, my Berbix!" answered Clodius from his seat. And the wild murmur, swelled by many a shout, echoed from side to side. The visors of both the horsemen were completely closed, like those of the knights in after times, but the head was, nevertheless, the great point of assault, and Nobilior, now wheeling his charger with no less adroitness than his opponent, directed his spear full on the helmet of his foe. Berbix raised his buckler to shield himself, and his quick-eyed antagonist, suddenly lowering his weapon, pierced him through the breast. Berbix reeled and fell. "Nobilior! Nobilior!" shouted the populace. "I have lost 10 sestertia," said Clodius between his teeth. "Habet! He has it," said Panza deliberately. The populace, not yet hardened into cruelty, made the signal of mercy; but as the attendants of the arena approached, they found the kindness came too late. The heart of the Gaul had been pierced, and his eyes were set in death. It was his life's blood that flowed so darkly over the sand and sawdust of the arena. "It is a pity it was so soon over. There was little enough for one's trouble," said the widow Fulvia. "Yes, I have no compassion for Berbix. Any one might have seen that Nobilior did but faint. Mark, they fix the fatal hook to the body. They drag him away to the spoliarium. They scatter new sand over the stage. Panza regrets nothing more than that he is not rich enough to strew the arena with borax and cinnabar, as Nero used to do." "Well, if it had been a brief battle, it is quickly succeeded. See my handsome Leyden in the arena! Ay, and the net-bearer too, and the swordsman. Oh, charming!" There were now on the arena 6 combatants: Niger and his net, matched against Sporus with his shield and his short broadsword; Leyden and Tetraides, naked save by a cincture round the waist, each armed only with a heavy Greek cestus; and 2 gladiators from Rome, clad in complete steel and evenly matched with immense bucklers and pointed swords. The initiatory contest between Leyden and Tetraides being less deadly than that between the other combatants, no sooner had they advanced to the middle of the arena, than, as by common assent, the rest held back, to see how that contest should be decided, and wait till fiercer weapons might replace the cestus, ere they themselves commenced hostilities. They stood leaning on their arms, and apart from each other, gazing on the show, which, if not bloody enough thoroughly to please the populace, they were still inclined to admire, because its origin was of their ancestral Greece. No person could, at first glance, have seemed less evenly matched than the two antagonists. Tetraides, though not taller than Leyden, weighed considerably more. The natural size of his muscles was increased, to the eyes of the vulgar, by masses of solid flesh. For, as it was a notion that the contest of the cestus fared easiest with him who was plumpest, Tetraides had encouraged to the utmost his hereditary predisposition to the portly. His shoulders were vast, and his lower limbs thick-set, double-jointed, and slightly curved outward, in that formation which takes so much from beauty to give so largely to strength. But Leyden, except that he was slender even almost to meagreness, was beautifully and delicately proportioned, and the skillful might have perceived that, with much less compass of muscle than his foe, that which he had was more seasoned, iron and compact. In proportion too as he wanted flesh, he was likely to possess activity, and a haughty smile on his resolute face, which strongly contrasted the solid heaviness of his enemies, gave assurance to those who beheld it, and united their hope to their pity, so that, despite the disparity of their seeming strength, the cry of the multitude was nearly as loud for Leyden as for Tetraides. Whoever is acquainted with modern prize ring, whoever has witnessed the heavy and disabling strokes which the human fist, skillfully directed, hath the power to bestow, may easily understand how much that happy facility would be increased by a band carried by thongs of leather round the arm as high as the elbow, and terribly strengthened about the knuckles by a plate of iron, and sometimes a plummet of lead. Yet this, which was meant to increase, perhaps rather diminished, the interest of the fray, for it necessarily shortened its duration. A very few blows, successfully and scientifically planted, might suffice to bring the contest to a close, and the battle did not, therefore, often allow full scope for the energy, fortitude, and dogged perseverance that we technically style pluck, which not unusually wins the day against superior science, and which heightens to so painful a delight the interest in the battle and the sympathy for the brave. "Guard thyself," growled Tetraides, moving nearer and nearer to his foe, who rather shifted round him than receded. Leyden did not answer, save by a scornful glance of his quick, vigilant eye. Tetraides struck. It was the blow of a smith on a vice. Leyden sank suddenly on one knee. The blow passed over his head. Not so harmless was Leyden's retaliation. He quickly sprung to his feet, and aimed his cestus full on the broad chest of his antagonist. Tetraides reeled. The populace shouted. "You are unlucky today," said Lepidus to Clodius. "You have lost one bet, you will lose another." "By the gods, my bronzes go to the auctioneer if that is the case. I have no less than 100 sestertia upon Tetraides. Ha, ha, see how he rallies! That was a home stroke. He has cut open Leyden's shoulder. A Tetraides! A Tetraides!" But Leyden is not disheartened. By Pollux, how well he keeps his temper! See how dexterously he avoids those hammer-like hands, dodging now here, now there, circling round and round. Ah, poor Leyden, he has it again. 3-1 still on Tetraides. What say you, Lepidus? Well, 9 sestertia to 3, be it so. What, again Leyden? He stops, he gasps for breath. By the gods, he is down. No, he is again on his legs. Brave Leyden! Tetraides is encouraged. He laughs loud. He rushes on him. Fool, success blinds him. He should be cautious. Leyden's eye is like the lynx's, said Clodius between his teeth. Ha, Clodius, you saw that? Your man totters. Another blow. He falls, he falls. Earth revives him then. He is once more up, but the blood rolls down his face. By the Thunderer, Leyden wins it. See how he presses on him. That blow on the temple would have crushed an ox. It has crushed Tetraides. He falls again. He cannot move. Habet! 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 repeated Panza. Take them out and give them the armor and swords. Noble editor, said the officers, we fear that Tetraides will not recover in time. Howbeit, we will try. Do so. In a few minutes the officers, who had dragged off the stunned and insensible gladiator, returned with rueful countenances. They feared for his life. He was utterly incapacitated from re-entering the arena. In that case, said Panza, hold Leyden a subdititius, and the first gladiator that is vanquished, let Leyden supply his place with the victor. The people shouted their applause at this sentence. Then they again sunk into deep silence. The trumpet sounded loudly. The four combatants stood each against each in prepared and stern array. Dost thou recognize the Romans, my Clodius? Are they among the celebrated, or are they merely ordinary? Eumolpus is a good second-rate swordsman, my Lepidus. Nepimus, the lesser man, I have never seen before, but he is the son of one of the imperial fiscales, and brought up in a proper school. Doubtless they will show sport, but I have no heart for the game. I cannot win back my money. I am undone. Curses on that Leyden! Who could have supposed he was so dexterous or so lucky? Well, Clodius, shall I take compassion on you and accept your own terms with these Romans? And even 10 sestertia on Eumolpus, then? What, when Nepimus is untried? Nay, nay, that is too bad. Well, 10 to 8? Agreed. While the contest in the amphitheatre had thus commenced, there was one in the loftier benches for whom it had assumed, indeed, a poignant and stifling interest. The aged father of Leyden, despite his Christian horror of the spectacle, in his agonized anxiety for his son, had not been able to resist being the spectator of his fate. One amidst a fierce crowd of strangers, the lowest rabble of the populace, the old man saw, felt nothing but the form, the presence of his brave son. Not a sound had escaped his lips when twice he had seen him fall to the earth, only he turned paler and his limbs trembled. But he had uttered one low cry when he saw him victorious, unconscious, alas, of the more fearful battle to which the victory was but a prelude. "My gallant boy," said he, and wiped his eyes. "Is he thy son?" said a brawny fellow to the right of the Nazarene. "He has fought well. Let us see how he does by and by. Hark, he is to fight the first victor. Now, old boy, pray the gods that that victor be neither of the Romans, nor next to them the giant Niger." The old man sat down again and covered his face. The fray for the moment was indifferent to him. Leyden was not one of the combatants. Yet, the thought flashed across him, the fray was indeed of deadly interest. The first who fell was to make way for Leyden. He started, and bent down, with straining eyes and clasped hands, to view the encounter. The first interest was attracted towards the combat of Niger with Sporus, for this species of contest, from the fatal result which usually attended it, and from the great science it required in either antagonist, was always peculiarly inviting to the spectators. They stood at a considerable distance from each other. The singular helmet which Sporus wore, the visor of which was down, concealed his face, but the features of Niger attracted a fearful and universal interest from their compressed and vigilant ferocity. Thus they stood for some moments, each eyeing each, till Sporus began slowly, and with great caution, to advance, holding his sword pointed, like a modern fencer's, at the breast of his foe. Niger retreated as his antagonist advanced, gathering up his net with his right hand, and never taking his small glittering eye from the movements of the swordsman. Suddenly, when Sporus had approached nearly at arm's length, the retiarius threw himself forward, and cast his net. A quick inflection of body saved the gladiator from the deadly snare. He uttered a sharp cry of joy and rage, and rushed upon Niger. But Niger had already drawn in his net, thrown it across his shoulders, and now fled round the lists with a swiftness which the secutor in vain endeavored to equal. The people laughed and shouted aloud to see the ineffectual efforts of the broad-shouldered gladiator to overtake the flying giant. When, at that moment, their attention was turned from these to the two Roman combatants. They had placed themselves at the onset face to face, at the distance of modern fencers from each other. But the extreme caution which both evinced at first had prevented any warmth of engagement, and allowed the spectators full leisure to interest themselves in the battle between Sporus and his foe. But the Romans were now heated into full and fierce encounter. They pushed, returned, advanced on, retreated from each other with all that careful yet scarcely perceptible caution which characterizes men well experienced and equally matched. But at this moment, Eumolpus, the elder gladiator, by that dexterous back-stroke which was considered in the arena so difficult to avoid, had wounded Nepimus in the side. The people shouted. Lepidus turned pale. "Ho!" said Clodius, "the game is nearly over. If Eumolpus fights now the quiet fight, the other will gradually bleed himself away. But, thank the gods, he has not fight the backward fight. See! he presses hard upon Nepimus. By Mars, but Nepimus had him there. The helmet rang again. Clodius, I shall win." "Why do I ever bet but at the dice?" groaned Clodius to himself. "Or why cannot one cog a gladiator?" "A Sporus! A Sporus!" shouted the populace, as Niger having now suddenly paused, had again cast his net, and again unsuccessfully. He had not retreated this time with sufficient agility. The sword of Sporus had inflicted a severe wound upon his right leg, and, incapacitated to fly, he was pressed hard by the fierce swordsman. His great height and length of arm still continued, however, to give him no despicable advantages, and steadily keeping his trident at the front of his foe, he repelled him successfully for several minutes. Sporus now tried, by great rapidity of evolution, to get round his antagonist, who necessarily moved with pain and slowness. In so doing, he lost his caution. He advanced too near to the giant, raised his arm to strike, and received the 3 points of the fatal spear full in his breast. He sank on his knee. In a moment more, the deadly net was cast over him. He struggled against its meshes in vain. Again he writhed mutely beneath the fresh strokes of the trident. His blood flowed fast through the net and redly over the sand. He lowered his arms in acknowledgment of defeat. The conquering Retiarius withdrew his net, and leaning on his spear, looked to the audience for their judgment. Slowly, too, at the same moment, the vanquished gladiator rolled his dim and despairing eyes around the theatre. From row to row, from bench to bench, there glared upon him but merciless and unpitying eyes. Hushed was the roar, the murmur. The silence was dread, for it was no sympathy. Not a hand, no, not even a woman's hand, gave the signal of charity and life. Sporus had never been popular in the arena, and, lately, the interest of the combatant had been excited on behalf of the wounded Niger. The people were warmed into blood. The mimic fight had ceased to charm. The interest had mounted up to the desire of sacrifice and the thirst of death. The gladiator felt that his doom was sealed. He uttered no prayer, no groan. The people gave the signal of death. In dogged but agonized submission, he bent his neck to receive the fatal stroke. And now, as the spear of the Retiarius was not a weapon to inflict instant and certain death, there stalked into the arena a grim and fatal form, brandishing a short, sharp sword, and with features utterly concealed beneath his visor. With slow and measured steps, this dismal headsman approached the gladiator, still kneeling, laid the left hand on his humbled crest, drew the edge of the blade across his neck, turned round to the assembly, lest in the last moment remorse should come upon them. The dread signal continued the same. The blade glittered brightly in the air, fell, and the gladiator rolled upon the sand. His limbs quivered, were still. He was a corpse. His body was dragged at once from the arena through the gate of death, and thrown into the gloomy den termed technically the spoliarium. And ere it had well reached that destination, the strife between the remaining combatants was decided. The sword of Eumolpus had inflicted the death wound upon the less experienced combatant. A new victim was added to the receptacle of the slain. Throughout that mighty assembly there now ran a universal movement. The people breathed more freely, and resettled themselves in their seats. A grateful shower was cast over every row from the concealed conduits. In cool and luxurious pleasure they talked over the late spectacle of blood. Eumolpus removed his helmet and wiped his brows. His close-curled hair and short beard, his noble Roman features and bright dark eye attracted the general admiration. He was fresh, unwounded, unfatigued. The editor paused and proclaimed aloud that, as Niger's wound disabled him from again entering the arena, Lydon was to be the successor to the slaughtered Nepimus, and the new combatant of Eumolpus. Yet, Lydon, added he, if thou wouldst decline the combat with one so brave and tried, thou mayst have full liberty to do so. Eumolpus is not the antagonist that was originally decreed for thee. Thou knowest best how far thou canst cope with him. If thou failest, thy doom is honorable death. If thou conquerest, out of my own purse I will double the stipulated prize. The people shouted applause. Lydon stood in the lists. He gazed around. High above he beheld the pale face, the straining eyes of his father. He turned away irresolute for a moment. No. The conquest of the cestus was not sufficient. He had not yet won the prize of victory. His father was still a slave. Noble Aedile, he replied in a firm and deep tone, I shrink not from this combat. For the honor of Pompeii, I demand that one trained by its long-celebrated lanista shall do battle with this Roman. The people shouted louder than before. 4-1 against Lydon, said Clodius to Lepidus. I would not take 20-1. Why, Eumolpus is a very Achilles, and this poor fellow is but a tyro. Eumolpus gazed hard at the face of Lydon. He smiled, yet the smile was followed by a slight and scarce audible sigh, a touch of compassionate emotion, which custom conquered the moment the heart acknowledged it. And now both, clad in complete armor, the sword drawn, the visor closed, the two last combatants of the arena, ere man at least was matched with beast, stood opposed to each other. It was just at this time that a letter was delivered to the praetor by one of the attendants of the arena. He removed the cincture, glanced over it for a moment. His countenance betrayed surprise and embarrassment. He reread the letter, and then muttering, Tush, it is impossible. The man must be drunk even in the morning to dream of such follies, threw it carelessly aside, and gravely settled himself once more in the attitude of attention to the sports. The interest of the public was wound up very high. Eumolpus had at first won their favor, but the gallantry of Lydon, and his well-timed allusion to the honor of the Pompeian lanista, had afterwards given the latter the preference in their eyes. Hola, old fellow, said Medon's neighbor to him, your son is hardly matched. But never fear, the editor will not permit him to be slain. No, nor the people neither. He has behaved too bravely for that. Ha, that was a home thrust. Well averted, by Pollux. At him again, Lydon. They stopped to breathe. What art thou muttering, old boy? Prayers, answered Medon, with a more calm and hopeful mien than he had yet maintained. Prayers, trifles! The time for gods to carry a man away in a cloud is gone now. Ha, Jupiter, what a blow! Thy side, thy side! Take care of thy side, Lydon! There was a convulsive tremor throughout the assembly. A fierce blow from Eumolpus, full on the crest, had brought Lydon to his knee. Have it! He has it! cried a shrill female voice. He has it! It was the voice of the girl who had so anxiously anticipated the sacrifice of some criminal to the beasts. "Be silent, child," said the wife of Panza, haughtily. "Non habet. He is not wounded." "I wish he were, if only to spite old surly Medon," muttered the girl. Meanwhile Lytton, who had hitherto defended himself with great skill and valor, began to give way before the vigorous assaults of the practised Roman. His arm grew tired, his eye dizzy, he breathed hard and painfully. The combatants paused again for breath. "Young man," said Eumolpus in a low voice, "desist. I will wound thee slightly, then lower thy arms. Thou hast propitiated the editor and the mob. Thou wilt be honorably saved." "And my father still enslaved," groaned Lytton to himself. "No, death or his freedom." At that thought, and seeing that, his strength not being equal to the endurance of the Roman, everything depended on a sudden and desperate effort, he threw himself fiercely on Eumolpus. The Roman warily retreated. Lytton thrust again. Eumolpus drew himself aside. The sword grazed his cuirass. Lytton's breast was exposed. The Roman plunged his sword through the joints of the armor, not meaning, however, to inflict a deep wound. Lytton, weak and exhausted, fell forward, fell right on the point. It passed through and through, even to the back. Eumolpus drew forth his blade. Lytton still made an effort to regain his balance. His sword left his grasp. He struck mechanically at the gladiator with his naked hand, and fell prostrate on the arena. With one accord, editor and assembly made the signal of mercy. The officers of the arena approached. They took off the helmet of the vanquished. He still breathed. His eyes rolled fiercely on his foe. The savageness he had acquired in his calling glared from his gaze, and lowered upon the brow darkened already with the shades of death. Then, with a convulsive groan, with a half start, he lifted his eyes above. They rested not on the face of the editor, nor on the pitying brows of his relenting judges. He saw them not. They were as if the vast space was desolate and bare. One pale agonizing face alone was all he recognized. One cry of a broken heart was all that, amidst the murmurs and the shouts of the populace, reached his ear. The ferocity vanished from his brow. A soft, a tender expression of sanctifying but despairing love played over his features, played, waned, darkened. His face suddenly became locked and rigid, resuming its former fierceness. He fell upon the earth. "Look to him," said the aedile. "He has done his duty." The officers dragged him off to the spoliarium. "A true type of glory and of its fate," murmured Arbaces to himself, and his eye, glancing round the amphitheatre, betrayed so much of disdain and scorn that whoever encountered it felt his breath suddenly arrested, and his emotions frozen into one sensation of abasement and of awe. Again rich perfumes were wafted around the theatre. The attendants sprinkled fresh sand over the arena. "Bring forth the lion and Glaucus the Athenian," said the editor. And a deep and breathless hush of overwrought interest, and intense, yet strange to say not unpleasing, terror lay, like a mighty and awful dream, over the assembly. End of Book 5, Chapter 2.
Book 5, Chapter 3 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 5, Chapter 3. Sallust and Nydia's Letter. Thrice had Sallust awakened from his morning sleep, and thrice, recollecting that his friend was that day to perish, had he turned himself with a deep sigh once more to court oblivion. His sole object in life was to avoid pain,
and where he could not avoid, at least to forget it. At length, unable any longer to steep his consciousness in slumber, he raised himself from his incumbent posture, and discovered his favourite freedman sitting by his bedside as usual, for Sallust, who, as I have said, had a gentlemanlike taste for the polite letters, was accustomed to be read to for an hour or so previous to his rising in the morning. No books to-day, no more Tibullus, no more Pindar for me. Pindar, alas, alas! The very name recalls those games to which our arena is the savage successor. Has it begun, the amphitheatre? Are its rites commenced? Long since, O Sallust. Did you not hear the trumpets and the trampling feet? Ay, ay, but the gods be thanked, I was drowsy, and had only to turn round to fall asleep again. The gladiators must have been long in the ring. The wretches! None of my people have gone to the spectacle. Assuredly not. Your orders were too strict. That is well. Would the day were over. What is that letter yonder on the table? That? Oh, the letter brought to you last night, when you were too drunk to read it, I suppose. No matter, it cannot be of much importance. Shall I open it for you, Sallust? Do. Anything to divert my thoughts. Poor Glaucus. The freedman opened the letter. What? Greek? Said he. Some learned lady, I suppose. He glanced over the letter, and for some moments the irregular lines traced by the blind girl's hand puzzled him. Suddenly, however, his countenance exhibited emotion and surprise. Good gods, noble Sallust! What have we done not to attend to this before? Hear me read. Nydia, the slave, to Sallust, the friend of Glaucus. I am a prisoner in the house of Arbaces. Hasten to the praetor, procure my release, and we shall yet save Glaucus from the lion. There is another prisoner within these walls, whose witness can exonerate the Athenian from the charge against him, one who saw the crime, who can prove the criminal in a villain hitherto unsuspected. Fly, hasten, quick, quick! Bring with you armed men, lest resistance be made, and a cunning and dexterous smith, for the dungeon of my fellow prisoner is thick and strong. Oh, by thy right hand and thy father's ashes, lose not a moment. Great Jove! Exclaimed Sallust, starting. And this day, nay, within this hour perhaps he dies. What is to be done? I will instantly to the praetor. Nay, not so. The praetor, as well as Pansa, the editor himself, is the creature of the mob, and the mob will not hear of delay. They will not be balked in the very moment of expectation. Besides, the publicity of the appeal would forewarn the cunning Egyptian. It is evident that he has some interest in these concealments. No, fortunately thy slaves are in thy house. I see thy meaning, interrupted Sallust. Arm the slaves instantly. The streets are empty. We will ourselves hasten to the house of Arbaces, and release the prisoners. Quick, quick! What ho! Douse there! My gown and sandals, the papyrus and a reed. I will write to the praetor, to beseech him to delay the sentence of Glaucus, for that within an hour we may yet prove him innocent. So, that is well. Hasten with this Davus to the praetor, at the amphitheatre. See it given to his own hand. Now then, O ye gods, whose providence Epicurus denied, befriend me, and I will call Epicurus a liar. End of chapter 3.
Book 5, Chapter 4 of the Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 5, Chapter 4. The Amphitheatre Once More. Glaucus and Olinthus had been placed together in that gloomy and narrow cell in which the criminals of the arena awaited their last and fearful struggle. Their eyes, of late accustomed to the darkness, scanned the faces of each other in this awful hour, and by that dim light, the paleness, which chased away the natural hues from either cheek, assumed a yet more ashy and ghastly whiteness. Yet their brows were erect and dauntless, their limbs did not tremble, their lips were compressed and rigid. The religion of the one, the pride of the other, the conscious innocence of both, and, it may be, the support derived from their mutual companionship, elevated the victim into the hero. "Hark! Hearest thou that shout? They are growling over their human blood," said Olinthus. "I hear. My heart grows sick. But the gods support me." "The gods? O rash young man! In this hour recognize only the one God. Have I not taught thee in the dungeon, wept for thee, prayed for thee? In my zeal and in my agony, have I not thought more of thy salvation than my own?" "Brave friend," answered Glaucus, solemnly, "I have listened to thee with awe, with wonder, and with a secret tendency towards conviction. Had our lives been spared, I might gradually have weaned myself from the tenets of my own faith, and inclined to thine. But, in this last hour it were a craven thing, and a base, to yield to hasty terror what should only be the result of lengthened meditation. Were I to embrace thy creed, and cast down my father's gods, should I not be bribed by thy promise of heaven, or awed by thy threats of hell? Olinthus, no. Think we of each other with equal charity, I honoring thy sincerity, thou pitying my blindness or my obdurate courage. As have been my deeds, such will be my reward, and the power or powers above will not judge harshly of human error, when it is linked with honesty of purpose and truth of heart. Speak we no more of this. Hush! Dost thou hear them drag yon heavy body through the passage? Such as that clay will be ours soon." "O heaven! O Christ! Already I behold ye!" cried the fervent Olinthus, lifting up his hands. "I tremble not, I rejoice that the prison house shall soon be broken." Glaucus bowed his head in silence. He felt the distinction between his fortitude and that of his fellow sufferer. The heathen did not tremble, but the Christian exulted. The door swung gratingly back. The gleam of spears shot along the walls. "Glaucus the Athenian, thy time has come," said a loud and clear voice. "The lion awaits thee." "I am ready," said the Athenian. "Brother and co-mate, one last embrace. Bless me, and farewell." The Christian opened his arms. He clasped the young heathen to his breast. He kissed his forehead and cheek. He sobbed aloud. His tears flowed fast and hot over the features of his new friend. "Oh, could I have converted thee, I had not wept. Oh, that I might say to thee, we too shall sup this night in paradise." "It may be so yet," answered the Greek, with a tremulous voice. "They whom death part not, may meet yet beyond the grave. On the earth, on the beautiful, the beloved earth, farewell forever. Worthy officer, I attend you." Glaucus tore himself away, and when he came forth into the air, its breath, which, though sunless, was hot and arid, smote witheringly upon him. His frame, not yet restored from the effects of the deadly draught, shrank and trembled. The officers supported him. "Courage," said one. "Thou art young, active, well knit. They give thee a weapon. Despair not, and thou mayest yet conquer." Glaucus did not reply, but, ashamed of his infirmity, he made a desperate and convulsive effort, and regained the firmness of his nerves. They anointed his body, completely naked, save by a cincture round his loins, placed a stylus, vain weapon, in his hand, and led him into the arena. And now when the Greek saw the eyes of thousands and tens of thousands upon him, he no longer felt that he was mortal. All evidence of fear, all fear itself, was gone. A red and haughty flush spread over the paleness of his features. He towered aloft to the full of his glorious stature. In the elastic beauty of his limbs and form, in his intent but unfrowning brow, in the high disdain, and in the indomitable soul, which breathed visibly, which spoke audibly, from his attitude, his lip, his eye, he seemed the very incarnation, vivid and corporeal, of the valor of his land, of the divinity of its worship, at once a hero and a god. The murmur of hatred and horror at his crime, which had greeted his entrance, died into the silence of involuntary admiration and half compassionate respect, and with a quick and convulsive sigh that seemed to move the whole mass of life as if it were one body, the gaze of the spectators turned from the Athenian to a dark, uncouth object in the center of the arena. It was the grated den of the lion. "By Venus, how warm it is!" said Fulvia. "Yet there is no sun. Would that those stupid sailors could have fastened up that gap in the awning." "Oh, it is warm, indeed! I turn sick, I faint," said the wife of Panza, even her experienced stoicism giving way at the struggle about to take place. The lion had been kept without food for 24 hours, and the animal had, during the whole morning, testified a singular and restless uneasiness, which the keeper had attributed to the pangs of hunger. Yet its bearing seemed rather that of fear than of rage. Its roar was painful and distressed. It hung its head, snuffed the air through the bars, then lay down, started again, and again uttered its wild and far-resounding cries. And now, in its den, it lay utterly dumb and mute, with distended nostrils forced hard against the grating, and disturbing with a heaving breath the sand below on the arena. The editor's lip quivered, his cheek grew pale, he looked anxiously around, hesitated, delayed. The crowd became impatient. Slowly he gave the sign. The keeper, who was behind the den, cautiously removed the grating, and the lion leaped forth with a mighty and glad roar of release. The keeper hastily retreated through the grated passage leading from the arena, and left the lord of the forest and his prey. Glaucus had bent his limbs so as to give himself the firmest posture at the expected rush of the lion, with his small and shining weapon raised on high, in the faint hope that one well-directed thrust, for he knew that he should have time for but one, might penetrate through the eye to the brain of his grim foe. But, to the unalterable astonishment of all, the beast seemed not even aware of the presence of the criminal. At the first moment of its release it halted abruptly in the arena. It raised itself half on end, snuffing the upward air with impatient sighs. Then suddenly it sprang forward, but not on the Athenian. At half speed it circled round and round the space, turning its vast head from side to side with an anxious and perturbed gaze, as if seeking only some avenue of escape. Once or twice it endeavored to leap up the parapet that divided it from the audience, and, on failing, uttered rather a baffled howl than its deep-toned and kingly roar. It evinced no sign, either of wrath or hunger. Its tail drooped along the sand, instead of lashing its gaunt sides, and its eye, though it wandered at times to Glaucus, rolled again listlessly from him. At length, as if tired of attempting to escape, it crept with a moan into its cage, and once more laid itself down to rest. The first surprise of the assembly at the apathy of the lion soon grew converted into resentment at its cowardice, and the populace already merged their pity for the fate of Glaucus into angry compassion for their own disappointment. The editor called to the keeper. "How is this? Take the goad, prick him forth, and then close the door of the den." As the keeper, with some fear, but more astonishment, was preparing to obey, a loud cry was heard at one of the entrances of the arena. There was a confusion, a bustle, voices of remonstrance suddenly breaking forth, and suddenly silenced at the reply. All eyes turned in wonder at the interruption, towards the quarter of the disturbance. The crowd gave way, and suddenly Sallust appeared on the senatorial benches, his hair dishevelled, breathless, heated, half exhausted. He cast his eyes hastily round the ring. "Remove the Athenian!" he cried. "Haste! He is innocent! Arrest Arbaces the Egyptian! He is the murderer of Apicides!" "Art thou mad, O Sallust?" said the praetor, rising from his seat. "What means this raving?" "Remove the Athenian, quick, or his blood be on your head. Praetor, delay, and you answer with your own life to the emperor. I bring with me the eye-witness to the death of the priest Arbaces. Room there! Stand back! Give way! People of Pompeii, fix every eye upon Arbaces. There he sits. Room there for the priest Calenus." Pale, haggard, fresh from the jaws of famine and of death, his face fallen, his eyes dull as a vulture's, his broad frame gaunt as a skeleton, Calenus was supported into the very row in which Arbaces sat. His releasers had given him sparingly of food, but the chief sustenance that nerved his feeble limbs was revenge. "The priest Calenus! Calenus!" cried the mob. "Is it he?" "No, it is a dead man." "It is the priest Calenus," said the praetor gravely. "What hast thou to say?" "Arbaces of Egypt is the murderer of Arbaces, the priest of Isis. These eyes saw him deal the blow. It is from the dungeon into which he plunged me, it is from the darkness and horror of a death by famine, that the gods have raised me to proclaim his crime. Release the Athenian, he is innocent." "It is for this, then, that the lion spared him. A miracle! A miracle!" cried Panza. "A miracle! A miracle!" shouted the people. "Remove the Athenian! Arbaces to the lion!" And that shout echoed from hill to vale, from coast to sea. "Arbaces to the lion!" "Officers, remove the accused Glaucus." "Remove, but guard him yet," said the praetor. "The gods lavish their wonders upon this day." As the praetor gave the word of release, there was a cry of joy, a female voice, a child's voice, and it was of joy. It rang through the heart of the assembly with electric force. It was touching. It was holy, that child's voice, and the populace echoed it back with sympathizing congratulation. "Silence," said the grave praetor. "Who is there?" "The blind girl, Nydia," answered Sallust. "It is her hand that has raised Calenus from the grave and delivered Glaucus from the lion." "Of this hereafter," said the praetor. "Calenus, priest of Isis, thou accusest Arbaces of the murder of Arbaces?" "I do." "Thou didst behold the deed?" "Praetor, with these eyes." "Enough at present. The details must be reserved for more suiting time and place. Arbaces of Egypt, thou hearest the charge against thee. Thou hast not yet spoken. What hast thou to say?" The gaze of the crowd had long been riveted on Arbaces, but not until the confusion which he had betrayed at the first charge of Sallust and the entrance of Calenus had subsided. At the shout, "Arbaces to the lion!" he had indeed trembled, and the dark bronze of his cheek had taken a paler hue. But he had soon recovered his haughtiness and self-control. Proudly he returned the angry glare of the countless eyes around him, and replying now to the question of the praetor, he said, in that accent so peculiarly tranquil and commanding which characterized his tones, "Praetor, this charge is so mad that it scarcely deserves reply. My first accuser is the noble Sallust, the most intimate friend of Glaucus. My second is a priest. I revere his garb and calling, but, people of Pompeii, ye know somewhat of the character of Calenus. He is gripping and gold-thirsty to a proverb. The witness of such men is to be bought. Praetor, I am innocent." "Sallust," said the magistrate, "where found you Calenus?" "In the dungeons of Arbaces." "Egyptian," said the praetor, frowning, "thou didst then dare to imprison a priest of the gods? And wherefore?" "Hear me," answered Arbaces, rising calmly, but with agitation visible on his face. "This man came to threaten that he would make against me the charge he has now made, unless I would purchase his silence with half my fortune. I remonstrated, in vain. Peace there, let not the priest interrupt me. Noble praetor, and ye, O people, I was a stranger in the land, I knew myself innocent of crime. But the witness of a priest against me might yet destroy me. In my perplexity I decoyed him into the cell whence he had been released. on the pretense that it was the coffer-house of my gold. I resolved to detain him there until the fate of the true criminal was sealed, and his threats could avail no longer. But I meant no worse. I may have erred, but who amongst ye will not acknowledge the equity of self-preservation? Were I guilty, why was the witness of this priest silent at the trial? Then I had not detained or concealed him. Why did he not proclaim my guilt when I proclaimed that of Glaucus? Praetor, this needs an answer. For the rest, I throw myself on your laws. I demand their protection. Remove hence the accused and the accuser. I will willingly meet, and cheerfully abide by, the decision of the legitimate tribunal. This is no place for further parley. He says right, said the praetor. Ho, guards, remove Arbaces. Guard Calenus. Sallust, we hold you responsible for your accusation. Let the sports be resumed. What? Cried Calenus, turning round to the people. Shall Isis be thus contemned? Shall the blood of Arbaces yet cry for vengeance? Shall justice be delayed now, that it may be frustrated hereafter? Shall the lion be cheated of his lawful prey? A god! A god! I feel the god rush to my lips. To the lion! To the lion with Arbaces! His exhausted frame could support no longer the ferocious malice of the priest. He sank on the ground in strong convulsions. The foam gathered to his mouth. He was as a man, indeed, whom a supernatural power had entered. People saw and shuddered. It is a god that inspires the holy man. To the lion with the Egyptian! With that cry up sprang, unmoved, thousands upon thousands. They rushed from the heights. They poured down in the direction of the Egyptian. In vain did the aedile command. In vain did the praetor lift his voice and proclaim the law. The people had been already rendered savage by the exhibition of blood. They thirsted for more. Their superstition was aided by their ferocity. Aroused, inflamed by the spectacle of their victims, they forgot the authority of their rulers. It was one of those dread popular convulsions common to crowds wholly ignorant, half free and half servile, and which the peculiar constitution of the Roman provinces so frequently exhibited. The power of the praetor was as a reed beneath the whirlwind. Still, at his word the guards had drawn themselves along the lower benches, on which the upper classes sat separate from the vulgar. They made but a feeble barrier. The waves of the human sea halted for a moment, to enable Arbaces to count the exact moment of his doom. In despair, and in a terror which beat down even pride, he glanced his eyes over the rolling and rushing crowd, when, right above them, through the wide chasm which had been left in the Valeria, he beheld a strange and awful apparition. He beheld, and his craft restored his courage. He stretched his hand on high. Over his lofty brow and royal features there came an expression of unutterable solemnity and command. "Behold!" he shouted with a voice of thunder, which stilled the roar of the crowd. "Behold how the gods protect the guiltless! The fires of the avenging Orcus burst forth against the false witness of my accusers." The eyes of the crowd followed the gesture of the Egyptian, and beheld, with ineffable dismay, a vast vapor shooting from the summit of Vesuvius, in the form of a gigantic pine tree, the trunk blackness, the branches fire, a fire that shifted and wavered in its hues with every moment, now fiercely luminous, now of a dull and dying red, that again blazed terrifically forth with intolerable glare. There was a dead, heart-sunken silence, through which there suddenly broke the roar of the lion, which was echoed back from within the building by the sharper and fiercer yells of its fellow beast. Dread seers were they of the burden of the atmosphere, and the wild prophets of the wrath to come. Then there arose on high the universal shrieks of women. The men stared at each other, but were dumb. At that moment they felt the earth shake beneath their feet, the walls of the theatre trembled, and, beyond in the distance, they heard the crash of falling roofs. An instant more and the mountain cloud seemed to roll towards them, dark and rapid, like a torrent. At the same time it cast forth from its bosom a shower of ashes mixed with vast fragments of burning stone. over the crushing vines, over the desolate streets, over the amphitheater itself, far and wide, with many a mighty splash in the agitated sea, fell that awful shower. No longer thought the crowd of justice or of Arbaces. Safety for themselves was their sole thought. Each turned to fly, each dashing, pressing, crushing against the other, trampling recklessly over the fallen, amidst groans, and oaths, and prayers, and sudden shrieks. The enormous crowd vomited itself forth through the numerous passages. Whither should they fly? Some, anticipating a second earthquake, hastened to their homes to load themselves with their more costly goods, and escape while it was yet time. Others, dreading the showers of ashes that now fell fast, torrent upon torrent, over the streets, rushed under the roofs of the nearest houses, or temples, or sheds, shelter of any kind, for protection from the terrors of the open air. But darker, and larger, and mightier spread the cloud above them. It was a sudden and more ghastly night rushing upon the realm of noon. End of Book 5, Chapter 4. Book 5, Chapter 5 of The Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Book 5, Chapter 5. The cell of the prisoner and the den of the dead. Grief unconscious of horror. Stunned by his reprieve, doubting that he was awake, Glaucus had been led by the officers of the arena into a small cell within the walls of the theatre. They threw a loose robe over his form, and crowded round in congratulation and wonder. There was an impatient and fretful cry without the cell. The throng gave way, and the blind girl, led by some gentler hand, flung herself at the feet of Glaucus. "It was I who have saved thee," she sobbed. "Now let me die." "Nydia, my child, my preserver!" "Oh, let me feel thy touch, thy breath. Yes, yes, thou livest. We are not too late. That dread door, methought it would never yield, and Calenus, oh, his voice was as the dying wind among tombs. We had to wait. Gods, it seemed hours ere food and wine restored to him something of strength. But thou livest yet, and I have saved thee." This affecting scene was soon interrupted by the event just described. The mountain, the earthquake, resounded from side to side. The officers fled with the rest. They left Glaucus and Nydia to save themselves as they might. As the sense of the dangers around them flashed on the Athenian, his generous heart recurred to Olinthus. He, too, was reprieved from the tiger by the hand of the gods. Should he be left to a no less fatal death in the neighboring cell? Taking Nydia by the hand, Glaucus hurried across the passages. He gained the den of the Christian. He found Olinthus kneeling and in prayer. "Arise, arise, my friend," he cried. "Save thyself, and fly. See, nature is thy dread deliverer." He led forth the bewildered Christian, and pointed to the cloud which advanced darker and darker, disgorging forth showers of ashes and pumice stones, and bade him hearken to the cries and trampling rush of the scattered crowd. "This is the hand of God, God be praised," said Olinthus devoutly. "Fly, seek thy brethren, concert with them thy escape. Farewell." Olinthus did not answer, neither did he mark the retreating form of his friend. High thoughts and solemn absorbed his soul, and in the enthusiasm of his kindling heart, he exulted in the mercy of God rather than trembled at the evidence of his power. At length he roused himself, and hurried on, he scarce knew whither. The open doors of a dark, desolate cell suddenly appeared on his path. Through the gloom within there flared and flickered a single lamp, and by its light he saw 3 grim and naked forms stretched on the earth in death. His feet were suddenly arrested, for, amidst the terror of that drear recess, the spoliarium of the arena, he heard a low voice calling on the name of Christ. He could not resist lingering at that appeal. He entered the den, and his feet were dabbled in the slow streams of blood that gushed from the corpses over the sand. "Who," said the Nazarene, "calls upon the Son of God?" No answer came forth, and turning round, Olinthus beheld, by the light of the lamp, an old grey-headed man sitting on the floor, and supporting in his lap the head of one of the dead. The features of the dead man were firmly and rigidly locked in the last sleep, but over the lip there played a fierce smile, not the Christian's smile of hope, but the dark sneer of hatred and defiance. Yet on the face still lingered the beautiful roundness of early youth. The hair curled thick and glossy over the unwrinkled brow, and the down of manhood but slightly shaded the marble of the hueless cheek. And over this face bent one of such unutterable sadness, of such yearning tenderness, of such fond and such deep despair. The tears of the old man fell fast and hot, but he did not feel them, and when his lips moved, and he mechanically uttered the prayer of his benign and hopeful faith, neither his heart nor his sense responded to the words. It was but the involuntary emotion that broke from the lethargy of his mind. His boy was dead, and had died for him, and the old man's heart was broken. "Maiden," said Olinthus, pityingly, "arise and fly. God is forth upon the wings of the elements. The new Gomorrah is doomed. Fly, ere the fires consume thee. He was ever so full of life. He cannot be dead. Come hither. Place your hand on his heart. Sure it beats yet? Brother, the soul has fled. We will remember it in our prayers. Thou canst not reanimate the dumb clay. Come, come! Hark, while I speak, yon crashing walls! Hark, yon agonizing cries! Not a moment is to be lost. Come! "I hear nothing," said Meaden, shaking his grey hair. "The poor boy, his love murdered him." "Come, come! Forgive this friendly force." "What? Who would sever the father from the son?" And Meaden clasped the body tightly in his embrace, and covered it with passionate kisses. "Go," said he, lifting up his face for one moment. "Go! We must be alone." "Alas," said the compassionate Nazarene, "death has severed ye already." The old man smiled very calmly. "No, no, no," muttered, his voice growing lower with each word. "Death has been more kind." With that his head drooped to his son's breast, his arms relaxed their grasp. Olinthus caught him by the hand. The pulse had ceased to beat. The last words of the father were the words of truth. Death had been more kind. Meanwhile, Glaucus and Nydia were pacing swiftly up the perilous and fearful streets. The Athenian had learned from his preserver that Ione was yet in the house of Arbaces. Thither he fled, to release, to save her. The few slaves whom the Egyptian had left at his mansion when he had repaired in the long procession to the amphitheatre had been able to offer no resistance to the armed band of Sallust, and when afterwards the volcano broke forth, they huddled together, stunned and frightened, in the inmost recesses of the house. Even the tall Ethiopian had forsaken his post at the door, and Glaucus, who left Nydia without, the poor Nydia, jealous once more even in such an hour, passed on through the vast hall without meeting one from whom to learn the chamber of Ione. Even as he passed, however, the darkness that covered the heavens increased so rapidly that it was with difficulty that he could guide his steps. The flower-wreathed columns seemed to reel and tremble, and with every instant he heard the ashes fall crashingly into the roofless peristyle. He ascended to the upper rooms. Breathless he paced along, shouting out aloud the name of Ione, and at length he heard, at the end of a gallery, a voice, her voice, in wondering reply. To rush forward, to shatter the door, to seize Ione in his arms, to hurry from the mansion, seemed to him the work of an instant. Scarce had he gained the spot where Nydia was, Then he heard the steps advancing towards the house, and recognized the voice of Arbaces, who had returned to seek his wealth and Ione ere he fled from the doomed Pompeii. But so dense was already the reeking atmosphere, that the foes saw not each other, though so near, save that, dimly in the gloom, Glaucus caught the moving outline of the snowy robes of the Egyptian. They hastened onward, those three. Alas, whither? They now saw not a step before them. The blackness became utter. They were encompassed with doubt and horror, and the death he had escaped seemed to Glaucus only to have changed its form and augmented its victims. End of Book 5, Chapter 5. Book 5, Chapter 6 of the Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 5, Chapter 6. Calenus and Burbo, Diomed and Claudius, the girl of the amphitheatre and Julia. The sudden catastrophe which had, as it were, riven the very bonds of society, and left prisoner and jailer alike free, had soon rid Calenus of the guards to whose care the praetor had consigned him. And when the darkness and the crowd separated the priest from his attendants, he hastened with trembling steps towards the temple of his goddess. As he crept along, and ere the darkness was complete, he felt himself suddenly caught by the robe, and a voice muttered in his ear, "Hist, Calenus, an awful hour." "Ay, by my father's head. Who art thou? Thy face is dim, and thy voice is strange." "Know not thy Burbo? Fie." "Gods, how the darkness gathers! Ho, ho! By yon terrific mountain, what sudden blazes of lightning! How they dart and quiver! Hades is loosed on earth." "Tush! Thou believest not these things, Calenus. Now is the time to make our fortune." "Ha!" "Listen. Thy temple is full of gold and precious mummeries. Let us load ourselves with them, and then hasten to the sea and embark. None will ever ask an account of the doings of this day." "Burbo, thou art right. Hush, and follow me into the temple. Who cares now? Who sees now? Whether thou art priest or not. Follow, and we will share." In the precincts of the temple were many priests gathered around the altars, praying, weeping, groveling in the dust. Impostors in safety, they were not the less superstitious in danger. Calenus passed them, and entered the chamber yet to be seen in the south side of the court. Burbo followed him. The priests struck a light. Wine and viands strewed the table, the remains of a sacrificial feast. "A man who has hungered 48 hours," muttered Calenus, "has an appetite even in such a time." He seized on the food, and devoured it greedily. Nothing could, perhaps, be more unnaturally horrid than the selfish baseness of these villains, for there is nothing more loathsome than the valor of avarice. Plunder and sacrilege, while the pillars of the world tottered to and fro. What an increase to the terrors of nature can be made by the vices of man! "Wilt thou never have done?" said Burbo, impatiently. "Thy face purples, and thine eyes start already." "It is not every day one has such a right to be hungry. O Jupiter! What sound is that? The hissing of fiery water! What? Does the cloud give rain as well as flame? Ha! What? Shrieks! And, Burbo, how silent all is now! Look forth!" Amidst the other horrors, the mighty mountain now cast up columns of boiling water. Blent and kneaded with the half-burning ashes, the streams fell like seething mud over the streets in frequent intervals. And full, where the priests of Isis had now cowered around the altars, on which they had vainly sought to kindle fires and pour incense, one of the fiercest of those deadly torrents, mingled with immense fragments of scoria, had poured its rage. Over the bended forms of the priests it dashed. That cry had been of death. That silence had been of eternity. The ashes, the pitchy streams, sprinkled the altars, covered the pavement, and half concealed the quivering corpses of the priests. "They are dead," said Burbo, terrified for the first time, and hurrying back into the cell. "I thought not the danger was so near and fatal." The two wretches stood staring at each other. You might have heard their hearts beat. Calenus, the less bold by nature, but the more gripping, recovered first. "We must to our task and away," he said, in a low whisper, frightened at his own voice. He stepped to the threshold, paused, crossed over the heated floor and his dead brethren to the sacred chapel, and called to Burbo to follow. But the gladiator quaked and drew back. "So much the better," thought Calenus. "The more will be my booty." Hastily he loaded himself with the more portable treasures of the temple, and thinking no more of his comrade, hurried from the sacred place. A sudden flash of lightning from the mount showed to Burbo, who stood motionless at the threshold, the flying and laden form of the priest. He took heart. He stepped forth to join him, when a tremendous shower of ashes fell right across his feet. The gladiator shrank back once more. Darkness closed him in. But the shower continued fast, fast. Its heaps rose high and suffocatingly. Deathly vapors steamed from them. The wretch gasped for breath. He sought in despair again to fly. The ashes had blocked up the threshold. He shrieked as his feet shrank from the boiling fluid. How could he escape? He could not climb to the open space. Nay, were he able, he could not brave its horrors. It were best to remain in the cells, protected, at least, from the fatal air. He sat down and clenched his teeth. By degrees, the atmosphere from without, stifling and venomous, crept into the chamber. He could endure it no longer. His eyes, glaring round, rested on a sacrificial axe, which some priest had left in the chamber. He seized it. With the desperate strength of his gigantic arm, he attempted to hew his way through the walls. Meanwhile, the streets were already thinned. The crowd had hastened to disperse itself under shelter. The ashes began to fill up the lower parts of the town. But, here and there, you heard the steps of fugitives cranching them warily, or saw their pale and haggard faces by the blue glare of the lightning, or the more unsteady glare of torches, by which they endeavored to steer their steps. But ever and anon, the boiling water, or the straggling ashes, mysterious and gusty winds, rising and dying in a breath, extinguished these wandering lights, and with them the last living hope of those who bore them. In the street that leads to the gate of Herculaneum, Claudius now bent his perplexed and doubtful way. "If I can gain the open country," thought he, "doubtless there will be various vehicles beyond the gate, and Herculaneum is not far distant. Thank Mercury, I have little to lose, and that little is about me." "Hola! Help there! Help!" cried a querulous and frightened voice. "I have fallen down. My torch has gone out. My slaves have deserted me. I am Diomed, the rich Diomed. 10,000 sesterces to him who helps me." At the same moment Claudius felt himself caught by the feet. "Ill fortune to thee! Let me go, fool!" said the gambler. "Oh, help me up! Give me thy hand!" "There, rise!" "Is this Claudius? I know the voice. Whither fliest thou?" "Towards Herculaneum." "Blessed be the gods! Our way is the same, then, as far as the gate. Why not take refuge in my villa? Thou knowest the long range of subterranean cellars beneath the basement? That shelter, what shower can penetrate?" "You speak well," said Claudius musingly, "and by storing the cellar with food we can remain there even some days, should these wondrous storms endure so long." "Oh, blessed be he who invented gates to a city!" cried Diomed. "See, they have placed a light within yon arch. By that let us guide our steps." The air was now still for a few minutes. The lamp from the gate streamed out far and clear. The fugitives hurried on. They gained the gate. They passed by the Roman sentry. The lightning flashed over his livid face and polished helmet. but his stern features were composed even in their awe. He remained erect and motionless at his post. That hour itself had not animated the machine of the ruthless majesty of Rome into the reasoning and self-acting man. There he stood, amidst the crashing elements. He had not received the permission to desert his station and escape. Diomed and his companion hurried on, when suddenly a female form rushed athwart their way. It was the girl whose ominous voice had been raised so often and so gladly in anticipation of the merry show. "Oh, Diomed!" she cried. "Shelter! Shelter! See," pointing to an infant clasped to her breast, "see this little one. It is mine, the child of shame. I have never owned it till this hour, but now I remember I am a mother. I have plucked it from the cradle of its nurse. She had fled. Who could think of the babe in such an hour, but she who bore it? Save it! Save it!" "Curses on thy shrill voice! Away, harlot!" muttered Claudius between his ground teeth. "Nay, girl," said the more humane Diomed, "follow if thou wilt. This way, to the vaults." They hurried on. They arrived at the house of Diomed. They laughed aloud as they crossed the threshold, for they deemed the danger over. Diomed ordered his slaves to carry down into the subterranean gallery, before described, a profusion of food and oil for lights, and there Julia, Claudius, the mother and her babe, the greater part of the slaves, and some frightened visitors and clients of the neighborhood, sought their shelter. End of Book 5, Chapter 6.
Book 5, Chapter 7 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 5, Chapter 7. The Progress of the Destruction. The cloud, which had scattered so deep a murkiness over the day, had now settled into a solid and impenetrable mass. It resembled less even the thickest gloom of a night in the open air than the close and blind darkness of some narrow room. But in proportion as the blackness gathered, did the lightnings around Vesuvius increase in their vivid and scorching glare. Nor was their horrible beauty confined to the usual hues of fire. No rainbow ever rivalled their varying and prodigal dyes. Now brightly blue as the most azure depth of a southern sky, now of a livid and snake-like green, darting restlessly to and fro as the folds of an enormous serpent, now of a lurid and intolerable crimson, gushing forth through the columns of smoke, far and wide, and lighting up the whole city from arch to arch, then suddenly dying into a sickly paleness, like the ghost of their own life. In the pauses of the showers you heard the rumbling of the earth beneath, and the groaning waves of the tortured sea, or, lower still, and audible but to the watch of intensest fear, the grinding and hissing murmur of the escaping gases through the chasms of the distant mountain. Sometimes the cloud appeared to break from its solid mass, and, by the lightning, to assume quaint and vast mimicries of human or of monster shapes, striding across the gloom, hurtling one upon the other, and vanishing swiftly into the turbulent abyss of shade, so that, to the eyes and fancies of the affrighted wanderers, the unsubstantial vapours were as the bodily forms of gigantic foes, the agents of terror and of death. The ashes in many places were already knee-deep, and the boiling showers which came from the steaming breath of the volcano forced their way into the houses, bearing with them a strong and suffocating vapour. In some places immense fragments of rock, hurled upon the house roofs, bore down along the street masses of confused ruin, which yet more and more with every hour obstructed the way, and as the day advanced, the motion of the earth was more sensibly felt, the footing seemed to slide and creep, nor could chariot or litter be kept steady even on the most level ground. Sometimes the huger stones, striking against each other as they fell, broke into countless fragments, emitting sparks of fire which caught whatever was combustible within their reach, and along the plains beyond the city the darkness was now terribly relieved, for several houses and even vineyards had been set on flames, and at various intervals the fires rose suddenly and fiercely against the solid gloom. To add to this partial relief of the darkness, the citizens had here and there, in the more public places, such as the porticos of temples and the entrances to the forum, endeavoured to place rows of torches, but these rarely continued long. The showers and the winds extinguished them, and the sudden darkness into which their sudden birth was converted had something in it doubly terrible, and doubly impressing on the impotence of human hopes the lesson of despair. Frequently, by the momentary light of these torches, parties of fugitives encountered each other, some hurrying towards the sea, others flying from the sea back to the land, for the ocean had retreated rapidly from the shore, an utter darkness lay over it, and upon its groaning and tossing waves the storm of cinders and rock fell without the protection which the streets and roofs afforded to the land. Wild, haggard, ghastly with supernatural fears, these groups encountered each other, but without the leisure to speak, to consult, to advise, for the showers fell now frequently, though not continuously, extinguishing the lights which showed to each band the death-like faces of the other, and hurrying all to seek refuge beneath the nearest shelter. The whole elements of civilization were broken up. Ever and anon, by the flickering lights, you saw the thief hastening by the most solemn authorities of the law, laden with, and fearfully chuckling over, the produce of his sudden gains. If in the darkness wife was separated from husband, or parent from child, vain was the hope of reunion. Each hurried blindly and confusedly on. Nothing in all the various and complicated machinery of social life was left, save the primal law of self-preservation. Through this awful scene did the Athenian wade his way, accompanied by Ione and the blind girl. Suddenly a rush of hundreds in their path to the sea swept by them. Nydia was torn from the side of Glaucus, who with Ione was borne rapidly onward, and when the crowd, whose forms they saw not, so thick was the gloom, were gone, Nydia was still separated from their side. Glaucus shouted her name. No answer came. They retraced their steps. In vain. They could not discover her. It was evident she had been swept along some opposite direction by the human current. Their friend, their preserver, was lost. And hitherto Nydia had been their guide. Her blindness rendered the scene familiar to her alone. Accustomed through a perpetual night to thread the windings of the city, she had led them unerringly towards the seashore, by which they had resolved to hazard an escape. Now which way could they wend? All was rayless to them, a maze without a clue. Wearied, despondent, bewildered, they, however, passed along, the ashes falling upon their heads, the fragmentary stones dashing up in sparkles before their feet. "Alas, alas," murmured Ione, "I can go no farther. My steps sink among the scorching cinders. Fly, dearest, beloved, fly, and leave me to my fate." "Hush, my betrothed, my bride. Death with thee is sweeter than life without thee. Yet whither, oh, whither can we direct ourselves through the gloom? Already it seems that we have made but a circle, and are in the very spot which we quitted an hour ago. O gods, yon rock, see, it hath riven the roof before us. It is death to move through the streets. Blessed lightning, see, Ione, see, the portico of the Temple of Fortune is before us. Let us creep beneath it, it will protect us from the showers." He caught his beloved in his arms, and with difficulty and labour gained the temple. He bore her to the remoter and more sheltered part of the portico, and leaned over her that he might shield her with his own form from the lightning and the showers. The beauty and the unselfishness of love could hallow even that dismal time. "Who is there?" said the trembling and hollow voice of one who had preceded them into their place of refuge. Yet what matters? The crush of the ruined world forbids us to friends or foes. Ione turned at the sound of the voice, and with a faint shriek cowered again beneath the arms of Glaucus, and he, looking in the direction of the voice, beheld the cause of her alarm. Through the darkness glared forth two burning eyes. The lightning flashed and lingered athwart the temple, and Glaucus with a shudder perceived the lion to which he had been doomed couched beneath the pillars, and close beside it, unwitting of the vicinity, lay the giant form of him who had accosted them, the wounded gladiator, Niger. That lightning had revealed to each other the form of beast and man, yet the instinct of both was quelled. Nay, the lion crept nearer and nearer to the gladiator, as for companionship, and the gladiator did not recede or tremble. The revolution of nature had dissolved her lighter terrors as well as her wonted ties. While they were thus terribly protected, a group of men and women bearing torches passed by the temple. They were the congregation of the Nazarenes, and a sublime and unearthly emotion had not, indeed, quelled their awe, but it had robbed awe of fear. They had long believed, according to the error of the early Christians, that the last day was at hand. They imagined now that the day had come. "Woe, woe!" cried in a shrill and piercing voice the elder at their head. "Behold, the Lord descendeth to judgment. He maketh fire come down from heaven in the sight of men. Woe, woe, ye strong and mighty! Woe to ye of the fasces and the purple! Woe to the idolater and the worshipper of the beast! Woe to ye who pour forth the blood of saints and gloat over the death pangs of the sons of God! Woe to the harlot of the sea! Woe, woe!" And with a loud and deep chorus the troop chanted forth along the wild horrors of the air, "Woe to the harlot of the sea! Woe, woe!" The Nazarenes paced slowly on, their torches still flickering in the storm, their voices still raised in menace and solemn warning, till, lost amid the windings in the streets, the darkness of the atmosphere and the silence of death again fell over the scene. There was one of the frequent pauses in the showers, and Glaucus encouraged Ione once more to proceed. Just as they stood, hesitating, on the last step of the portico, an old man with a bag in his right hand and leaning upon a youth tottered by. The youth bore a torch. Glaucus recognized the two as father and son, miser and prodigal. "Father," said the youth, "if you cannot move more swiftly, I must leave you, or we both perish." "Fly, boy, then, and leave thy sire." "But I cannot fly to starve. Give me thy bag of gold." And the youth snatched at it. "Wretch, wouldst thou rob thy father?" "Ay, who can tell the tale in this hour? Miser, perish." The boy struck the old man to the ground, plucked the bag from his relaxing hand, and fled onward with a shrill yell. "Ye gods!" cried Glaucus, "are ye blind then, even in the dark? Such crimes may well confound the guiltless with the guilty in one common ruin. Ione, on, on!" End of Book 5, Chapter 7.
Book 5, Chapter 8 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 5, Chapter 8. Arbaces encounters Glaucus and Ione. Advancing, as men grope for escape in a dungeon, Ione and her lover continued their uncertain way.
At the moments when the volcanic lightnings lingered over the streets, they were enabled by that awful light to steer and guide their progress. Yet little did the view it presented to them cheer or encourage their path. In parts where the ashes lay dry and uncommixed with the boiling torrents, cast upward from the mountain at capricious intervals, the surface of the earth presented a leprous and ghastly white. In other places cinder and rock lay matted in heaps, from beneath which emerged the half-hid limbs of some crushed and mangled fugitive. The groans of the dying were broken by wild shrieks of woman's terror, now near, now distant, which when heard in the utter darkness were rendered doubly appalling by the crushing sense of helplessness and the uncertainty of the perils around. And clear and distinct through all were the mighty and various noises from the fatal mountain, its rushing winds, its whirling torrents, and from time to time the burst and roar of some more fiery and fierce explosion. And ever as the winds swept howling along the street, they bore sharp streams of burning dust, and such sickening and poisonous vapours as took away for the instant breath and consciousness, followed by a rapid revulsion of the arrested blood, and a tingling sensation of agony trembling through every nerve and fibre of the frame. O Glaucus, my beloved, my own, take me to thy arms. One embrace. Let me feel thy arms around me, and in that embrace let me die. I can no more. For my sake, for my life, courage yet, sweet Ione. My life is linked with thine. And see, torches, this way. Lo, how they brave the wind! Ha! They live through the storm. Doubtless fugitives to the sea, we will join them. As if to aid and reanimate the lovers, the winds and showers came to a sudden pause. The atmosphere was profoundly still. The mountain seemed at rest, gathering perhaps fresh fury for its next burst. The torch-bearers moved quickly on. "We are nearing the sea," said in a calm voice the person at their head. "Liberty and wealth to each slave who survives this day. Courage! I tell you that the gods themselves have assured me of deliverance. On!" Redly and steadily the torches flashed full on the eyes of Glaucus and Ione, who lay trembling and exhausted on his bosom. Several slaves were bearing by the light panniers and coffers heavily laden. In front of them, a drawn sword in his hand, towered the lofty form of Arbaces. "By my fathers," cried the Egyptian, "fate smiles upon me even through these horrors, and amidst the dreadest aspects of woe and death, bodes me happiness and love. Away, Greek! I claim my word, Ione." "Traitor and murderer!" cried Glaucus, glaring upon his foe. "Nemesis has guided thee to my revenge, a just sacrifice to the shades of Hades, that now seem loosed on earth. Approach, touch but the hand of Ione, and thy weapon shall be as reed. I will tear thee limb from limb." Suddenly as he spoke, the place became lighted with an intense and lurid glow. Bright and gigantic through the darkness which closed around it like the walls of hell, the mountain shone, a pile of fire. Its summit seemed riven in two, or rather, above its surface there seemed to rise two monster shapes, each confronting each, as demons contending for a world. These were of one deep blood-red hue of fire, which lighted up the whole atmosphere far and wide. But below, the nether part of the mountain was still dark and shrouded, save in three places, down which flowed serpentine and irregular rivers of the molten lava. Darkly red through the profound gloom of their banks, they flowed slowly on, as towards the devoted city. Over the broadest there seemed to spring a cragged and stupendous arch, from which, as from the jaws of hell, gushed the sources of the sudden Phlegethon. And through the stilled air was heard the rattling of the fragments of rock, hurtling one upon another as they were borne down the fiery cataracts, darkening for one instant the spot where they fell, and suffused the next in the burnished hues of a flood along which they floated. The slaves shrieked aloud, and covering hid their faces. The Egyptian himself stood transfixed to the spot, the glow lighting up his commanding features and jewelled robes. High behind him rose a tall column that supported the bronze statue of Augustus, and the imperial image seemed changed to a shape of fire. With his left hand circled round the form of Ione, with his right arm raised in menace, and grasping the stylus which was to have been his weapon in the arena, and which he still fortunately bore about him, with his brow knit, his lips apart, the wrath and menace of human passions arrested as by a charm upon his features, Glaucus fronted the Egyptian. Arbaces turned his eyes from the mountain. They rested on the form of Glaucus. He paused a moment. "Why," he muttered, "should I hesitate? Did not the stars foretell the only crisis of imminent peril to which I was subjected? Is not that peril past?" "The soul," cried he aloud, "can brave the wreck of worlds and the wrath of imaginary gods. By that soul will I conquer to the last. Advance, slaves! Athenian, resist me, and thy blood be on thine own head. Thus then I regain Ione." He advanced one step. It was his last on earth. The ground shook beneath him with a convulsion that cast all around upon its surface. A simultaneous crash resounded through the city, as down toppled many a roof and pillar. The lightning, as if caught by the metal, lingered an instant on the imperial statue, then shivered bronze and column. Down fell the ruin, echoing along the street, and riving the solid pavement where it crashed. The prophecy of the stars was fulfilled. The sound, the shock, stunned the Athenian for several moments. When he recovered, the light still illuminated the scene, the earth still slid and trembled beneath. Ione lay senseless on the ground, but he saw her not yet. His eyes were fixed upon a ghastly face that seemed to emerge, without limbs or trunk, from the huge fragments of the scattered column. A face of unutterable pain, agony, and despair. The eyes shut and opened rapidly, as if sense were not yet fled. The lips quivered and grinned. Then sudden stillness and darkness fell over the features, yet retaining that aspect of horror never to be forgotten. So perished the wise magician, the great Arbaces, the Hermes of the burning belt, the last of the royalty of Egypt. End of Book 5, Chapter 8. Book 5, Chapter 9 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 5, Chapter 9. The Despair of the Lovers, the Condition of the Multitude. Glaucus turned in gratitude, but in awe, caught Ione once more in his arms, and fled along the street that was yet intensely luminous. But suddenly a duller shade fell over the air. Instinctively he turned to the mountain, and beheld one of the two gigantic crests into which the summit had been divided, rocked and wavered to and fro, and then with a sound the mightiness of which no language can describe, it fell from its burning base, and rushed, an avalanche of fire, down the sides of the mountain. At the same instant gushed forth a volume of blackest smoke, rolling on over air, sea, and earth. Another, and another, and another shower of ashes, far more profuse than before, scattered fresh desolation along the streets. Darkness once more wrapped them as a veil, and Glaucus, his bold heart at last quelled and despairing, sank beneath the cover of an arch, and clasping Ione to his heart, a bride on that couch of ruin, resigned himself to die. Meanwhile Nydia, once separated by the throng from Glaucus and Ione, had in vain endeavoured to regain them. In vain she raised the plaintive cry so peculiar to the blind. It was lost amidst a thousand shrieks of more selfish terror. Again and again she returned to the spot where they had been divided, to find her companions gone, to seize every fugitive, to inquire of Glaucus, to be dashed aside in the impatience of distraction. Who in that hour spared one thought to his neighbour? Perhaps in scenes of universal horror nothing is more horrid than the unnatural selfishness they engender. At length it occurred to Nydia that as it had been resolved to seek the sea-shore for escape, her most probable chance of rejoining her companions would be to persevere in that direction. Guiding her steps, then, by the staff which she always carried, she continued, with incredible dexterity, to avoid the masses of ruin that encumbered the path, to thread the streets, and unerringly, so blessed now was that accustomed darkness, so afflicting in ordinary life, to take the nearest direction to the seaside. Poor girl! Her courage was beautiful to behold, and fate seemed to favour one so helpless. The boiling torrents touched her not, save by the general rain which accompanied them. The huge fragments of scoria shivered the pavement before and beside her, but spared that frail form, and when the lesser ashes fell over her, she shook them away with a slight tremor, and dauntlessly resumed her course. Weak, exposed, yet fearless, supported but by one wish, she was the very emblem of Psyche in her wanderings, of hope walking through the valley of the shadow, of the soul itself, lone but undaunted, amidst the dangers and the snares of life. Her path was, however, constantly impeded by the crowds that now groped amidst the gloom, now fled in the temporary glare of the lightnings across the scene, and at length, a group of torch-bearers rushing full against her, she was thrown down with some violence. "What!" said the voice of one of the party, "is this the brave blind girl? By Bacchus, she must not be left here to die. Up, my Thessalian! So. Are you hurt? That's well. Come along with us. We are for the shore." "O Sallust, is it thy voice? The gods be thanked! Glaucus, 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 have ye seen him?" "Not I. He is doubtless out of the city by this time. The gods who saved him from the lion will save him from the burning mountain." As the kindly epicure thus encouraged Nydia, he drew her along with him towards the sea, heeding not her passionate entreaties that he would linger yet awhile to search for Glaucus. And still in the accent of despair she continued to shriek out that beloved name, which amidst all the roar of the convulsed elements kept alive a music at her heart. The sudden illumination, the bursts of the floods of lava, and the earthquake, which we have already described, chanced when Sallust and his party had just gained the direct path leading from the city to the port, and here they were arrested by an immense crowd, more than half the population of the city. They spread along the field without the walls, thousands upon thousands, uncertain whither to fly. The sea had retired far from the shore, and they who had fled to it had been so terrified by the agitation and preternatural shrinking of the element, the gasping forms of the uncouth sea things which the waves had left upon the sand, and by the sound of the huge stones cast from the mountain into the deep, that they had returned again to the land, as presenting the less frightful aspect of the two. Thus the two streams of human beings, the one seaward, the other from the sea, had met together, feeling a sad comfort in numbers, arrested in despair and doubt. "The world is to be destroyed by fire," said an old man in long loose robes, a philosopher of the Stoic school. Stoic and Epicurean wisdom have alike agreed in this prediction, and the hour is come. "Yea, the hour is come," cried a loud voice, solemn but not fearful. Those around turned in dismay. The voice came from above them. It was the voice of Olinthus, who, surrounded by his Christian friends, stood upon an abrupt eminence on which the old Greek colonists had raised a temple to Apollo, now time-worn and half in ruin. As he spoke there came that sudden illumination which had heralded the death of Arbaces, and glowing over that mighty multitude, awed, crouching, breathless, never on earth had the faces of men seemed so haggard, never had meeting of mortal beings been so stamped with the horror and sublimity of dread. Never till the last trumpet sounds shall such meeting be seen again. And above those the form of Olinthus, with outstretched arm and prophet brow, girt with the living fires. And the crowd knew the face of him they had doomed to the fangs of the beast, then their victim, now their warner, and through the stillness again came his ominous voice, "The hour is come." The Christians repeated the cry. It was caught up. It was echoed from side to side. Woman and man, childhood and old age, repeated, not aloud but in a smothered and dreary murmur, "The hour is come." At that moment a wild yell burst through the air, and thinking only of escape, whither it knew not, the terrible tiger of the desert leaped amongst the throng, and hurried through its parted streams. And so came the earthquake, and so darkness once more fell over the earth. And now new fugitives arrived, grasping the treasures no longer destined for their lord. The slaves of Arbaces joined the throng. One only of all their torches yet flickered on. It was borne by Sosia, and its light falling on the face of Nydia, he recognized the Thessalian. "What avails thy liberty now, blind girl?" said the slave. "Who art thou? Canst thou tell me of Glaucus?" "Ay, I saw him but a few minutes since." "Blessed be thy head! Where?" "Crouched beneath the arch of the Forum, dead or dying, gone to rejoin Arbaces, who is no more." Nydia uttered not a word. She slid from the side of Sallust. Silently she glided through those behind her, and retraced her steps to the city. She gained the Forum, the arch, she stooped down, she felt around, she called on the name of Glaucus. A weak voice answered, "Who calls on me? Is it the voice of the Shades? Lo, I am prepared." "Arise, follow me, take my hand. Glaucus, thou shalt be saved." In wonder and sudden hope Glaucus arose. "Nydia still? Ah, thou then art safe." The tender joy of his voice pierced the heart of the poor Thessalian, and she blessed him for his thought of her. Half leading, half carrying Ione, Glaucus followed his guide. With admirable discretion she avoided the path which led to the crowd she had just quitted, and by another route sought the shore. After many pauses and incredible perseverance, they gained the sea, and joined a group, who, bolder than the rest, resolved to hazard any peril rather than continue in such a scene. In darkness they put forth to sea, but as they cleared the land and caught new aspects of the mountain, its channels of molten fire threw a partial redness over the waves. Utterly exhausted and worn out, Ione slept on the breast of Glaucus, and Nydia lay at his feet. Meanwhile the showers of dust and ashes, still borne aloft, fell into the wave, and scattered their snows over the deck. Far and wide, borne by the winds, those showers descended upon the remotest climes, startling even the swarthy African, and whirled along the antique soil of Syria and of Egypt. Dion Cassius. End of Book 5, Chapter 9.
Book 5, Chapter 10 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book Book 5, Chapter 10. The next morning, the fate of Nydia. And meekly, softly, beautifully dawned at last the light over the trembling deep. The winds were sinking into rest, the foam died from the glowing azure of that delicious sea. Around the east, thin mists caught gradually the rosy hues that heralded the morning. Light was about to resume her reign. Yet still, dark and massive in the distance, lay the broken fragments of the destroying cloud, from which red streaks, burning dimlier and more dim, betrayed the yet rolling fires of the mountain of the scorched fields. The white walls and gleaming columns that had adorned the lovely coasts were no more. Sullen and dull were the shores so lately crested by the cities of Herculaneum and Pompeii. The darlings of the deep were snatched from her embrace. Century after century shall the mighty mother stretch forth her azure arms, and know them not, moaning round the sepulchres of the lost. There was no shout from the mariners at the dawning light. It had come too gradually, and they were too wearied for such sudden bursts of joy. But there was a low, deep murmur of thankfulness amidst those watchers of the long night. They looked at each other and smiled. They took heart. They felt once more that there was a world around and a God above them. And in the feeling that the worst was past, the overwearied ones turned round and fell placidly to sleep. In the growing light of the skies there came the silence which night had wanted, and the bark drifted calmly onward to its port. A few other vessels bearing similar fugitives might be seen in the expanse, apparently motionless, yet gliding also on. There was a sense of security, of companionship, and of hope in the sight of their slender masts and white sails. What beloved friends, lost and missed in the gloom, might they not bear to safety and to shelter? In the silence of the general sleep, Nydia rose gently. She bent over the face of Glaucus. She inhaled the deep breath of his heavy slumber. Timidly and sadly she kissed his brow, his lips. She felt for his hand. It was locked in that of Ione. She sighed deeply, and her face darkened. Again she kissed his brow, and with her hair wiped from it the damps of night. "May the gods bless you, Athenian," she murmured. "May you be happy with your beloved one. May you sometimes remember Nydia. Alas, she is of no further use on earth." With these words she turned away. Slowly she crept along by the fori or platforms to the farther side of the vessel, and pausing, bent low over the deep. The cool spray dashed upward on her feverish brow. "It is the kiss of death," said she. "It is welcome." The balmy air played through her waving tresses. She put them from her face, and raised those eyes, so tender though so lightless, to the sky, whose soft face she had never seen. "No, no," she said, half aloud, and in a musing and thoughtful tone. "I cannot endure it. This jealous, exacting love. It shatters my whole soul in madness. I might harm him again. Wretch that I was. I have saved him, twice saved him. Happy, happy thought. Why not die happy? It is the last glad thought I can ever know. Oh, sacred sea, I hear thy voice invitingly. It hath a freshening and joyous call. They say that in thy embrace is dishonour, that thy victims cross not the fatal Styx. Be it so. I would not meet him in the shades, for I should meet him still with her. Rest, rest, rest. There is no other Elysium for a heart like mine." A sailor half dozing on the deck heard a slight splash on the waters. Drowsily he looked up, and behind, as the vessel merrily bounded on, he fancied he saw something white above the waves, but it vanished in an instant. He turned round again, and dreamed of his home and children. When the lovers awoke, their first thought was of each other, their next of Nydia. She was not to be found. None had seen her since the night. Every crevice of the vessel was searched. There was no trace of her. Mysterious from first to last, the blind Thessalian had vanished for ever from the living world. They guessed her fate in silence, and Glaucus and Ione, while they drew nearer to each other, feeling each other the world itself, forgot their deliverance, and wept as for a departed sister. End of Book 5, Chapter 10.
Book 5, Chapter the Last, of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 5, Chapter the Last. Where in all things cease. Letter from Glaucus to Sallust, 10 years after the destruction of Pompeii. Athens. Glaucus to his beloved Sallust. Greeting and health. You request me to visit you at Rome. No, Sallust, come rather to me at Athens. I have forsworn the imperial city, its mighty tumult and hollow joys. In my own land henceforth I dwell for ever. The ghost of our departed greatness is dearer to me than the gaudy life of your loud prosperity. There is a charm to me which no other spot can supply, in the porticos hallowed still by holy and venerable shades. In the olive groves of Ulysses I still hear the voice of poetry. On the heights of Philae the clouds of twilight seem yet the shrouds of departed freedom, the heralds of the morrow that shall come. You smile at my enthusiasm, Sallust. Better be hopeful in chains than resigned to their glitter. You tell me you are sure that I cannot enjoy life in these melancholy haunts of a fallen majesty. You dwell with rapture on the Roman splendours and the luxuries of the imperial court. My Sallust, non sum qualis eram. I am not what I was. The events of my life have sobered the bounding blood of my youth. My health has never quite recovered its wonted elasticity ere it felt the pangs of disease, and languished in the damps of a criminal's dungeon. My mind has never shaken off the dark shadow of the last day of Pompeii, the horror and the desolation of that awful ruin. Our beloved, our remembered Nydia, I have reared a tomb to her shade, and I see it every day from the window of my study. It keeps alive in me a tender recollection, a not unpleasing sadness, which are but a fitting homage to her fidelity, and the mysteriousness of her early death. Ione gathers the flowers, but my own hand wreathes them daily around the tomb. She is worthy of a tomb in Athens. You speak of the growing sect of the Christians in Rome. Sallust, to you I may confide my secret. I have pondered much over that faith. I have adopted it. After the destruction of Pompeii, I met once more with Olinthus, saved, alas, only for a day, and falling afterwards a martyr to the indomitable energy of his zeal. In my preservation from the lion and the earthquake, he taught me to behold the hand of the unknown God. I listened, believed, adored. My own, my more than ever beloved Ione has also embraced the creed. A creed, Sallust, which shedding light over this world gathers its concentrated glory, like a sunset over the next. We know that we are united in the soul, as in the flesh, for ever and for ever. Ages may roll on, our very dust be dissolved, the earth shrivelled like a scroll, but round and round the circle of eternity rolls the wheel of life, imperishable, unceasing. And as the earth from the sun, so immortality drinks happiness from virtue, which is the smile upon the face of God. Visit me then, Sallust, bring with you the learned scrolls of Epicurus, Pythagoras, Diogenes, arm yourself for defeat, and let us, amidst the crowds of Academus, dispute, under a surer guide than any granted to our fathers, on the mighty problem of the true ends of life and the nature of the soul. Ione, at that name my heart yet beats, Ione is by my side as I write. I lift my eyes and meet her smile. The sunlight quivers over Hymettus, and along my garden I hear the hum of the summer bees. Am I happy, ask you? Oh, what can Rome give me equal to what I possess at Athens? Here everything awakens the soul and inspires the affections. The trees, the waters, the hills, the skies are those of Athens, fair, though mourning mother, of the poetry and the wisdom of the world. In my hall I see the marble faces of my ancestors. In the Ceramicus I survey their tombs. In the streets I behold the hand of Phidias and the soul of Pericles. Harmodius, Aristogiton, they are everywhere, but in our hearts. In mine at least they shall not perish. If anything can make me forget that I am an Athenian and not free, it is partly the soothing, the love, watchful, vivid, sleepless, of Ione, a love that has taken a new sentiment in our new creed, a love which none of our poets, beautiful though they be, had shadowed forth in description. For mingled with religion, it partakes of religion. It is blended with pure and unworldly thoughts. It is that which we may hope to carry through eternity, and keep therefore white and unsullied, that we may not blush to confess it to our God. This is the true type of the dark fable of our Grecian Eros and Psyche. It is, in truth, the soul asleep in the arms of love. And if this our love support me partly against the fever of the desire for freedom, my religion supports me more, for whenever I would grasp the sword and sound the shell, and rush to new Marathon, but Marathon without victory, I feel my despair at the chilling thought of my country's impotence, the crushing weight of the Roman yoke, comforted at least by the thought that earth is but the beginning of life, that the glory of a few years matters little in the vast space of eternity, that there is no perfect freedom till the chains of clay fall from the soul, and all space, all time become its heritage and domain. Yet, Sallust, some mixture of the soft Greek blood still mingles with my faith. I can share not the zeal of those who see crime and eternal wrath in men who cannot believe as they. I shudder not at the creed of others. I dare not curse them. I pray the Great Father to convert. This lukewarmness exposes me to some suspicion amongst the Christians, but I forgive it, and not offending openly the prejudices of the crowd, I am thus enabled to protect my brethren from the danger of the law, and the consequences of their own zeal. If moderation seem to me the natural creature of benevolence, it gives also the greatest scope to beneficence. Such then, O Sallust, is my life, such my opinions. In this manner I greet existence and await death. And thou, glad-hearted and kindly pupil of Epicurus, thou! But come hither, and see what enjoyments, what hopes are ours, and not the splendour of imperial banquets, nor the shouts of the crowded circus, nor the noisy forum, nor the glittering theatre, nor the luxuriant gardens, nor the voluptuous baths of Rome, shall seem to thee to constitute a life of more vivid and uninterrupted happiness than that which thou so unreasonably pitiest as the career of Glaucus the Athenian. Farewell. Nearly 17 centuries had rolled away when the city of Pompeii was disinterred from its silent tomb, all vivid with undimmed hues, its walls fresh as if painted yesterday, Not a hue faded on the rich mosaic of its floors. In its forum, the half-finished columns as left by the workman's hand. In its gardens, the sacrificial tripod. In its halls, the chest of treasure. In its baths, the strigil. In its theatres, the counter of admission. In its saloons, the furniture and the lamp. In its triclinia, the fragments of the last feast. In its cubicula, the perfumes and the rogue of faded beauty. And everywhere the bones and skeletons of those who once moved the springs of that minute yet gorgeous machine of luxury and of life. In the house of Diomed, in the subterranean vaults, 20 skeletons, one of a babe, were discovered in one spot by the door, covered by a fine ashen dust that had evidently been wafted slowly through the apertures until it had filled the whole space. There were jewels and coins, candelabra for an availing light, and wine hardened in the amphora for a prolongation of agonized life. The sand, consolidated by damps, had taken the forms of the skeletons as in a cast, and the traveller may yet see the impression of a female neck and bosom, of young and round proportions, the trace of the fated Julia. It seems to the inquirer as if the air had been gradually changed into a sulphurous vapour. The inmates of the vaults had rushed to the door, to find it closed and blocked up by the scoria without, and in their attempts to force it, had been suffocated with the atmosphere. In the garden was found a skeleton with a key by its bony hand, and near it a bag of coins. This is believed to have been the master of the house, the unfortunate Diomed, who had probably sought to escape by the garden, and been destroyed either by the vapours or some fragment of stone. Besides some silver vases lay another skeleton, probably of the slave. The houses of Sallust and of Pansa, the temple of Isis, with the juggling concealments behind the statues, the lurking place of its holy oracles, are now bared to the gaze of the curious. In one of the chambers of that temple was found a huge skeleton with an axe beside it. 2 walls had been pierced by the axe. The victim could penetrate no further. In the midst of the city was found another skeleton, by the side of which was a heap of coins, and many of the mystic ornaments of the fane of Isis. Death had fallen upon him in his avarice, and Calonus perished simultaneously with Burbo. As the excavators cleared on through the mass of ruin, they found the skeleton of a man, literally severed in 2 by a prostrate column. The skull was of so striking a conformation, so boldly marked in its intellectual as well as its worst physical developments, that it has excited the constant speculation of every itinerant believer in the theories of Sportsheim, who has gazed upon that ruined palace of the mind. Still, after the lapse of ages, the traveller may survey that airy hall, within whose cunning galleries and elaborate chambers once thought, reasoned, dreamed, and sinned, the soul of Arbaces the Egyptian. Viewing the various witnesses of a social system which has passed from the world by ever, a stranger, from that remote and barbarian isle which the imperial Roman shivered when he named, posed amidst the delights of the soft Campania, and composed this history. End of Book 5, Chapter the Last. And this is also the end of The Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton.
Thank you for listening. Check our channel for many more stories. Visit our website at www.storylinkradio.com.